I recently lost my hardcore world, and as much as it hurts to say goodbye to hundreds of hours of work, I have to move on. So today I'm loading up a new hardcore series with the goal of creating some of the most immersive builds I've ever made in Minecraft. But in order to do that, I have to speed through the first few days of this world. Now don't get me wrong, I really enjoy the early game of Minecraft, but the majority of hardcore deaths from what I've seen happen before most players even get iron armor. So ripping through the early game gives us the best chances of surviving long term. And the first thing I need is a bed because I have no shame in skipping through the nights, so I hope these sheep have been praying because they're about to meet God. Now we're just gonna collect some cobblestone. Gonna make a furnace real quick, throw that on the ground, get some of that mutton cooking. We're also gonna make a stone pickaxe, and we're going to make a stone axe as well. While the rest of that mutton's going, we can just scoop up some of this coal here. And if I remember correctly, there should be some iron around here. Yep, there it is. We'll make another furnace and get that iron going. Now we just sit here and wait until everything's done cooking, and we can continue forward. Just grab some of these pigs on our way too. Sorry guys, it's not personal, I just like the way your butt tastes. And there's some sugarcane here. Ooh. Let's take some of these pumpkins as well. This world is giving us everything. My god. This is a really good start. You could almost say this is a perfect start. Huh? Yeah? Alright, we're rocking. Now, I am playing with mods again this time around, but these mods don't add anything to the game. They're all either audio or visual mods to just help the vanilla experience along. Now, the only mod I have installed that changes any essential aspect of the actual Minecraft world itself is Tectonic. And Tectonic basically gives you these huge sweeping valleys and towering mountains. It basically just takes the regular Minecraft terrain and dials it to 11. There are no new blocks or no new biomes, it's just the already basic stuff improved upon. But one of the things that I think Tectonic does the best is the way it transforms the mountain biomes. I mean, this is basically the holy grail of iron and coal. I mean, it's just everywhere. So we're going to spend some time up here in the mountains collecting iron and coal to hopefully get everything we need to get a good start in this world. That done, we're gonna go ahead and craft up some iron armor and a new iron axe. And you know, I kind of want to get a dog today, so we're gonna go hunting for some skeletons to get some bones. I'm also gonna craft up a brush real quick, that way we can get scoots, because you know, if we're gonna be armored up, it only makes sense that we get our dog armored up as well. You know, this isn't going to be a regular dog, this is going to be a hardcore dog. He's grinding the early game too, he just doesn't know it yet. Now I saw some earlier, where are they? Oh, there's a dog. Nope. Not what I'm looking for. Oh wait, here we go. Look at him, right here waiting for us. Come, wait, come back. Take the bone. 2 bones, 3 bones, 4. We got a dog. I like him. Now we're gonna throw some armor on him. I think we should name him Delgado. You know, like Beverly Hills Chihuahua, because he's brown and kind of looks like a German Shepherd. Hello, Delgado. But anyways, I think I want to start settling right here on this island. And this time around, I want to actually make sure I stay relatively organized. So we're going to whip up some chests here to make sure we can sort all of our items into proper inventory places. So now that we got all of the basic stuff set up, I think it's time we go down into a cave and try to find some diamonds. And yes, I know, some of you are going to be mad at me for getting diamond armor today, but I don't care. As I said before, I actually want to live in this world, so we're doing it anyways. Okay, so I spent a good amount of time mining, and I actually got 43 diamonds. And honestly, for mining for about an hour and 40 minutes without a fortune pickaxe, that's not terrible. That's actually, I think that's good. I don't know what a good diamond rate is, but I feel like that's good. I also got a lot of deep slate, which we're going to need for the build. But for now, we're going to make some diamond armor, starting with the chest plate, onto the leggings, some boots, and a helmet as well. There we go. Now I'm feeling a lot more comfortable. But for now, we're actually going to throw the diamond armor back into storage. I'm also going to craft up a diamond pickaxe, a diamond axe, and a diamond shovel. Now we're pretty much kitted out with all of our basic tools. Now I need to head back down into the caves to get some obsidian because we need to head straight to the Nether to collect quartz to get levels to enchant the things that we just earned, bought, crafted. Yeah, and I'm actually taking a big risk here by putting my diamond armor back into the chest. I don't want it to get damaged before we enchant it, because if we end up having to combine it with other pieces of armor, it's going to cost more experience levels, and I can't afford that right now. But now that we got the obsidian collected, I'm going to head off the main island here, and there's a second smaller island out in the ocean a little bit, and I think that's where I want to build the Nether portal. And I actually think this second smaller island is where we're going to be building our starter base. Because again, this is a big starter base, but it's nowhere near as big as my sunset castle, so it wouldn't make sense to put it on the smaller island. Plus, I may or may not have already designed a mega base for the island we're living on now, so that also perchance has something to do with it. But yeah, into the Nether we go. Again, this is a really big risk, not going in with diamond armor, but if we manage to make it out safely, the rewards are going to be great. Managed to get 34 levels, which isn't as many as I would have wanted to get, but I think it will do for now. Now I did whip up an enchantment table, but I don't currently have any books to create bookshelves, so we're gonna have to go on a bit of a journey to hopefully find some villages to get us some bookshelves so we can get level 30 enchants. Dude, I think this is one of the coolest villages I've ever seen. They've got like the perfect little village at the base of this epic mountain here. It's just so cool looking. All right, returning home, I just gotta chop down a few trees here to get some planks, and then we can start making those bookshelves I was talking about. There we go, enchantment station set up. Just got a few pillagers here that I need to take care of. Now we can start enchanting. Efficiency 4, Unbreaking 3 on the first pickaxe. That's not bad. I really, I can't ask for anything better, honestly. I was hoping for a god pick, but we can't get so lucky. Go ahead and make up another diamond pickaxe. We'll try again here. Efficiency 4, just efficiency 4. Okay, that's yikes. Go ahead and whip up an anvil. We'll throw these two picks together to at least get us efficiency 5 Unbreaking 3. Now, in order to keep enchanting, I really don't want to risk my life and go back into the Nether right now, so we're gonna head back up to the mountains and we're going to collect as much coal and iron as possible. That way we'll get XP from mining the coal and we'll get experience from smelting the iron ore. Now we just gotta sit and wait until everything cooks up. And with all of that said and done, we got ourselves back up to level 33. Go for a Silk Touch Efficiency 4 pickaxe. That's alright, I'll take that. And we're going to go for a Silk Touch Efficiency 4 shovel. It's pretty good. I'm also going to come in here and just do some low level enchants for the rest of our armor, hopefully. I know this isn't going to be the best diamond armor ever, but at least we'll be a little bit more protected than normal. Alright, and with that, we've got protection 2 on everything except our boots, but that'll set us up pretty well for the future. We're also going to combine our pickaxes here, and that's the start of a pretty good god pick. Now we just need mending on it. But with that out of the way, it's time to start collecting the resources we're going to need for the starter base. Now, I think I want to build kind of like a wizard tower. I think that would be a pretty cool starter base. It would keep us off the ground and keep us safe and everything. Plus, I think it would just look cool. And I also want to do some terraforming around it as well to have some custom rocks kind of jutting out of the ocean and have it look like the tower was built on the rocks. And I want this thing to look like it was made out of marble. So the first thing we need to collect is calcite. Now, another great thing about tectonic is with these absolutely massive mountains, you get these giant veins of calcite that spawn up high. So we won't have to worry about finding a bunch of calcite through amethyst geodes, because that would take forever. We'll be able to just take the calcite right off of this mountaintop. Alright, so I've been collecting the calcite for a little bit, but our pickaxe is already starting to break. So I'm gonna head back out to one of the villages that I found earlier, and I'm going to attempt to get a mending book. There we go. Okay, this guy wants to be a librarian. The only problem is that now he's trying to run away. Hello, sir. Please don't move. Stay here in this box. Nope. Get back here, please. This might take a while. There we go. We finally got him captured. Now begins everybody's favorite process in Minecraft, which is placing down and picking up and placing down and picking up and placing down and picking up and placing down and picking up lecterns until we finally get mending. Oh my god, okay. We finally got it. 24 emeralds is a little steep, but we'll work with it. Now we're going to collect some wood, and we're going to trade some sticks with Fletchers to get all of the emeralds we'll need. I think that's one of the best trades you can do in the game as far as getting emeralds is concerned. So I'm going to spend some time over in the jungle here getting all of the sticks we need. Alright, there we go. I think 4 mending books would be a good start for us. We're not going to put any on the armor yet. The armor isn't even that good. We have to get better base enchants first, but this will definitely take care of our tools. I'm also going to take some time to go back into the nether now that we have diamond armor, and I'm gonna get our levels back up to over 30. I'm gonna quickly enchant a new pickaxe, get fortune 3, efficiency 4, not bad at all. Now we have a fortune and a silk touch pickaxe. You can go ahead and throw a mending on that one. So now our axe, both of our pickaxes, and our shovel all have mending on them. And while I was at the jungle, I managed to pick up some bamboo, so I'm going to keep harvesting and growing this because we're actually going to need bamboo trapdoors and bamboo fences for this starter base. And we're going to use our brand new pickaxes to collect some cobblestone and some stone underground because we are going to be needing a bunch of this as well. And I'm also going to need a ton of diorite, so we're going to go exploring and see if we can find as much of that as possible. You know what kills me? There are a lot of uses for diorite, but it's still one of the most hated blocks in the community. A lot of people think it's the worst block in the game. There's a bee nest out here, cut down a couple of trees, and I stumbled upon it. So we're going to place some campfires down around it as well, and we're going to use some of the honeycombs that I got to craft some more beehives, and we're going to start a mini honey farm here. And I'm not going to tell you guys why yet, but we do need about 50-ish blocks of honey for the starter base, so we're going to let that thing go, and we're going to be collecting honey from it as we go along in the series and do other things. Now, one of the other blocks that we need is moss blocks, and I haven't come across a lush cave, which is kind of unusual. They're not that rare, and I've explored a lot of this world, so the fact that I haven't found one is kind of annoying. But I noticed on our map that out on this peninsula here, there seems to be some wood sticking out of the sand. So this is definitely a crash ship, and we're gonna go look inside of it and see if we can't find some moss. Okay, this entire thing is encased in sand and stone. This is going to be a little bit more difficult than I originally thought, but if we keep going here, we should be able to find the chest still intact. The terrain generation shouldn't have broken them. So, yep, there we go. There's the first one, and there's 3 pieces of moss in there. That's perfect. I'll also take the extra bamboo, some potatoes and carrots as well. Okay, that worked out perfectly. Let's also see if we can get into second chest here. Okay, we got a buried treasure map as well, which is pretty cool. So I'm not going to go looking for that right now because we don't need anything that a buried treasure could possibly have. There's no reason why we would need a Heart of the Sea. So we're just going to go home. And I'm going to take this moss here that we found, and I'm going to start bone mealing it with the little bit of bone meal that we have to try and get all the moss blocks we need. We're probably not going to have nearly enough because I'm just now remembering, not only do I need a couple stacks of moss, but I also need a couple stacks of mossy cobblestone. So we're probably going to have to go back to the nether in a little bit to get some bone blocks, but for now we're going to work with this. And just like I predicted, we ran out of bone meal, so we're back in the nether. I'm trying to carefully navigate this soul sand valley. I know there's a bunch of bone structures around the area here, so after collecting these, we should be good to go in the moss department. Alright, yeah, we got a bunch of bones, and I love how these things sound with the sounds mod in your inventory. It's so cool. But now we've pretty much got all the supplies we need, and it's time to start terraforming the area in which we're going to build the starter base. And the first thing I need to do is basically knock this island down to 1 level of sand blocks. We're eventually going to get rid of it, but this bottom layer we're going to use as a little bit of a base for the initial structures. Now with that gone and out of the way and all of our blocks collected, we can finally begin building the starter base. I'm very excited for this. And we're actually going to start with building the rock formations that are going to be surrounding the actual building. Alright, so all the rock structures are done, but we cannot continue with the build because I have run into a problem. I have forgot one incredibly essential block. We need like 10 stacks of wool. I mean, dude, sheep really just cannot catch a break this episode. But I'm going to take a little hole in the ground here. We're going to line it with some fences, and we're going to use the wool we got from our day 1 sheep to line the edges. This way we can get in and out, but the sheep cannot. Now, the problem is just the fact that we need to find a couple of these little buggers. Sheep number 1, bahaha. Don't talk back to me, dude. I don't know who you're mouthing off to, considering where... You don't even know where you're going, you little fatty. Look, you see this cow here? That's you if you don't shut the f*** up. You're about to spend the rest of your life in a cage. Anyway, I'm looking around in free cam here at the rest of the island, and there doesn't seem to be any more sheep, so... We gotta go on a little bit of an adventure here. Dude, how is there no sheep? Did I really kill them all? They should have respawned by this point. They know who they're dealing with. See, these sheep here actually have respect. They know who's playing on this hardcore world, and... Oh, never mind, wait, I found some. Hello, my friend. You and I have a very long journey ahead of us. Now we can start breeding up these sheep, and with the power of editing, we've got a ton of sheep. Look at that. It's like magic. I also improved the bee farm. It's much bigger now. Well, not much bigger, but... we have all the honey blocks we need. Hello, my friends. You live in a shoebox. It's a nice home. I got a bed. Well, the bed is actually for me, so never mind. But anyways, it's time to get back to work, and we're gonna get started on building the buildings. Building the buildings in Minecraft, the building game. Building the buildings in the building game. I don't know, man. Let's just get started. Now I gotta say, this thing, yeah, this is doing it for me. I'm liking the way this is turning out a lot. I will admit, the block palette is a little bland. I could have done more with colors, considering the fact that most of this is diorite and calcite. But again, this is a starter base, you know, like, I'm supposed to be using starter type blocks. We're good. It's good. We're moving forward. Now, there are some other structures that I want to build that are going to be attached to this thing, but I first want to close off some of the gaps we have in the build itself, and for that, we're going to need some spruce wood. So we're heading back up to the mountains here to get some of said spruce wood. God, please don't fall in the snow, please. Please, no. Okay. We're chilling. And we've got over 2 stacks of spruce wood at this point, so I think we're okay to head back. We're going to need to create a bunch of spruce trap doors. We're also going to need some stairs, and we are also going to need some stripped spruce wood, so we're going to go ahead and convert that real quick. And so let's come up to one of the side entrances here and try to figure out what this would look like if we put, I guess, some fake doors down. You know, not regular Minecraft doors, but doors that we actually build. Oh yeah. I like that a lot, actually. And so let's just do this in a few other places around the tower. But one of the things I also wanted to do, and the reason why we needed the honey blocks, was to make windows. Now, I know that doesn't make any sense, but we're putting glowstone beneath the honey. So what I'm hoping is that at nighttime, when we look through the windows of the build, it will have this kind of warm glow to it. I think it's going to look cool. You're just going to have to trust me with this, but yeah, it's gonna look good. All right, so all the doors are in place and the windows are in. And we're going to turn on shaders for this part, and yep, look at that. That's exactly what I wanted. Maybe we could put some fences in front of the smaller windows to make it look like they're closed, kind of, or something, but I just wanted this warm glow coming through the windows to make it look like lights on the interior are on. Now, I know you can do that with regular blocks and stuff too, but I like the addition of the honey blocks. And the fact that they kind of look more connected than regular glass, or not that they look more connected, but they look, again, I keep going back to the word warmer, but that's the word to use. They look warmer than just orange glass. It's the right temperature of color, if that makes sense. I like it. We're going to keep going. Now, again, looking at the map here, this whole big island that we've settled on, I want that to be where the mega base is going to be. And so in order for it to make sense to have this wizard tower in this location, we need to have a bridge, or at least half of a bridge. So that's what we're going to build next, because I would like to have this wizard tower connecting to what is eventually going to be another mega castle. That looks insanely cool. I'm so happy with this bridge. And I know there are no railings on it, and I know it's broken. There are reasons for both of those things. There are some... This is going to be a lore-heavy world, not nearly as heavy as my old hardcore series. There's not going to be cinematics and animations and things like that, but there is going to be story, I guess I should say, in this world. And there is a reason why the bridge does not have any railings, and I will get to that in another video, but I think it looks really cool. Now we're on to what is probably going to be a very annoying part of this build, which is getting rid of this last layer of sand and sandstone. I want there to be water everywhere because I actually want the entrance of this base to be down below, underneath of a waterfall, but we're not actually going to be able to get to that this episode. However, we can start setting up for that. There we go. I think that looks a lot better, actually. I kind of like the look of the sand on the last layer, but I think we're going to change that eventually too. And taking a look at this thing from the island, yeah, the shape of that is really cool. Now we just got to take a water bucket and fill in some of the empty spots on the ground here to make sure water is flowing everywhere. And there we go, that is the build complete for today. I know it's not technically complete and it doesn't have an interior, but at least this one is connected to the ground. I mean, come on guys, give me a break here, I'm doing my best. And we are going to be building the interior of this thing as we go each episode, so don't worry, this is going to be 100% complete. And as much as I'd like to complete the interior today, my progress is kind of being bottlenecked by our tools and the amount of XP we have. So today we are going to be building an XP farm to help us get the levels we need to continue this series. And the first block we have to collect is smooth stone, which means we need to get regular stone, which means we need to get cobblestone. And that kind of sucks because we can't just use our silk touch pick because it's almost broken. But we are going to do some strip mining in the mountains. This way we get all the cobblestone we need and we'll get some extra iron and coal along the way. So now let's take some of that cobblestone and make some additional furnaces, throw those down, get some coal ready, and start smelting that cobblestone into regular stone. Now we just gotta wait a while for everything to cook up, and then we throw the stone back in the furnace again to get the smooth stone. And then it's basically just rinse and repeat. I have to do that process like 5 more times now. But while we wait, let's give these sheep a haircut. They're looking extra chonky today, and we're gonna take that wool and turn it into carpets because we are going to be needing like 10 stacks of carpets for the farm. And that's because we're making a creeper farm, and the carpet will help stop spiders from spawning. Let's also keep collecting this honey as we go, just in case we decide to do something with it later. Now, while the next few rounds of stone are smelting, we are going to start mining a bunch of these trees, and we're doing that for a number of reasons. The 2 most important of which are needing space for the mega base that is eventually going to go here, and we are going to need over 1,000 oak trapdoors to make sure this farm runs properly. And trapdoors aren't exactly cheap as far as wood goes, so we really have our work cut out for us. Man, complimentary reimagined shaders just can't be beat, dude. But anyway, I'm making my first ever chest boat. I never realized how helpful these things are because I've never built a base like this around water before, but we knocked down a ton of trees and got the trapdoors we need, so we are going to begin transferring items over to the location we are going to be building in. And I think we want to kind of have it far out in the ocean, but not too far away from the starter base. I think around here should be good. Now, the only problem is I have to swim down to the bottom of the ocean and attempt to pillar up without drowning myself. God, please no. Ooh, okay. Yeah, let's keep going. Excuse me, sir. I'm trying to record epic Minecraft gameplay. Start throwing some chests down on this little platform and begin storing the items we need for the build right here. So now with the basic supplies gathered, we are going to begin building the actual farm itself. And this time, instead of starting with the exterior of the XP farm, we are going to start with the inner workings of the farm. That way we can use the farm as we go along to help keep our tools alive while we collect the rest of the supplies we need to make the farm look pretty. And I'm basically building the same creeper farm that was in my hardcore world, using small spawn platforms with trapdoors and carpets to prevent every type of mob from spawning except for creepers, and connecting the platforms together at the bottom with stone and water buckets to create a funnel for the creepers to fall into. I have to navigate these platforms and remove all of these torches, and I'm going to block off the bottom of this build and throw down the water buckets so the funnel can start working. And even though this farm doesn't have any walls yet, the creepers should still spawn when it's nighttime, so we can use this farm for now, albeit for only half of the Minecraft day cycle. But I'm gonna whip up a sword real quick and start using this creeper farm. It's so nice not having to stress about the durability of my tools anymore, I gotta be honest. We do still need to light up the top though, because we have some unwanted guests up there and they're kind of affecting the spawn rates, so they gotta go. I'm also going to want to take our scaffolding and tower them up to where our killing platform will be, and then I'm going to spend some time collecting experience. With over 30 levels collected, it's time to enchant this sword. And honestly, that's terrible. I mean, that's really bad, but I only wanted Sweeping Edge because this is going to be our killing sword, so I don't really mind. We're also going to murder some of these sheep for more food because we are running low on yummies. We'll get those cooking, and while we wait, we can test out that new Sweeping Edge enchantment. Oh yeah, this is fantastic. Yeah, this is much better. Now it's time to start gathering the supplies for the exterior of the build, the first of which is a bunch of grass and dirt blocks. Next up, now that we have restored both our pickaxes, we are going to head back up to the mountains to mine some more cobblestone and stone, because we are going to need more of those blocks as well. Maybe I should invest in a cobblestone farm. I feel like that would save us a significant amount of time. with all that stone collected, it's time that we start crafting up the next block we need, which is stone bricks. And then we are going to take those stone bricks and smelt them up once again to create some cracked stone bricks. And I actually think this might be the first time I've ever used cracked stone bricks in a build, which is kind of weird considering the amount of castle structures I make, but regardless, I'm kind of excited for this. Another stone type block we need is andesite, so we are gonna gup that shit down right quick. And then after that, we're going to need to swallow up some tuff, and I think we need to go deeper into some of these caves to find said tuff. So I'm a little nervous for that, but we should be fine. I am begging your finest pardon, get the fuck out of my game. Like, what are we doing? There we go. There seems to be a bunch here, so let's just grab all of this. Hey, and we even found some diamonds too. That's pretty awesome. I do need more of those. Wait, there's no way we found more. We got some lapis too, and some gold, and another vein of diamonds. We are up to 43 diamonds. Dude, people are gonna start to think this is scripted. There's no shot we just found more. I literally just got done with I've only been mining here for like 10 minutes. All right, you know what? Here are my coordinates for where I'm mining, and this is my world seed. Now you guys can go look for yourself, because I'm not even going to lie, that looks suspicious as full. Let's take all our tuff and the absolutely absurd amount of diamonds we found back to the surface and up to the creeper farm. Now, one of the more annoying blocks we need to get is dripstone, and I think the last time I found some was on my live stream a few nights ago, way out across the ocean, so we're gonna have to head out there. And just to quickly mention, you guys should have your channel notifications on if you want to see my live streams. It's a really good way to see a lot of footage that isn't included in my hardcore videos. And also, if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe and like this video. I think we found it. Yeah, there we go. They're in this cave here, so let's grab some. We should only need one stack of this, but I'm going to grab a few just because I like this block so much. But now let's head back to base using our very helpful and trusty chest boat. The dripstone in our possession, there is just one more block that we need, and that's actually polished basalt. So we need to head to the Nether and carefully navigate our way to a basalt delta and get as much of that as we possibly can carry. But now that we finally have all the blocks we need, it's time to organize them and start building. It has been very, very rainy today for some reason, but we have gotten the first half of this build done, which is the stone and dirt base. I do, however, want a winding path going up to the structure itself, so we are going to throw down some coarse dirt and some path blocks to help us get that looking good. But with that, it's time to get back to building. Alright my friends, the majority of this build is done and the creeper farm is fully functional. And honestly, I thought this farm wasn't going to be as efficient as the last one, but it seems to be working really, really well. And for the last step of this build, we are going to be throwing in some smaller details to help us get a more finished look. I'm also going to throw some torches under moss carpets to make sure this area is lit up without having any exposed lighting, and I'm going to slab off most of the rocks at the bottom of the build where the torchlight can't reach. That way no mobs can spawn anywhere other than inside the creeper killing chamber itself. Now the final details I want to put in go up in the holes that are dotted around the build. This island is supposed to serve as a prison for all the creepers, kind of like a creeper Alcatraz, and that's why it's so bland looking. And I added these holes around the base to make it look like there had been a few escape attempts, so we're going to fill in the holes with spruce fences and iron bars to make it look like the inner frame of the building has been exposed by explosions. But that is the build complete. I'm very happy with how this turned out. I know that perhaps this build isn't as vibrant and as jarring as many of my other builds, but I really do love the way it looks. I also experimented a bit with the dripstone and some mud blocks as well to kind of make it look like there are just some discolored patches in the build to add some extra texture and detail into it, and I think that worked pretty good. I also added this little dock area for us to pull up on our chest boat in. I think it's going to be very useful, and it's a good way for us to include natural storage for all of the gunpowder that we're eventually going to get. And yes, I know this base and all of the rocks are not connected to the ground, but the ocean in this area is just so incredibly deep that it would be very dangerous for me to attempt to do that right now, considering the fact I don't have respiration on my current helmet. But don't worry, as soon as I have armor that's going to allow me to stay underwater for an extended period of time, we're going to be connecting this thing to the ground in one of my live streams. I just really need to make sure that I'm actually going to live through that process first. We now have access to all the experience we could want and the ability to repair our tools consistently. So today I figured it might be time to tackle something a little bit bigger and switch up the formula a bit, which is why we are going to be building an entire fishing village in today's episode. Now, while I begin to collect some of the supplies we need for this build, I want to tell you why I'm doing this. And the goal for this series, or at least the goal for the beginning of this series, is to turn our entire starter island into one giant city. And we're going to have that city separated into different districts. For example, we're going to have this fishing and trade district, a mining colony district, of course we need a farming district as well, a residential district, and so on and so forth. And each of these districts are going to have a specific type of villager or multiple types of villagers that are going to be dedicated to said district. So for example, we're going to have a lot of our fishermen and Fletcher villagers inside the fishing district. That way everything will feel more alive and we will have a dedicated reason to visit each different place. Now I need to enchant this axe real quick. Efficiency 4, I don't know about that. Let's go ahead and craft up another one because that's not that great. Another regular efficiency 4. I mean, we could get efficiency 5 out of that, but that's still not the best. Also, if you're wondering where all of these places like this smeltery area are coming from, you guys really should check out my live streams. All of the interiors to my bases in hardcore I complete live in real time, so you guys should have your channel notifications on so you could check that out. But even though this axe isn't great, we're gonna rock with it for now, and we're going to get started with the first phase of this project. And I think we're gonna be starting over here on the southwestern kind of side of the island, and we're going to need to do a lot of terraforming, so all of these trees we're looking at right now kinda need to go. Alright, so with those pesky trees out of the way, we have a much cleaner area to work with. Now, this time around, in an effort to stay more organized with my build, I'm going to be taking some stone blocks and marking out some areas where we're going to need to separate the build into different sections. For right now, I think something simple like this should be good, just to give us a general idea of where we want things to go. Now, to get started with the actual building, we're going to continue using the stone that we've collected to start marking out where some walls are going to be, to kind of create a divider between where the actual fishing docks are going to go and the rest of the terrain. I'm also going to mark out some circular shapes around the area every once in a while as well to give us the opportunity to build some watchtowers. I want this fishing village area to feel pretty casual, but I do also want it to kind of be fortified at the same time. And I think that is a decent outline to get us started. Now it's time we go in and remove all of this dirt and stone blocks. I think this is a decent sized area that we've cleared out here, and my brain is already starting to work out where certain things are going to go, so I have to get my body to try and keep pace with it, and we have to start building the next part of this project. So I'm going to continue with the stone here and start to create an outline of where some of the docks are going to go. And I think having 3 on the right and the left side like this is going to look good, and then we're also going to build diagonally a little bit and have some diagonal docks in the middle too. I'm not sure how that's going to look, but hopefully it turns out well. Okay, I think that actually is going to look really sick. Now we just have to continue with the other side. And there we go, I think that's a decent outline. Now I just have to remove one more layer of blocks, and then we're going to start filling all of this in. And we're going to start this process by connecting the outline to the ground to get the shell of this thing done. And we're going to start at the bottom with some tuff and work our way up into cobblestone and then into andesite. And I'm hoping that's going to give us a little bit of the illusion that the stone that's been submerged underwater is, of course, you know, more wet and a darker color, and the stone that's above water is a bit more sun bleached and dry. Now I am running out of supplies, so I'm going to spend some time gathering some tuff, stone, and andesite to make sure we have all the blocks we need for this part of the build. I'm also going to use our shiny new axe to collect some spruce wood to make sure we have a wood block that's going to accent the gray stone nicely. Now before we install all of the wood and support pillars, I'm going to start up a live stream and we're going to fill in this entire area. Now with that done, we're going to take some of those spruce logs we got and start placing them around the outside edges of the docks here to create some support pillar looking structures. And I think that looks pretty good. I spaced them out every like 3 to 5 blocks, so we're going to keep going from here. And the next thing I want to do is come in with some spruce slabs along kind of the bottom area of the docks where the actual docks themselves meet the water. And I'm only going to do this on like 1/3 of the structure itself, because I want to have a smaller, lower area for the tiny ships to dock, and the other area is going to be for the bigger boats to dock. I'm also going to throw down some fences around the area as well to make it look like there's more support. Now we are going to get around to building some smaller ships later in the video, but I'm going to be saving the construction of bigger boats for another time, and I'll explain why we're doing that when we get to it. Alright, I think that looks pretty good. I'm also going to create a ramp off to the side here. That way the people, or I guess the villagers of this village, have a place to wheel all of their supplies up the ramp and onto the docks from where they're being dropped off by the ships. Yeah, I like that a lot. But now it's time to start building up the retaining walls of the dock area. And we're going to go for a traditional, simplistic, medieval style of wall here. I mean, it does not get more Minecrafty than this. People have been using this type of wall design for years, but this is going to match the vibe of the rest of this place. I'm also going to try to place some buttresses every now and again throughout the wall to give us another extra element of depth to the build. But with that done, now what I need to do is connect the top of the wall to the rest of the land, and we're going to do that by mixing in some path blocks, some coarse dirt, and the stone and cracked bricks that make up the wall. And I am going to try to make this transition from stone to dirt as smooth as possible. That way we have a cool walking area for our villagers to actually access the top of these walls and to get into the watchtowers. I think that looks decent for the moment. I do have more plans for what's going to go up here, but for now,
this will do. Now, earlier during the live stream, something I didn't show was I also spent a lot of time collecting a bunch of mud blocks. And we're going to turn these mud blocks into mud bricks, because we're going to be using all the different variations of the mud brick blocks to create the roofs for the watchtowers. I think a splash of brown or almost orangish red color in this area would match really well. I also want to briefly come over to the right side of the docks here to finish filling out this area so that it looks more complete. And we're going to do that by just adding another retaining wall and building up another watchtower. But now with the wall basically complete, I want to start working on the center staircase that's going to be leading up to the village portion of this build. So I'm just going to start clearing this little area out and adding in some spruce slabs and some other types of slabs to give us a smooth walkway. And I'm actually going to build 3 different pathways here, kind of branching off in different directions to give us a little bit of variation in our choices for walking directions. I think that looks really good. Now we have all these pathways and a little spot for us to like plant some trees or have some rocks in the middle too. But now that that little segment is done, it's time that we actually start marking out where all of the houses are going to go. And I'm going to start doing that by just using some more stone to outline the base foundation of the builds. And I do want some of these houses to also be diagonal, so we're going to mark those out as well. And I'm still not great at building diagonals, especially roofs, so this is a bit of a risk for me. But with the outlines laid out, it's time to use those foundations to build up the rest of the structure. And we're going to start with this corner lot towards the front of the project. And again, I want to go for a very traditional medieval look to these builds, starting with a stone, cobblestone, and andesite base at the bottom, and working our way up to a spruce log, or rather stripped spruce log frame, and a spruce and oak wood roof. And we're also going to be having some variations in the roof colors as well, by including some of those mud bricks in that we gathered earlier. Now, while we continue to do this, I want to fill you in with the plan for the rest of the city that's eventually going to be completely covering this island. I do have kind of an idea for a class system for the villagers, so I want the lower classes to be located towards the outer rim of the island, and the more upper classes going towards the center of the island closest to where the mega castle is going to be. And if you notice, in some of these buildings, I'm including a little bit of diorite. Now, the plan is to have the mega castle and mega base be completely made out of calcite and diorite, just like our starter base was, to give the appearance that it's been sculpted out of marble. And the plan is that as you get closer to the mega base itself, the regular villager houses will begin to have more of that marble incorporated into them. They'll have fancier roofing, better materials, and more decoration. And as you move outwards towards the outer rim of the island, you will see that quartz and diorite less and less, and the houses will go from being stone and mud bricks to primarily wood and wood roofing. And I think that will be a pretty good way to show the progression of wealth in the world. But for right now, we're going to keep things pretty simple by building just a couple of shacks and small houses. This also isn't going to be a very big village, because to be honest, there's no reason for anybody else to live here other than the fishermen villagers who are actively participating in the trade that goes on around this area. Now, even though there's not going to be a lot of villagers living here, I decided to take these 2 separate houses and combine them into one inn and tavern type of building, where both of the main structures are connected at the top, and you have a cool little breezeway that you can walk through in the center. This way, all the people that are traveling to and from the docks to receive their items have a place to stay and a place to eat. This is starting to look pretty cool if I do say so myself. Especially from down on the street view here, everything feels pretty claustrophobic, which is exactly what I'm going for. However, I will say all of these houses are looking very bland right now. So we are going to begin placing in some decorations, and we're going to start with some spruce fence gates. We'll just come along the bottom of all of the houses here and place them directly beneath the stripped spruce wood, and we're just going to open them up and have them face inwards to make it look like there are a bunch of little supports helping to hold the building up. We're also going to come in and place some doors everywhere, so that way we have where the entrances are going to be mapped out. And I'm also going to take some scaffolding and use those as window blocks. We'll throw some spruce trap doors down to act as shutters as well. And in addition to that, I also crafted up some composters and grindstones, and we're going to use those to make some little wheelbarrows. Now we can bring in some fences and some lanterns to give us a few light sources every now and again. And I would eventually like this entire area to be mob proof, but we're probably going to have to get to that in one of our live streams because I really don't have time to go into that much detail today. But I'm also going to take some leaf blocks and use some oak trapdoors and spruce trapdoors, I guess, too, to create some little window flowers and plants. And next, I want to build a little well sitting outside the tavern area. I think it would make sense if all the fresh water was collected right in front of where the restaurant is. And this is also going to give us a bit more separation in our walking paths. I also want to go back up to the houses for a moment and create some bay windows every once in a while to give us some more variation. And down towards the bottom of the build where the paths begin to split, I want to replace a lot of this dirt with stone and stone stairs and stone slabs. This way it will look like there's a natural rock formation with dirt and grass and moss kind of growing on top of it. And we're also going to do the classic medieval Minecraft village thing where we throw random hay bales inside of trapdoors everywhere. Another thing we're going to do is replace some of the regular blocks with walls inside of the actual house builds to once again just give them more depth and shadows to make them more eye-catching. Now we're also going to take some tough blocks here and we're going to create a few chimneys dotted around the place to add a more lively element to the build. Now I don't want this area to be a lag machine, so some of the chimneys will be on and some of them will be empty and off. Now that that's done, we can create some more coarse dirt, and we're going to come in between all of the buildings here and start working on some more pathways. Another little detail I want to add is using campfires and spruce wood planks, spruce wood slabs, and spruce wood trapdoors to create these little piles of wood every now and again to make it look like the villagers have stockpiled up on firewood. Now, more towards the inner section of this town, I want to start adding some stone walls and different variations of stone walls and stone blocks to create a few miniature gardens. I'm also going to be using some azalea plants as well as moss and some tall flowers to give us a pop of color. Now, the pop of color is not the only reason why there are going to be flowers everywhere. I did want to add a little bit of lore to this area, so here's what I was thinking. I figured since this is a fishing district, it probably smells really, really bad, like fish and random other things and salt water from all the items that are being transferred at the docks. So to me, it would make sense that in order to combat that stinky, poopy smell, I think that might have been the first time I said poopy in 10 years. What the fuck? But in order to combat the bad scents, the villagers have planted flowers and bushes and all kinds of foliage everywhere to help mask the smell. And in a few minutes when this is done, we're also going to start building some custom spruce trees to make it look like they've grown really big pine trees to also help with the smell. I'm also going to build up some like half makeshift retaining walls around the area just to help keep villagers corralled when we actually start transporting them over and moving them into their houses. But now that that's done, it's time to start building all of those pine trees I was talking about. And I am actually very proud of these custom pine trees because this is the first time I myself have 100% from beginning to finish designed a custom organic tree. I always tend to be scared of trees and stay away from them because they can be so complex, but I'm actually really enjoying this one. Alright, so with that done and out of the way, I've decided to turn shaders off for a couple of minutes just so I can better see how I'm designing this next part of the build, which is actually going to be a gatehouse. Now, we're going to be following the same designs that we used on the rest of the build, starting with cobblestone at the bottom and working our way up to lighter colors of gray. And I want this part of the build to actually go up pretty high because I do want it to stand out a little bit. Plus, you have to keep in mind that this is the entrance to this section of the city, so it's important to make a statement. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually kind of struggling to design the top of the roof here, so we're gonna take a break from that, and we're actually going to start by connecting these two pillars together. I want there to be another giant archway here that you have to walk through in order to get to this section of the village. And we're also going to come below the arch here to add in some more stairs and regular blocks to give the arch more of said archy shape. Yes, archy shape, whatever. There we go. I think this looks pretty cool. And I love how when you're standing at the top of the build and walking down, you could see directly through the dock right to the ocean water. Now, even though I do like the way this gatehouse is looking right now, I still think it needs a little bit more pizzazz to make it look more interesting. And I'm going to use the same technique I actually used on the creeper farm to create some water stains everywhere by starting with smooth basalt, working our way to cobbled deep slate, and then to tough. Yeah, okay, that definitely looks better. So we're just gonna do this in a few more places like so. And oh yeah, taking a step back, that's actually looking pretty sick. I like the way this is turning out. Now I'm also going to come in up top here to design a few windows by just using some spruce fences. And to be honest, these things don't look that great, but they don't really need to, because again, this is kind of just a fortification. It's a place for soldiers to shit. It's a place for soldiers to shit. I did not mean to say that. It's a place for soldiers to sit shit. It's a place for soldiers to sit and watch over the rest of the village. I'm also going to use the same water stain design on the inside of the arch to not only, again, give us more of that illusion of erosion, but to also create some shadows and to make it darker on the inside of the arch. Oh yeah, and this thing definitely does look good with shaders too. And so now it's time to start tackling the right side of this build, or rather the right raised area above the wall here. And we're gonna start by cutting back some of this dirt to make room for some rocks. I think it would be pretty cool to kind of have a layered rock feature, because eventually on top of this, we're also going to be building a lighthouse. And I know it doesn't make a lot of sense to have a lighthouse this far inland, but I think having an extra building that's poking out and taller than the rest of the builds up in the top right corner would be a really unique thing to break up the skyline of this project. And so we're just going to start by outlining all of the dirt that we've pushed back with stone and stone stairs and stone slabs, just like we did everywhere else. I think that's a good look for the first layer. We're also going to throw some andesite in as well to give us more block variation and texture. And then we're just going to repeat this same process a couple more times to give us that layered effect. And while I do this, I figured now would be a good time to do the comment of the day section. But today, instead of a comment of the day, we actually have the winner of the art contest that I ran over on my Discord server, which if you haven't joined the Discord already, you probably should. There's a link in the top of the description. And so today, I'd love to give a big shout out to Coco over on Discord. They created this awesome character art of my character surrounded by my space whales in the end dimension, and I think it looks absolutely beautiful. And so today, they are the recipient of an exclusive Discord role, and I'm going to be linking all of their socials if they have any in the description of this video, so please make sure you go check them out. I'd also love to give a huge shout out and thank you to everybody else who created art for this art competition. We had a lot of really good entries, and I'm super grateful to each and every one of you who took the time out of their day to create art for this channel. Thank you all so much for the participation, and we will definitely be doing this again in the future. But now we are done with the rocks and the moss, and I think this looks absolutely sick. I also took some time adding some campfires into the area as well to have little places for, again, like the watchmen to sit around them and warm up when it's really cold at night. And this is also going to help us naturally light up the area. But with those rocks complete, it's time to start doing a little bit of terraforming here at the top of this mound to get ready for where the lighthouse is going to go. And I'm going to try to create the main lighthouse tower off to the left here, and then have an actual residence attached to it down to the right that's a little bit shorter than the lighthouse itself. Okay, so the lighthouse is basically done. Now I just have to figure out a way to kind of get this thing to light up in a medieval type of situation. We're not to like the point where these guys have electricity yet, so this needs to be a firelit tower. And I'm gonna try to just put some netherrack up here and some flint and steel and hope that the wood parts of this build don't burn down. Yep, and that's exactly what's happening. Okay, we're losing. The roof is... Oh god, the roof is gone. Are you kidding me, dude? It's not even close to where the wood is. How did this catch? Oh, this is not good. This is really not good. Okay, I think we're all right. Just gotta rebuild this top segment here and we should be good to go. So we're gonna run back into the nether here and try to collect some magma blocks. I'm hoping that those will give the illusion of like hot coals and glowing fire without catching the wood on fire again. I don't actually know if magma blocks can do that, so we're taking another big risk here, but I'm hoping it's gonna work out. Oh yes, sir. That works very nicely. Look at how cool that looks. Dude, we're definitely gonna have to incorporate this in other parts of the island as well. That looks sick. And this village so far is definitely starting to come together. Now I just gotta add a couple more pillars onto the lighthouse, and this little build, well, it's not really little, but yeah, I guess it's kind of small. Not really. This build, or this section of the build, will be done. Looking good, looking good. Now again, I want these villagers to be able to kind of free roam the area, so I'm going to add another unique element between the gatehouse and the lighthouse. And so we're going to create kind of like a broken and ruined wall that's been overtaken by moss and grass. There we go. I think this looks very nice. Now this area does feel a little empty, so I am going to add kind of like a broken down tree or a tree that's been chopped down to make it look like the villagers are clearing this area to make room for new houses. And while we're at it over here, I might as well add a couple of stacks of logs as well to make it look like there are some more chopped down trees. But now that a majority of the village area is complete, I want to work our way back down to the docks and start creating some more decorations. And we're going to start by building these kind of miniature cranes that are going to be lifting up items transported by the boats. And in the spirit of full disclosure, this is not my own original design. I think I saw this on Pinterest somewhere, I'm not really sure. But anytime I ever build cranes on docks, this is the design I use, so to whoever created this in the first place, I apologize for stealing your build, and I will try my best to give you credit. I believe it may have actually been Trixie Blocks from a while ago, so shout out to him for that. And I think adding one of these every other loading dock platform would look pretty good. Yeah, okay, I like the way this is turning out. Now we're going to go over to some of these, and we're going to add some carts that are being lifted up by just throwing on some chests and some other random wooden blocks, and then adding trapdoors around the edges to complete the look. I'm also going to create a much smaller one that's just one block of hay surrounded by some trapdoors. And I'm also going to add a wheelbarrow here off to the side with some hay in it as well to make it look like the wheelbarrow is getting loaded up by the crane. Now, in order to help light up this area, I'm also going to add some lamp posts dotted around the place. And this is just going to be a couple of regular fences with some trapdoors on top and then a lantern hanging from them. But with that, it's time to get on to the bigger segment of this build, which is adding all of the workstations and shop stations that are going to be on the actual dock itself. And I want to start by adding some tracks on the ground to make it look like all of the carts that have been going to and from the docks have left some dirt trails everywhere. And this will also help us to get a good idea of the layout of the shopping area. And then we're just going to build up some of the shops. We're also going to decorate the area with various types of blocks to make it look like just a ton of items are flooding in from all the different boats. Now the section off to the right here is still looking pretty empty, so I want to add kind of a, I guess, open storage house type of build. So we're just going to throw up some spruce pillars, and we're going to try to design a pretty smooth roof that slopes upwards using slabs and trapdoors. And we're also going to decorate the roof a little bit using some oak trapdoors and oak wood to give us some more light splotches on there and to make it look like there are some holes in the roof. But I think that looks decent. Now I'm just going to take some empty bookcases and we're going to build up some shelving units inside here. And we're going to throw on a back wall to give us a little bit of separation from the outside. Now we just need to throw down some more shelves and place some chests and barrels on top of it. And we're also going to be using the same design that we used outside to create some fishing nets using some cobwebs I collected from a mine shaft and some trapdoors. There's also the spot over between the storage area and some of the market stalls that's a little empty. So we're going to continue with the decorating and throw some barrels and chests and piles of wood everywhere to help fill it in. And from above, I think this place is turning out pretty awesome. Now I just got to open a bit of a hole in the back wall here and create a little bit of a doorway. And this is actually a hallway that's going to lead to our string duper. Now, the reason why I want a string duper is because if you didn't know, fishermen villagers and Fletcher villagers both have an option to trade string for emeralds. And so having this string duper is going to be incredibly overpowered. But now with that done, it's finally time to get started on one of the last parts of this build, which is making the tiny boats. Alright, so after some trial and error, I think we've got a cute little design here. I actually like these things a lot, and they definitely match the vibe of the rest of the village. Now, I'm going to also attempt to create a diagonal one. I don't know how this is going to look. My god, that looks like trash from above. Holy shit.
Oh my god, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck?
That looks nothing like the other boats. Actually, from down at the side, it's not that bad. Maybe we just don't look at it from above. We're not supposed to be seeing it from up there anyways. Now, I went back to live streaming a little bit ago to get some trades with villagers done, and a lot of the people were pointing out that the area where all the rocks is still kind of looks empty. But I like the idea of the rocks being pretty visible, and I think it helps to make the lighthouse stand out a bit. So I think a good compromise here would be to build 1 or 2 houses that look like they're under construction. I mentioned earlier that these villagers had some knocked down trees and some piles of wood because they were making room for new houses, so it would make sense if we were able to actually see some of those new housing units being built. But with that done, I think that's pretty much it for this entire build, but I really like the way it turned out. Now I know it's not complete yet, and there's nothing in the market stalls, and the villagers haven't even been moved yet, but that's because I'm saving a lot of the more finer details for my live streams so we have something to do, and I may or may not want to build a villager breeder on the island, so I'm going to hold off on transporting villagers until I know for sure what I'm going to do with them. I also mentioned earlier that I wasn't going to build any big ships, and that's because I've also been thinking about creating a separate section of the dock area and making that a shipyard, but I think I want that to be its own video. But to be honest, I'm very happy with how this area turned out. And again, I know right now that it may not feel complete, but trust me, as we begin to build the rest of the island, this is all going to come together and work seamlessly. And now that that's done, I figured it would make the most sense to start working on the next part of the island, which is the area directly above the fishing village. And I think it would be pretty cool if we made this a farming area. Now, it's not going to be an entire district like the fishing village with a bunch of different houses, but we are going to have a couple of massive farms stretching across the length of the island. We're going to have a farmstead with a farmer's house and a pig pen and horse stables. And we're also going to build another house with a windmill attached to it and some silos as well for us to store all of the wheat we're going to be collecting. But we're going to get started nonetheless. And instead of starting with building today, we're actually going to start by grabbing some sand from our storage room, and we're going to run up to our creeper farm and grab a bunch of the gunpowder that we've been collecting over the past couple of episodes. Now, I'm sure some of you can see where this is going. We're going to be making a bunch of TNT. And the reason we're doing that is so that we can go to the Nether and do some TNT strip mining to look for Netherite. Because we're on to episode 4 and we still only have diamond armor, so I think it's high time we actually complete the armor set. So we're just going to craft up as much of it. What the what just happened? What was wrong with the dolphin? How about you guys? Did you see that? Anyways, with our TNT collected, it's time we head into the Nether, and we're gonna dig down to about Y level, anywhere between 10 to 15, and we're going to begin this very dangerous process. Alright, returning home, we managed to get ourselves 44 ancient debris, which isn't bad, but I gotta be honest, I was mining for a good couple of hours there, so I don't actually think it was considered successful considering the amount of time we spent in the Nether, but at the very least we have enough ancient debris to cover most of our tools and armor, so I'll take it. So with about 11 pieces of netherite collected, I'm going to kill some of these sheep here to get us food so we can start preparing for the next portion of getting netherite armor, which is going on a hunt for upgrade templates. Now I know you can find these in bastions, but I'm very nervous about doing this. I haven't challenged a bastion yet in this world, and it's been a while since I've done anything remotely PvE or PvP related, so yeah, this kind of has me on the edge of my seat. And I have no strategy whatsoever, so the second I find a bastion, I'm full charging bullheadedly into this. No plan, raw dog. It's definitely going to be one for the books. Okay, I have stumbled upon another fortress here, but it doesn't really look like there was anything good in here, so we're gonna leave it behind and move on. I gotta be honest, I've been looking for about an hour now, and I really thought I would have found one by this point. And literally, just as I say that, I find one. These piglins are actually being very annoying right now. Oh my god. No, okay. We're immediately on to eating golden apples here. I don't really need to use one, but I'm gonna do it just in case, because I know how brutal those piglin brutes can be with their golden axes. Alright, there we go. First wave done. Dude, we're not even inside the bastion yet, and we're struggling. Alright, but let's get up here and get into this chest. Okay, we got the music disc, pig step thing. We got a piece of ancient debris in this one. It's not bad, but not what we're looking for. No upgrade templates. And so with that, unfortunately, we are going to have to challenge the rest of this bastion to try and get what we need. Alright, so I finally found the upgrade template, and I got the hell out of Dodge. We had a few close calls there, I'm not gonna lie, I was sweating bullets for a little bit. But now we are back in the comfort of our home, and I can use our remaining diamonds to help us duplicate these upgrade templates. And we'll just start with a netherite chestplate. I think next we should do the leggings, and then for right now we are finally going to get back our Season 1 netherite sword. Oh yes, sir. I have definitely missed this thing. Now, I'm going to hold off on upgrading our boots and our helmet. One, because neither of them have mending on them, and I'd like to complete that enchantment list before we put netherite on them. And also because we have finally run out of diamonds, so I can't duplicate any more templates right now. So we're going to wait until either later in this episode or the beginning of next episode to actually start completing the netherite set. But actually, now that I mention it, we have so many emeralds, I want to run over to our librarian here and actually do some trading for some mending books. And I think 6 mending books will be good for now. This way, at the very least, we don't have to worry about the enchantment side of things, and we can just focus on getting more diamonds when the time comes. But now that we've got at least a little bit of netherite armor and a netherite god sword, I want to do another very dangerous project today, and I actually want to try and trigger a raid. Now, I'm doing all of this in an effort to get myself more protected in this world. I don't know why, but this time around I still feel very uncomfortable, and I've been having a lot of close calls, which is making me really nervous. You know, of course, losing my last hardcore world that lasted over a year and I clocked over 500 hours on, that's still fresh in my mind, so maybe I'm being paranoid, but at the very least, I want to get some totems of undying today. That way, our chances of surviving a near-death experience will increase tenfold. Now that being said, I actually have to live through this raid in order for it to work out the way I want it to. But with that said, it's time to get this raid started. We have done it, folks. I'm not gonna lie, a couple close calls again there. Again, like I said, I'm not having great luck, so having all of these totems is going to be insanely nice. Now, another thing I wanted to quickly address is that I have changed my totem texture pack. It used to be my little Incy texture, but I've actually opted to switch that one out for the blinking totems texture pack. And honestly, the reason why I'm doing this is because I feel like a bunch of other hardcore YouTubers just use their skin as their totems, and I honestly really just miss the default look of the totem, so we're going to be sticking with the default pack for now. Now, another reason I'm mentioning this is because this would be a really good time for me to shout out my live streams, and that's because YouTube has started implementing better viewer rewards like super chat goals. So by sending me super chats in my live stream, I've made it so that you guys can actually upgrade my totems of undying from regular totems to emerald totems to diamond totems, and I have a lot more planned in the future with this system, so definitely make sure you have your channel notifications on and come hang out during my lives. We have a lot of fun over there, and we're building a very close and tight-knit community through my live stream, so consider checking it out. But now that I'm feeling better about my chances of survival, it's time to get on to actually building the project for this episode. And I'm going to commit a few Minecraft war crimes here by creating a diamond hoe. Go ahead and put efficiency 4 on it, but that actually is not good enough, so I'm going to make another one. That's right. 4 out of my remaining 5 diamonds I have decided to use on a diamond hoe. I know how you guys are going to feel about that, but we're going to be building a farm, so I think it actually makes sense this time that we use a diamond hoe. And we're going to go ahead and get efficiency 3, unbreaking 3 on the second enchantment. I will take that, and yes, I am also going to combine this hoe, and then I am also going to throw a mending book on it. But with that done, we're just going to clear out a few of these trees here to make room for the actual farm. Alright, so with the trees out of the way, there is a bit of terraforming I need to do. However, this time the terraforming is not going to be anywhere near as extreme as the terraforming was for the fishing village. I honestly just need to clear out some of this dirt and place down dirt in other areas to get a smoother look to some of these hills here. I'm also going to mark out a bit of an area where a pathway or a wall is potentially going to go towards the back of the build here. Without spoiling too much, I would like this empty section here to actually be the mining colony, and although we can't start that in today's episode, there's nothing wrong with getting prepared for it. But other than that, I think the terraforming is pretty much done. One of the only things I have left to do is take down this beehive little enclosure here, and we're just going to relocate it into a couple of chests for now. That way the bees are safe and in storage and out of the way. I would also eventually like to have an episode based on a honey farm like I did in season 1, but that's probably a ways away, so I'm not going to make any promises as of right now. But with this area properly cleared and set up, it's time to actually start building the farm. And we're going to begin by digging a bunch of holes all over the place and placing water in them to make sure that the farmland can actually be saturated and crops can grow. Now, with the help of my live stream chat, we decided that one of the best blocks we could use to cover some of the water splotches are azalea leaves and the blossoming azalea leaves. I don't know if that's actually what they're called right now because I'm not looking at my screen, but the azalea leaves with pink flowers in them. Now, one of the reasons why I'm doing this is one, because I think it looks decent, but also two, because the leaf blocks are one of the easiest blocks I could get. I mean, people recommended that I do bamboo trap doors and then put the yellow coral fans on top of it. And as cool as that would look, it really would just take so long because I have so many holes to fill, no diddy. And I do also want it to look like there are some dead patches in the wheat field every now and again. We're going to be leaving some dirt blocks and some open blocks with some grass growing on them to give us a little bit of variation. But alright, the top portion of the land is done being filled in, and I think this area is looking pretty good. Now, I also want to mention that I installed a resource pack called Tall Golden Wheat, and this is to give us, well, obviously wheat blocks that are 2 blocks tall. We could have just gone with regular vanilla wheat, but I wanted to shake things up a little bit and do something different. Now we just need to continue tilling a lot of this ground here, and I'm going to be doing this farm section by section. So everything that we're tilling right now is going to be a part of the wheat farm, but we're also going to be having other sections where we plant carrots, potatoes, beetroots, pumpkins, and even some flowers. However, earlier in between episodes, I made a bit of a mistake here that's going to set us back about an hour or two. I had been using this area to bone meal and grow those really tall spruce trees, and those giant spruce trees spawn podsoil, and I forgot that you cannot till podsoil. So I have to dig all of it up, replace it with grass, and then get to tilling. It's not a very big area, but it's an area that's large enough to set us back a little bit, which it's not that big of a deal, but kind of annoying. Alright, so with most of the wheat area tilled, it's time to come in and I want to do another very classic Minecraft medieval style of build here. And we're going to be taking some cobblestone and some stone to build up some kind of retaining walls to give us a pretty and natural looking rock outline to the farming landscape. I'm also going to bring in some stairs and some slabs to make the rocks a little bit more detailed. And we are going to bring in, again, some azalea leaves to give us a little bit of shrubbery around the area as well. But now that the shrubbery and rocks are done, I'm going to run over to the plains biome here, and I'm going to just use my hand and some water buckets to clear out a bunch of grass to get us a bit of a jump start on our seed collection so we can actually fill in this wheat field. But with all the seeds collected, we're going to jump into a few more live streams here, and we're going to build up the rest of the sections of this farm. And there we go, guys. It's not fully grown yet, but this farming district is starting to look really, really cool, and I'm very happy with how it's turning out so far. I even added a section with roses to give us a bit of a more red color and a pop, and I added all different kinds of sections of plants and food blocks here, and don't even get me started on how cool this stuff looks on the map. But now I'm going to start transferring all these items out of these chests and moving them over to the left of the build here because it's time to start working on the farmstead. And we are also going to take down our nether portal and put that away for now. Now I just need to do a little bit more terraforming and dirt removal to get ready for these houses. But with the area set up, I'm now going to travel off of the main island towards one of the smaller islands that are surrounding my base, because I'm actually going to need to collect some dark oak wood. I want to change up the palette a little bit here to get some different colors going, and I think this would be a good addition. Now, the other thing I need to collect before we head home is sandstone and smooth sandstone, because again, I'm going to be going for a very traditional medieval style of house here, but instead of using like white concrete or white terracotta for the walls, I want these builds to have a little bit more of a worn down yellowish hue to them, so that's why we're opting to go for the sandstone. So now I think I'm going to start building the foundations here, and I actually want these to be a different material than the rest of the walls. So we're going to go with cobblestone and stone for the bottom part, and we're going to use those dark oak logs to build up the frames a little bit, and then we're going to fill in the rest with that sandstone and smooth sandstone. Yeah, I think this is definitely a good look. I'm also going to add on a spruce plank section to one of the smaller buildings here. This is probably going to be where the pig pen is, and then I'm also going to make a diagonal build, and that is going to be the horse stables. But now with the foundation set, let's begin building up the rest of the structures. So with the skeletons of the main buildings complete, I want to come in here and do a little bit more terraforming using that stone and cobblestone wall design that we had earlier, just to kind of give us some extra layers to the build here. Now I'm also going to come to the back of the build here and start laying out some wooden fences, so that way we can have a few different enclosures for cows and sheep. But there we go, I think that looks pretty good at the back of the houses here. Now, I'm also going to come to the front of the build and do a similar design. This way we can have a completely enclosed farmstead for our farming villagers, and they should be completely safe from mobs once we finally decide to actually move them into here. Which we're probably not going to do that today because we haven't even moved the fishing villagers into the fishing district yet. But it's time that we also start putting in some more little details on the rest of the builds to make them feel more complete. I'm also going to build out a little section here for a feeding trough of some kind for our horses. I think something like that would look good for now. And I'm also going to come to the top of the farmer's house here and add in a couple of like little outcrops for some windows in the roof. And we're also going to create a couple piles of barrels and hay bales dotted around the area. Now, one of the other things I wanted to do is come to this kind of front section of the build here and create another little separate fenced in area for some chickens and a chicken coop. And we're going to be using some of that pod soil for the ground here and some coarse dirt and regular dirt mixed in. I do want this chicken coop to be pretty sizable. I could throw a very small automatic chicken or egg farm into here, but to be honest, I don't really ever see myself needing eggs, so I don't mind collecting them by hand. I mean, chickens seem to lay eggs pretty frequently, so once we get a decent number of them in here, I don't really think we're going to be needing an automatic farm. It would probably be a very simple, easy thing to do, but I'm lazy and I'm not gonna do it. We're also going to do the classic chicken coop design here and throw some dead coral fan blocks on the ground to make it look like the chickens are nesting in different places. And I also want to start using some coarse dirt path blocks and more pod oil to create some of the pathways that are going to be leading us around the base, just to kind of make this place look like it's actually been lived in. We're also going to start tilling up some more sections of the actual farmstead here. We're going to be planting some beetroots and potatoes, and eventually we're going to be throwing some composters down as well. This way the villagers here have access to the career blocks they need, which are the composters to activate farmer villagers, and they have things to throw in them. And I think this area is actually starting to look really cute. I not gonna lie, I kind of wish this was the starter base, but we're gonna keep going nonetheless. But this view here from the farmer's house overlooking the farm and our starter base looks absolutely beautiful. And I went ahead and fired up another live stream, and I finished detailing a lot of this place. We have all the composters we need, and I threw down a couple of wheelbarrows. All the beetroots and potatoes have basically grown. I added some campfires around the place as well, added a bit more detail to the feeding trough, finished adding some mud on the interior for the pigs to play in, and I also collected a donkey and a horse on stream, and we still need to name these guys, so if you all have any recommendations for horse names, leave them down in the comments. But we managed to find a really cool looking all black midnight type of horse, and we threw some diamond armor on him, and I just think he looks gorgeous. In back here, I also added a little feeding station and a drinking trough for our cows, and I began breeding them up a little bit. We only have 3 right now, but that number is going to quickly grow. And I also moved our sheep into their pen as well. This area is really starting to come together. However, we do need to get started on the next part of this project, which is clearing out the walking pathways that we're going to be using to actually traverse the farm. And we're going to start with the main big one towards the bottom of the wheat field here. And I'm going to have it kind of curving along, following the path of this primary cobblestone wall here. That way we get a bunch of different angles to view the farm and the starter base and the fishing village, and we're going to be creating some really cool lines of sight with this. I'm also going to be creating a much smaller pathway leading up to the farmstead itself. I think that looks decent from above, and as I'm walking this thing, you can definitely tell that we are going to get some really cool angles of all of our different builds. Did I just spawned 4 chickens out of 1 egg? Wait, can that happen? Hold on a second. In Minecraft, the chance of spawning 4 chickens from an egg is 1 in 256, or 0.39%. Okay, so that's not as incredibly rare as thought, but that's still pretty cool. Anyways, time to move on. Okay, so I kind of made an oopsie. In the excitement and adrenaline, I guess, of spawning 4 chickens, I forgot to press record. So basically, the pathway is done. Fortunately for you guys, I didn't do that much work other than replace the farmland with more coarse dirt, pods oil, and path blocks. I also used some spruce slabs and some spruce trapdoors to create a smoother transition between the different levels. And I think this is looking much better. I'm just glad right now that I remembered to turn the camera back on. But cool stuff aside here, I want to begin clearing out a small area to the left of the farmstead for us to actually put the windmill and the windmill house. Now, I want this build to be very similar in shape and color and design to the rest of the farmhouses. So we're going to be sticking with the stone, cobblestone, dark oak wood, sandstone type of vibe. And I don't want this windmill to be super elaborate either, so we're going to be keeping it pretty small and simple. Now, if you're one of my Patreon members, you'll probably recognize this build because you guys got access to it a couple of days ago. Now what I need to do is just put the finishing touches on this thing, namely connecting it to the ground so it's not just floating here. I'm also going to tear up some more of the farmland to create some more worn down pathways, and I'm going to install some spruce plank flooring. But there we go. I think this thing is a really cool addition to the farmstead. But now I want to come to the back right section of the build here behind the houses and the horse stables, and I want to build up 1 or 2, probably 2 silos that we're going to use to store all of the wheat that we collect. And we're just going to work our way up using, again, the same color palette and block palette that we've been using on the rest of these builds. And these things aren't done yet, but we're going to take another quick look at the map here, and it's just... yes, this place is definitely coming along. I do want to come in here and make these look a little bit more worn down, so we're going to put in some stone stairs to make it look like some parts of the stone have fallen off and maybe there are bricks missing and things. I'm also going to put in some pulley systems using some chains and grindstones. This way there's some kind of mechanism that looks like one way or another the wheat is actually able to be carried up and placed into the top of the silos. Even if the actual entry point to the silos isn't visible, it will get the point across. And I'm going to put some oak trapdoors and spruce trapdoors in to make it look like there's some patchwork going on. You know, perhaps some of the bigger portions of the silos that are missing where the rocks have decayed, the villagers now replaced that and covered it up with some makeshift wood planks and stuff. There we go. I think these are great little additions to the build. Now we just need to come in again and make sure the pathways around this area are all finished. And then we're going to work our way down to this area of the build here to start working on one of the things I'm actually most excited for in this project, and that is the little ruined castle area. Now this area serves no purpose other than to look kind of cool and add some world building. You guys have been saying that my projects in this world need a bit more story elements to them, so I think this is definitely going to help with that. Perhaps maybe from now on in these videos, you guys should begin to watch out for some more hidden details and ruined structures like this. Maybe in the past in this world there was another civilization that lived here first that got overrun by these new villagers and all of their structures decayed and were left to ruin. But there we go. I think that is definitely a neat little addition to the area. Now I need to start working on some more of the pathways that are actually surrounding the farm. That way we're able to create a smoother transition from the farmland itself to regular grass and to other parts of the build. But while we do this, I figured it would be a good idea to do the comment of the day section of this video. And today, instead of just addressing one comment, I'm going to be addressing a couple hundred comments at once. But a lot of you have been asking about the texture packs and resource packs that I use in this world. Now I do have a mods video on my channel that shows off a lot of the mods and resource packs that I use. It's my most recent one that I uploaded a couple weeks ago, and in that video I specifically state that that particular pack was not for my hardcore world, but I was referring to my season 1 hardcore world. The pack that is in that video is almost exactly the same one that I'm using today in this world, so keep that in mind. Now since then, I have also added a bunch of new mods and resource packs, and the reason why I haven't come out with a full pack on my own yet is because I'm still working on it and developing it, and I don't want to post a mod and resource pack that is incomplete. So I know it's taking a while and it's probably getting annoying for you guys that you don't have an Incy pack yet, but I really want to make sure this is done properly before I drop it to you. I do not want to give you guys something that is incomplete. There are just a lot of people that I need to talk to and a lot of different things that I need to get set up. Now I also want to come in here and create a few small wagons around the area just to make it look like there are actually villagers that are traversing these paths. And another thing I want to do is build one of my favorite small builds in Minecraft. I want to dot a few scarecrows around the area. And so we're going to do this by just putting down a cobblestone wall with a fence on top of that, followed by a bale of wheat, some fences on the arms, and of course some jack-o'-lanterns and carved pumpkins for the heads. And I also think the new-ish variations of the bamboo slabs and trapdoors would be perfect to make some small straw hats. And I think it would be pretty cool if we have most of these just be carved pumpkins, but one of these be a jack-o'-lantern. I feel like somehow it kind of makes it feel like that this one particular scarecrow maybe houses the soul of a villager or something, to add a little, I don't know, I'm just trying to add like a little ghost story to the area. I think it would be cool and make a lot of sense to have like a possessed scarecrow next to the ruined castle, just to give the world a little bit more history. But perhaps this scarecrow helps weary travelers and, you know, lights up the way for them. It doesn't have to be malevolent. All right, so I have a few stacks of spruce wood left over from the last couple of builds that we've done. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to start breaking a lot of this down, turning it into more stripped spruce logs and spruce trapdoors, spruce fences, and spruce fence gates, because we're going to be building more of those pine trees that we made in the last episode. All right, I really love these things. I know it's the same design and you guys have seen them before, but I think they help add a lot to this world. Now I'm going to come back in the farm here, and as much as I love this giant oak tree, I actually want to replace it with something else. Now if you look around, you'll see that in between segments, I added 2 new texture packs to the hardcore world, and that is the Autumn Dark Oak Leaves and the Autumn Birch Leaves by Lidwini. I don't know. But they basically make birch leaves yellow and dark oak leaves red. And the best part about these is that they're not biome dependent, which means we can place them in whatever biome we want and they will retain their colors. Now, I think it would be pretty cool to have this village set in kind of like a fall theme. So I'm going to be harvesting a bunch of these new yellow and red leaves to combine them with some of the darker greens to make it look like the leaves are beginning the transition from being alive in the summer to dying and falling off during the autumn season. And so I've come up with a really big tree design that looks similar to the pine trees, but it also has a bit of a fluffier look to make it look like it's, I don't know, some kind of grand oak tree as well, you know, a tree that actually does lose its leaves in the fall time. I think combining all these colors together could create for a really cool scenario, and it's also just going to give us more color in our world in general. But there we go. I think this tree looks pretty cool. It is a little too bulbous on top, so we're going to spend some time trimming it down, fixing it, and making it look a little thinner. But there we go. I think that looks much better. Now, something to note while I show off this tree, guys, I don't know if I'm going to keep this texture pack. I actually want to run this idea by you guys and see what you think about it. Now, it's important to note that I am eventually going to start working on my own texture pack that is going to add colors that are more akin to what I'm looking for. I honestly think that as cool as this looks right now, it looks a little weird that these new leaves aren't bushy like the rest of the leaves are, and I honestly think the reds and yellows are a bit too vibrant. They stand out a little bit too much. But I do like this idea in concept. I'd also like to quickly just show off the tree right now to let you guys know what it looks like without these vibrant colors on, and I still think it looks insanely good. So either way, with or without the texture packs, I think we have a good design going here. But definitely let me know what you guys think down in the comments. Would you rather me keep all the default leaves, or do you think color leaves in a texture pack is something you would like to see me pursue and work on? But with leaves aside, that's pretty much going to do it for today's episode. And now I know that this video may not have been what you were expecting. I know there isn't as many buildings in this area as there was in the fishing village, but that's also kind of the point. The main attraction of this area was meant to be the farm and the plants and crops that grow there. It wouldn't really make sense if we had houses for tens or hundreds of villagers when there's normally only I feel like this area would only have like 5 villagers that are dedicated to farming at the most. I mean, even in real life, you normally have 1 to 3 farmers handling an absolutely massive plot of land. So I think it's natural that there aren't as many houses. And I know that also kind of towards the outer edge of this area, it looks a little incomplete, but just like what I did with the first episode and this episode too, as time goes on, you all are going to see things come together. I understand that this is still very much a trust the process moment for you guys, but I am happy with how everything turned out. Maybe I'm being too hard on myself. And with that complete and the harbor area complete, we are now left with this kind of empty space off to the right. So today I figured it would be a good idea to fill it with the mining district. This is where all of our blacksmith type villagers will live. And this is where we're going to store all of our stone type blocks, like stone itself, cobblestone, granite, diorite, andesite, you get the idea. But we're also going to have this area be the entrance to our new strip mine. Now, I don't think we'll get to actually building the strip mine in today's video, but we're at least going to tackle the above ground portion of this. Now, I don't really have a plan for the order in which I want to do things today, but I know for a start, I want to defeat the Ender Dragon. So we're going to begin by finally completing our netherite set of armor, throw some netherite on our boots, and on our helmet as well. Get me that nice cover me in debris achievement. I like the way this looks. We're also going to take a lot of our remaining gold and use that to craft up some more golden apples. That way we can get regen. We're going to make ourselves a new shield as well. And heading over to the farming district, we are going to steal one of these pumpkins that we're growing and use it to make a jack-o'-lantern so we can throw that on over our heads so that we're safe from Endermen. Now, I've mentioned this a few times at this point, but I still am feeling very unsafe in this world. I think losing the last hardcore world has really given me a decent amount of PTSD, so with this Ender Dragon fight, I think I'm gonna go a little bit overboard. I'm actually gonna head out to this plains biome here, and I haven't slept for a few days, so some phantoms should start spawning soon. And I absolutely hate dealing with phantoms, but I need their phantom membranes to make slow-falling potions. Yeah, dude, phantoms are definitely... What, dude, they're just one of the worst additions to Minecraft, but this is a really useful potion. And I'm just now realizing that I don't have any nether warts, which means I need to go back into the nether to find another fortress. Yeah, okay, just give me a second. All right, I finally found one. I'm also going to collect some blaze rods while we're here, so we can get blaze powder to use as fuel in our brewing stands. And you know, while I'm here, I think I'm going to hunt and try to collect some wither skeleton skulls. I don't need these for the ender dragon fight, but I would like to make a beacon afterwards because there's a lot of terraforming we're going to have to do in this episode. So getting access to haste would be... it would just make this process so much easier. You know, I've been here for longer than I'm willing to admit. But anyways, I think we got a pretty good drop rate of wither skeleton skulls. It's just that this fortress was not spawning them very frequently, so... I mean, I spent a good 4 to 5 hours here. It was absolutely ridiculous. But with the skulls collected and the nether warts acquired, it's time to start heading home. I'm also just going to keep breeding up our sheep as we go along, and we might as well do the same for the cows. But alright, returning home, we're going to throw our wither skeleton skulls into this chest here because we're not going to be using them yet, but I also spent some time in a warped forest killing some endermans, so I took some of those ender pearls and threw them together with some blaze powder to get ourselves the eyes of ender that we're going to use to find and activate the end portal. Now we can just head over to our brewing stand, throw in a nether wart to get us an awkward potion, and we're going to follow that up with a phantom membrane to get us the slow falling potions. And I also think I'm going to throw a piece of redstone on here to make sure that that slow falling lasts longer. And with that, our alchemist brewing portion of the video is over and we can move on. Now, another thing I'm going to need for this ender dragon fight is a bow of some kind. I would like to get infinity on it. First enchantment, so we get just power 4. That's, yeah, horrible. I don't know, my luck has kind of been hit or miss in this world with enchantments. I don't know how I feel about that. But let's make up another one here, see if we can't get infinity. We'll give it another shot. Nothing. It doesn't look like we're getting anything good out of that. I might as well just think I might re-roll and punch 1. I just did a 3-level enchant for punch 1. Okay, bow number 4. Give me... I really just want something good. Unbreaking 3 and infinity. Okay. That's really all I wanted. You know, we got power 4 on it too, so we're going to throw these guys together in our anvil here. And of course the anvil breaks, so I guess we're making a new one real quick. There we go. Let's throw that down and then get all of these guys together in our new anvil. And power 5, punch 1, unbreaking 3, infinity bow. That will definitely do for our first ender dragon fight. I'm also going to take a bunch of grass blocks with me just to mark out where we've been, because we're probably going to be traveling to a bunch of different end islands as well. And I'm going to run back over to the farm here, and I'm going to use a bunch of the wheat that we've been collecting to get us a ton of bread. I'm kind of low on animals right now, so I don't want to kill any more of them until I rebreed them and get their numbers back up. So although it's not the best source of saturation and regeneration, we are going to run with bread as our main food source for this ender dragon fight. But with that, it's time to set out. And it looks like the eyes of ender are leading us out into the ocean in this direction, so we're just going to start heading way far out. And I think, oh, there it goes. It goes straight down. Does that mean, I think that means that we're right above it, right? Yeah. I see something. What is that big bulging structure? Is this the stronghold? Do we have some kind of weird terrain thing going on here? Hold on, let's dig in and see what this is about, because I've never seen this before. Well, I can hear mobs. Oh my god. It is the stronghold. This must be a little bit of a problem with tectonic then. Bit of weird terrain generation. That is mildly annoying, but we'll work with it. Alright, let's explore this a little bit, see if we can't find the portal. Immediately we're finding a library though. I do like these places, I think they're pretty cool. Aren't there supposed to be chests everywhere though? Why can't I can't seem to find any. Wait, here's one. Okay, Curse of Vanishing, not interested. But we did get an eye armor trim, which is pretty cool. So I'll take that. And then there should be another chest up here, which, where is it? Okay, it's in the corner here. This has some interesting things, another armor trim. Frostwalker 2, okay. Again, Frostwalker 2, Fire Protection 3, and Fortune 2. Those Those aren't bad books, but I don't have space for them, so we're gonna leave all the books and the trim in this chest and just remember, or at least try to remember. I'm definitely gonna forget they're here, but we'll come back for them eventually. But with that, it's time to get all of these Eyes of Ender in the portal frame. And off we go into Minecraft's deadliest dimension. Go. Ender Dragon has been defeated. It feels good to be back here, man. Well, I mean, I'm not looking forward to bridging over the void, but it feels good to be in what is considered endgame Minecraft. We're just gonna scoop up the egg real quick, and then we can go out and start looking for some shulker boxes. Yeah, this is definitely this part right here I have not missed at all. Alright, I'd say that was a pretty good success, so it's time to head home here. We got 26 shulker shells, which is not bad. I would have liked to have gotten more, but for now, that's probably going to be more than what we would need. And with the sun rising on a new Minecraft day, it's time to move on to the next portion of this project, which of course would be quickly gathering some obsidian and then heading right back out to the end. And like I said earlier, we're just going to clear out a little block underneath of the end portal here. We'll throw down that obsidian we got and pair it with a very peculiar shaped stack of soul sand, activate the wither, and then defeat it like it's nothing. And just like that, we have another star for a beacon. And we got a really cool invulnerable witherhead, which, if you guys don't know, is a part of another mod that I have installed that adds a bunch of different mob heads to the game. They don't grant you any special abilities or anything. They're literally just for decoration, but I figured maybe in the future, something along the lines of I collected every head in Minecraft would be a cool video title. I mean, just look at this menu here. There are literally hundreds of them, so maybe that is something we save for a future project. But anyways, we're just going to head back to the overworld and get that beacon crafted up. Now we're going to start heading back over to where we're going to start building the mining district. Did a horse drown? I know I was gonna say, I know skeletons spawn on them, but I thought that maybe it had to be during a rainstorm or something. I don't know. Fortunately, that wasn't as bad as I thought it was gonna be. But anyways, we're heading up to the mountains real quick because I need to search these areas for some more iron because we need to be able to fully complete the beacon, and I have finally run out of iron. I don't have enough anymore, so we need to collect a bunch of that. Alright, and using our fancy schmancy new shulker boxes, we have got a bunch of stone, cobblestone, and we have almost 5 whole stacks of iron ore, which is absolutely insane. So we're going to be taking that back down to the base, breaking it up, and seeing just how much we get. Everybody, leave your guesses in the comments right now. Tell me how much iron you think we're going to get from this stack of ore. And the answer, almost 10 stacks. That's insane. That should get us all the way through, maybe. I don't know. We might be a couple blocks short, but we'll see. Now I just gotta spend the next couple of minutes getting this all smelted in the blast furnace. Alright, so we ended up with 2 stacks and 33 blocks of iron, which annoyingly, I believe, is just like 3 to 6 blocks short. I think a full iron beacon requires 2 stacks and either 36 or 39 blocks. So that's incredibly annoying, but I'm not too worried about that. I'm just going to search all of our other chests around the world, and I definitely have some iron hidden elsewhere, so I just have to find it and we should be good to go. So let's come to the top of the hill here, right next to the wheat fields, and we'll start building up this beacon. I love the sound of beacons powering up, dude, and it's especially satisfying. I don't know, just the first time you load one up in a world, hearing that noise is just perfect. One of my favorite parts of the game. But let's throw an emerald in there and get ourselves haste 2. And now it's time to start terraforming the mining district. And while we do this, I'm going to address the comment of the day, or rather the comments of the day, because a lot of you guys were pointing this out. But at the end of last episode, I talked about the possibility of installing custom resource packs to change the colors of certain types of leaves in the game. Most notably, changing the dark oak leaves to be red and the birch leaves to be yellow. And so I've been spending a lot of time thinking about what I want to do with this, but a lot of you guys pointed out that the resource packs I had in the last video really didn't work. You guys pretty much agreed with me in what I was saying, in that the leaves were too bright and the trees that I made almost kind of look like Christmas trees, not like they had fall leaves on them. So one of the things I'm considering doing, and the thing I think I'm going to do, is actually use a shader pack to change leaves when I want to get specific visuals. In fact, BSL shaders actually have a season setting where the leaves will change colors depending on what season it is in the resource pack and shader pack. And this was brought to my attention by a YouTuber named Witty, so a quick shout out to him. He's also got some really cool videos on his channel, and right now he still has less than 1,000 subscribers, so go give him some support because he's a really good builder and I like the stuff he's got. But yeah, anyways, I think I'm going to refrain from using custom resource packs for now to change the leaves and possibly rely on shaders, something that is more consistent and fits the theme of the world a bit better, but we'll see as time goes on. Anyways, back to the video. Alright, that beacon was definitely a lifesaver. This actually only took me about an hour and a half of mining to get this entire hill gone, but this looks absolutely insane. It looks a little weird right now because the terrain is all flat and I haven't worked out all the details, but this is a really good start and is going to give us a good idea of what we're going to be working with. And I mean, just standing against the wall here, let me zoom the camera out. You can really get a feel for the scale of this thing. It's just absolutely huge. But we're actually going to start making this thing even bigger by marking out another area for a lower section of the mine. I want this to have about 3 levels to it. That way we can have a bunch of things that are visually interesting going on. Like, I'd like to have the top level be primarily residential buildings and things, the secondary level be forges and whatnot, places where all the ores are actually getting smelted down, and then finally the lowest level is going to be where all of the mining takes place, and that is again where the entrances to our strip mines are going to go. And I think that's a decent shape to start with. Trust me, this will look a lot better when it's done, but let's keep going. But now we're gonna head back to the starter base for a quick minute and get a bunch of tough blocks using our new shulker boxes. I'm so happy we have shulker boxes again, man. I needed this storage so bad, it's not even funny. But anyways, we're going to gather some tuff. We're also going to take all the andesite we can get our hands on as well, because we're going to be needing that. And I'm going to finally be using all of the wool that we've been collecting from the sheep farm, because we need some light gray wool as well. And I'm going to be using the light gray wool to create highlights on the rocks. So hopefully that will look good, a way to simulate light. What the f was he doing? Why? Okay, wait. Speak, bro. Why are all the animals in this world tweaking out, man. They all have issues. It was the dolphin last episode. It's the skeleton horses this episode. For some reason, it seems like they all like to show me what kind of tricks they can do. But anyways, let's kill some of these squids, get some ink sacs for black dye, and then we'll combine that with white dye to get light gray dye. And then we'll dye the wool. Lots of dye. There we go. We got a good bit collected. Now let's just make all the dye. I need to find a different word to describe what I'm doing right now. And we will dye. Okay, that's it. I'm done. We're getting the light gray wool and we're moving on. So now that I have all the blocks collected, I'm going to be using some rock presets that I made to help me design and outline the shape of, again, the rock formations in the actual mining district themselves. I do want them to look natural, but I also want them to be kind of squared off in certain places to make it look like they have actually been mined out and like there are people actively working on them. And if you're interested in getting access to this rock pack, you can find it over on my Patreon. And with most of the rock work done, this place is looking a lot cooler. Now, I've left an empty crevice in the side of the mountain here because I would eventually like to put like a cracked open amethyst geode in there. I think it would be pretty cool. And there may or may not also be some lore elements going on there with the amethyst crystals, but we'll get to that in another episode. For now, I need to start getting ready for the actual buildings that are going to be in this area. So we're going to start by getting some deep slate tiles ready for the roofs. And over the past couple of days, I've been live streaming a lot and I actually collected a ton of dead coral blocks. So we're going to be using those as stone textures. And I also spent a lot of time during my lives mining dark oak wood in dark oak wood forest. So we're going to take some time here placing all of those logs down and converting them to their stripped variants. But with all the blocks ready to go, it's time to start building the first structures that are going to be going in this area, which is actually some medieval kind of almost townhouse looking buildings. And I'm going to have these lining the right portion of the area here. And this is meant to be the residential part of the mining district. So the story of the world goes that this area is so rich in resources that the villagers have basically been mining here for years. So in order to make the process more efficiently, they decided to move a bunch of the blacksmith and miner villagers right to the mining district and set up kind of temporary housing for them, so they don't have to walk very far to and from their actual homes and their jobs. They're just right there when they need to be. I think it's a really fun way to add some story to the world while also adding a cool visual element to this place. I think these things look really cool now that they're done. I'm saving all of the finer details for more towards the end of the video. I'm going to basically build up all of the skeletons of the buildings first, and then I'm going to go back in and add, you know, flower boxes, windows, things like that later. But for now, we're going to start working on the pathway that's right outside of the houses here. And I'm going to do that by just knocking this hill back a bit, adding in some path blocks and some coarse dirt, and just overall shaping up the area. I'd also like to add a couple of stone staircases leading up to some of the entrances of the townhouses, just to give us more layers to work with. And as we go along, I'm also going to be adding some spruce slabs and some spruce trap doors to make the experience of walking up and down the hill a little bit smoother. It's not going to be perfect because it's so steep. We are still going to have to jump in certain spots, but this will definitely help make it look better and feel quite a bit smoother. I'm also going to be adding some fences in some places as well, where the pathway is kind of really high off the ground to protect anybody from, well, obviously falling off and plummeting to their death, because that wouldn't be great. And I do plan to actually have villagers here, so this needs to be dummy proof eventually too. This is the first step of that. And there we go. I think that adds a lot. That looks really good. I'm happy with the way this is going. But now it's time to get started on the next structure, which we're going to be building. And this structure is actually one of my most favorite builds that I've ever designed. I know I say that about a lot of my builds, but as far as, you know, small-ish little houses go, this is definitely my favorite one. And so not only is this going to be the primary entrance to our main mine shaft, but off to the right, we're also going to have this absolutely massive forge area with these really tall smokestacks, and eventually we are going to place a super smelter inside there. And you guys will see at the end of this, I think it turns out really cool. All right, yeah, that is definitely a really good start. I love how the smokestacks kind of blend into the rocks. I really wanted to make it look like this building was kind of carved out of the mountain, and then some wood and other blocks were just kind of placed on top of it, and I think I got that look down pretty well. But the only problem is that I only designed the front of it and not the back. So we have this big open space on the back here that we need to come in with some of our other blocks, and we need to, one, complete the roof, and then we need to add some more little details with some rock work to make it all blend seamlessly together. But we'll just bring the roof across in the back here using some more deep slate tiles and cobbled deep slate stairs, and then we will fill in the empty part of the roof with some calcite and diorite and stripped dark oak wood, and then we can put in some of the smaller details. But there we go, I think that looks good. Now what I want to do is actually come over to the smokestacks here and use some walls to help create more of a chimney look. We're eventually going to have campfires with hay bales under them, so we actually get proper smokestacks, but we're going to leave it for now. And with that, I also want to come down to the mine entrance here and hollow out a bit more of a hallway and just get it shaped up a little bit better. It's not going to stay like this forever, but for now I think it'll do. All right, and that should be good for the moment. I'm going to leave some of the other smaller decorations, like including buttons and fences for windows and scaffolding for windows and things like that, more towards the end of the video. But this place is definitely coming along now. Now, the next building I'm going to make is another smaller forge off to the right below the residential area. Now this time I actually decided to include an outdoor forge. This way we could have some lava or magma blocks kind of lighting up that area and being visible from outside. And I also really liked the look of this build that I came up with. I added a little balcony on the front as well as a kind of secondary house off to the right. And again, I think it works pretty well and looks almost seamless with the terrain. All right, and with that done, we're moving on to the next portion of this side of the project, which is actually touching up some of the rock work around the outdoor forge. I do like the rock work I came up with along the outer edges of the trench, but a lot of the rocks run too close to the entrances to the buildings and to the forges themselves, so we have to remove them in some places to make sure we can actually traverse this area and get to where we need to go. But fortunately, that shouldn't take too long. And speaking of traversing the area, I'm now going to mark out the next place we're going to have a bunch of pathways, and I kind of want the pathways to loop around the entire secondary level here. I think that would look pretty cool. It's also going to add a bit more color to the area. It's going to break up all the blacks and grays that we have, and it's going to add in some lighter tones of brown. I mean, we already have a bunch of light tones with brown, but the ground right now feels way too smooth to be a natural mining area, so we're going to try to break it up with this. And I'm going to be using the same pathway I used on the right side of the build with regular coarse dirt, some path blocks, but I'm also going to be throwing in some packed mud in places as well, and eventually I may also add some cobblestone and andesite just to give us more texture. Now on the outer edge of this pathway, especially near the water, I'm going to be replacing all of the grass with stone because I really want it to look like that there's basically nothing growing in this area because there's just so much work being done, so many people walking everywhere, rocks being dragged from place to place. It would make sense that no grass could grow here. There we go. I think that is a pretty decent start. I'm definitely liking the way this looks a lot more. We're also eventually going to have some buildings down on the bottom here, so I'm not too worried about the area looking flat. We actually need it to be flat. This is one of the only times I actually see super smooth terrain as a good thing. But now we'll just come to the back portion of the mining area here, and we'll make the same pathway design looping around the entire area. All right, so this is looking a lot better, and it's really starting to look cool. I'm getting very excited. So now what I want to do is come to the top of the area here and build a bit of a platform and start connecting it with some stripped spruce logs. This is going to be a giant piece of scaffolding. I debated having this be a lift, but I think I'm actually just going to have this be a giant enclosed stairway. That way we can have a bunch of different levels to this thing to access different areas of the mine, and we'll have a simple way to walk from the top to the bottom and vice versa of the mining area without actually having to walk through the residential district. But now that we got all the support pillars in place, I'm going to attempt to work upwards in kind of a broken spiral type of shape with slabs for our stairs. It's not going to be perfectly consistent. I also kind of want this to look like it was just thrown together. So there are going to be some places that are uneven, but it will generally follow the same pattern all the way to the top. And now that that's done, I'm going to come in and use a bunch of staircases to create some diagonal kind of support looking beams. And then I'm going to take some fences and place them all in between those support beams to add, again, more support. I want this to look very chaotic, like there's a bunch of things going on, and I think this will look cool. I hope this will look cool. This is one of those times where I didn't design things beforehand, so I'm kind of just winging it as I go along. Hopefully this turns out well. We'll see. We'll just see. Let me get back to it. Okay, that actually doesn't look that bad. I think it looks a little bulky for right now, but once we start adding other things around it again, I think it's going to work pretty well. I also still have to decorate and detail it, so that is a factor we have to consider as well. But for now, I'm going to head to the top of the scaffolding, and I'm going to build a railing out of oak fences, spruce and spruce trapdoors. And so before we finish up on the finer details of this thing, I want to come down to about a quarter of the way up, and I want to start building out a little platform here where some more mining villagers are going to be building on, and I want to make it look like they have extended the scaffolding outwards on this level a little bit to help them access the giant amethyst geode that we're going to have going here. So I'm just going to cover this in spruce trapdoors, and then I'm going to add some fences for support pillars, and I'm actually going to add 2 in a row here to hopefully make it look like there's some kind of ladder going up to this thing. And then I'm going to throw in some fence gates for some more support, and in addition to that, I'm going to come in with some oak trapdoors to add some variation in the texture of the platforms. But there we go. I think that looks decent for now. It is definitely helping to add to the shape of the scaffolding, so I'm happy with that. Now we're going to go back over to the scaffolding and add some things like trapdoors into the mix to help make it look a bit more realistic. And there we go. That actually did a lot for the build. I'm really starting to like this. Now, up at the top here above the scaffolding, I want to include another little forge with a house attached to it. I was originally going to include a tavern here, but the tavern I designed in one of my live streams is actually way too big, which is really unfortunate because I really loved the design that me and Stream Chat came up with. So we're going to be saving that for another video, possibly including it in somewhere else in another town that we'll build on this island. But yeah, I've decided to replace it with what is going to be a little forge where the blacksmiths actually sell all of their weapons to people who are traveling by. Instead of weapons, I may actually have this be a hoe and shovel and pickaxe type of shop, because it would make sense that the majority of people who are traveling this road up at the top of the mining district live right near the farming area. So it would make sense if farming tools were sold here, but I'll get to designing the interior of this in another video because that's going to be a long process. For now, I'm just going to get both of the bases of the build started and go from there. But alright, with that little structure done, it's time to move on another part of this build, which is going to be taking place at the top here, and we are actually going to be building a crane. Now, this thing is meant to be here to lift all of the mined materials up from the bottom of the base up to the top, where again, they can be extracted, smelted down, and a bunch of other different things. Now, in the spirit of full disclosure, this is not my crane design, although it's also not 100% accurate to the original design that I found, and I have absolutely no idea whose base design this is. I actually just found an image on Google and it wasn't labeled as anything, and there were no links to any other kind of social media. So I have no idea who came up with the skeleton design of this crane. So I do apologize for taking your build, whoever you are. Of course, I am going to be making my own changes to it, so I'm not going to be directly copying, but I gotta tell you guys, medieval machinery in particular is a category that I really need to work on. I still struggle with this a lot, which is astounding because a lot of the builds I make are medieval based, so you'd think I'd be better at designing my own machines at this point, but I am not. So there's definitely an area to be improved there. So there we go. I think that definitely fits the bill. So now what I'm going to do is quickly come back down to the bottom of the area here, and I'm going to start marking the foundations for what are going to be some more residential buildings and a storage building actually. But with the foundations for these buildings set up, it's time to actually get to constructing them. Now, we're going to start on the main diagonal building here, which again is going to be the kind of storage house place. I don't know. Okay, so this is a little confusing. We're not actually going to be storing a lot of blocks in this small little place. This is mainly just going to be for decoration. We're going to store all of our stone blocks and stone type blocks elsewhere, but I still think this would look cool. So we're just going to keep raising this up a couple of blocks, and then we're going to get into building the rest of it and raising up the other two little houses that we have over here, which are going to be where more villagers live. With that, I want to move over to the left side of the mining district here, and I want to add another pathway leading up to the top of the base. And in order to make this pathway stand out, we're going to have to add some more rocks behind the main forge to kind of cover up the remainder of the grass blocks. And then we're just going to come in again with some more path blocks and coarse dirt for the actual walkway itself. And I'm also going to do some terraforming over to the left here, but I am going to leave a little bit more grass on this side since it is more towards the area of the fishing village. So I think some smaller rock formations with grass and possibly moss growing on top of them would look better for this portion of the build. And I gotta be honest, the shape of the hill, especially down towards the bottom here, isn't exactly what I need, so we're definitely going to be doing a bit more terraforming, raising the land up in some places and then pushing it back in others. And then, of course, we have to come in with some spruce slabs and some spruce trapdoors to help make the transition of the walkway a lot smoother. But I gotta tell you, that actually, when I was building that, it didn't feel right, but it looks really good from above. I love the way that this is all kind of turning into a giant oval or a giant circle. I'm liking it. But with that right portion of the walkway handled, we now need to tackle the rest of this grassy area down at the bottom. And I gotta be honest, I really don't like how it bulges out the way it does. So we're actually going to knock down the retaining wall on the left side that prevents us from getting to the fishing village. And we're going to completely clear out all the grass and dirt and begin raising up another pathway. And in between these two pathways, eventually at some point today, we're going to add in another little mining area with perhaps maybe a bunch of coal or iron being extracted. Alright, so taking a break real quick from working on the pathways, I have managed to complete these 3 little outdoor forges here again. I really like the way these look. The diagonal one isn't great, but we're just going to ignore it. We're not really going to be able to see all the fine details when we're just walking by quickly or looking at this place from far away, so I'm going to stick with it for now. But I do still quickly have to connect them to the ground, but that shouldn't take long. And with that done and my energy for building mines restored, we can move back over to this other little mining area that we just made, and we can start placing in some more scaffolding and some more staircases. And this time around, I'm actually going to use campfires as the scaffolding to try that out and see what it looks like, which I can tell you right now, it's already looking a lot cooler. And we're just going to do this in a couple of places to add more life to the build. I'm also going to throw some barrels down on the ground as well. And I'm going to throw in some patches of coal ore to make it look like the villagers have built up to the coal because they're trying to mine it and extract it. But there we go. I think this looks really good. Who would have thought that this tiny little area off to the left side here would add so much to the build? But now it's time to do what I've been waiting for the entirety of this project, which is going out and finding some amethyst geodes so we can collect amethyst to make an even bigger amethyst geode in the side of the mountain. Now, I have done so much mining in this world that I do know where 2 geodes are located. However, I don't know if this is going to be nearly enough amethyst for us to complete the project. But we're going to start by mining out the first one, and then we'll build with the blocks we have. And if we don't have enough, we can go out and locate the second one and use that one's resources to complete the project. We shouldn't honestly need more than 2. I'm really hoping we don't need more than 2, but we'll play by ear and see how things go. All right, so with the first amethyst geode done, we're going to start working on the bigger rock here, and we're going to take some of the smooth basalt we got and make an outline around the area. I really want it to look like that this geode has just been cracked open by blast mining. I think that would look pretty cool. So yeah, we'll just start with an outline of 1 or 2 blocks of smooth basalt. Then we can work our way inside a little bit and start adding a layer of calcite that's been built up. And then finally, we can start replacing all of these blocks on the interior here with amethyst. And now eventually I would like to build my own custom cave biome, and I would actually like this geode to be the entrance of it. I'm not sure when I'll be able to get to this project. I'm sure it's still a few months out, but a custom cave biome completely based around amethyst would be really, really cool. And there's also some lore with the amethyst in this world, so I think it would make sense if the majority of this island was above a bunch of giant amethyst geodes. And the way I'm explaining the story is that the amethyst is actually what gives the wizards and everybody who lives here their magical abilities. The entire island is meant to be built on a giant, like, amethyst meteorite, so I think that would be pretty cool if we actually did add some custom biomes that were just nothing but giant amethyst clusters everywhere. But that is a very ambitious project and definitely a ways away. But anyways, I think this thing looks pretty good. In fact, it looks really good. Now, unfortunately, as good as this looks, we do not have enough amethyst, so we have to go out and find the other amethyst geode, collect all of its resources, and then head back home to continue working. But with that done, the next thing I want to do is head to the bottom of the giant trench we made, and I actually want to have a bunch more amethyst geodes kind of weaving in and out in kind of like a serpent-shaped pattern all throughout the bottom of the build. So we're going to use all that brand new amethyst that we just got to do that. And then we're also going to completely cover the floor in some custom terrain. We're going to be throwing in a bunch of different slabs and stairs and different rock variants like cobblestone and andesite to make it look like the bottom of the ravine is actively being mined out, and so there will be a bunch of inconsistent patterns and weird shapes in the rocks. And there we go. I think that's a good start. We still have to add all the other amethyst geodes, but as far as texturing goes, this is looking pretty good. But as good as it looks, it could always look better, so we're going to finish adding all those extra geodes that I was just talking about, and then we can get to working on some other stuff. And by working on some other stuff, I mean adding some more scaffolding over to this portion of the ravine here. We're going to build it up in the same manner that we did with the bigger one, but this one's going to be a bit more janky looking and a bit more open. it's gonna look more dangerous. Basically, we're not going to have it completely covered in. We're just going to use fences and fence gates to kind of provide a little bit of a railing every now and again. And then on a couple of different levels here, we're going to come in with some more scaffolding, both made out of campfires and trapdoors. We're also just going to build up a couple more of these scaffolding places in other areas around the bottom of the ravine. And I also want to come across the center of the area here and build what looks like a bridge for mine carts. And I plan to add actual moving mine carts to this thing. I think it would be really neat to have a moving element in this build. I would honestly like to do a bunch of these, but I don't think I have the time. I am running out of time for this video, so we'll have to save that for something else. But this one giant bridge should suffice for now. And so now, finally coming into the home stretch of this build, I'm going to add a little bit of another scaffolding staircase that kind of runs along the side of one of these bigger geodes. I think this would look pretty cool and add a bit of a unique shape to the area as well. But once this is done, the area is basically going to be complete. So the last thing we'll have to do is just come in with a bunch of little small decorations and details and finish rounding out the build. And I'll most likely do that in a live stream or off camera. So I'm going to go ahead and get that started, and I will come back to you guys with the build complete. And so that is going to do it for today's episode. I hope you guys have enjoyed. I went around the base adding a bunch of new things. I even added like a little foreman's house down at the bottom of the ravine, a couple of little bridges like leading over the amethyst clusters, added some TNT with some red candles to look like dynamite, a bunch of barrels and ores thrown all over the place, some minecart tracks, and I did add the moving minecart just like I wanted, and I think it turned out great. Now again, I know the interiors of these buildings are not done, and for a lot of you that's going to be pretty disappointing, but we will be doing all of these interiors during my live stream, so keep that in mind and make sure you have your channel notifications on. Also, if you haven't already and you really enjoyed this video, please consider subscribing to the channel. I want to thank you all so much for providing me with this opportunity. Becoming a full-time YouTuber is almost a reality for me. It's just around the corner, and this is a dream that I've been chasing for over 10 years. So to finally be right there, to have that goal within my grasp, is a very surreal feeling. So thank you for everything that you have done for me, and I really truly do hope that my content is enough to repay you for what you've done. I figured it would be very fitting if today we tackled the entertainment district of the island. This is without a doubt going to be the most complex and most colorful build we have ever made in this series, and I am really looking forward to it. And I do briefly want to thank you all for 100,000 subscribers, but I'll talk more about that in another video. For now, let's get started on prepping the area for all of these buildings. And we're going to begin by finally clearing out the rest of the forest that's on the island. Everything is going to go. Every last tree. And they all need to go. This place definitely looks really weird with all the trees missing, but we're going to fix that. And we're going to start fixing that by taking some grass blocks and some dirt blocks and filling in a bunch of these creeper holes and helping to flatten and smooth out the land a bit more, just so that it looks better and so that we have some extra room to work with when we're building all of these new structures. I'm also going to briefly spend some time bone mealing some of our remaining spruce saplings, and we're just going to chop down all these tall spruce wood trees to get all the spruce wood we'll need for this first build. The next thing we're going to need to prep for this is a bunch of calcite. Now, I already have a lot of calcite, but I've mentioned before that the mega base that is eventually going to go here is going to match the style of our starter base. So it's going to be made out of white wool, diorite, and of course calcite. So having that information in the back of my mind, I want to be able to save as much of our calcite as possible for that build. So we're going to go fly out to another mountain range and try to find some more. we go, we filled up a couple of shulker boxes, so now we can safely head home. I gotta tell you, man, this mining area is looking so good, especially at night with all the lanterns glowing and the sparkling coming from the amethyst. So sick. But anyways, we're going to pick one of these mine entrances that I created here, and we're actually going to start digging down to see what we can find. And what we're looking for now is actually what I briefly talked about earlier. We need a bunch of diorite. So we'll just dig out this hallway, collecting any coal and iron we find along the way as well. And I think we found a pocket here, so I'm going to get to work on completely hollowing this out. And there we go. We almost have 2 full shulker boxes. Shulker boxes. Shulker. Just speak. And there we go. We have almost 2 shulker boxes full of diorite, so I think we're good to head back to the surface because that should be enough for this one building. And as I search through these other chests looking for the supplies that I know I already have that we'll need, such as stone and cobblestone, I want to tell you about this first building we're making. And seeing as though we're getting ready to celebrate 100,000 subscribers, I figured it would make the most sense if the first thing we built in this project was an automated rocket farm. So basically, this farm is going to house a sugarcane farm and be the main storage unit for all of our gunpowder, and we're actually going to use some auto crafters at some point today to help us, well, automatically craft rockets. That way we'll always be able to fly around in our elytra without having to worry about running out of fuel. Oh, and we're also going to make it so that we can launch proper fireworks out of this building to put on full brightly colored firework displays for holidays and things that can be seen from anywhere in the city. But unfortunately, before we can get to starting on that, I have run out of tuff, so we're heading back down into the mine shafts. We're going to create a new branch underground here, and we're going to go all the way down to deep slate and start looking for as much tuff as we can possibly get our hands on. With the tuff collected, the next thing we need is some mud blocks to create packed mud. So we're going to be flying over to the mangrove swamp to collect some of that, and then we'll be heading back home to the wheat farm to help us craft up some of that packed mud. There has definitely been a lot of back and forth in this episode so far. Unfortunately, that trend does not stop now, as we need to head to the Nether to collect the next block on our list, which is basalt. And I gotta tell you, no amount of hours of playing this game will ever make me not afraid of the Nether, especially in hardcore. And now that we have an elytra, flying around in the Nether just sounds like a recipe for disaster, so I gotta really be careful. But with that basalt collected, we are finally ready to begin building the firework farm. And so we're going to begin by getting an outline of the foundation down just so we can visualize where each part of this build is going to go. And the first thing we're actually going to build is kind of like this front entrance little area with another side entrance slash shack kind of made out of wood off to the right. And now a lot of this build is going to mimic the style of actual houses because I wanted to make it look like the villager family that lives here built their living quarters around the firework forge that they work in. So the plan is to have a bunch of house-like structures attached to these 2 giant pillars sticking out of the center of the build. And moving on from the front of the build, we're going to go directly to the right-hand side here, and we're just going to build up a couple more house-looking structures, and we're also going to be adding some like pillars or giant furnace kind of looking structures in the back, and I'll explain what those are for later. Continuing forward, we're moving to the back side of the build where we're going to build up 2 more pillars, a couple more little house pieces, and we're also going to be building another wooden part of the build to kind of just break up that stone and diorite palette that we have going on here. And we're also going to start building a bridge, which is also going to act as kind of a tunnel off to the right. And finally, we're going to complete that tunnel and bridge section and connect it to another pillar off to the left side of the build. We're also going to add 2 additional sections to the top of these pillars or forges, and we're going to complete the bridge by filling it in with some oak planks and stripped oak wood. Now I know what you guys are thinking, Incy, there are holes everywhere. This is not... What are you doing? Well, if you've been around the channel for a while now, I'm sure you guys already understand that the way I build, it is very much, as I always say, a trust the process type of scenario. I have plans for this and it's going to be really cool, but there are some other things we need to get done first. And we're going to begin by placing a lot of smaller details around the build, like adding trapdoors as more decoration, scaffolding for windows, mud brick walls for support beams, more trapdoors for window shutters, blackstone buttons to act as nails, spruce fence gates to act as support, also taking a quick photo shoot break to really appreciate the beauty of our creeper farm. God, I love this thing. And then just adding in some more buttons, some more fence gates, and of course some more scaffolding. I'm also going to come up to the top of the roofs here and add in some more trapdoors to give us more of that like kind of spined roof look that I did in the mining district. I think it looks pretty cool, and although we did it with stone last time, we're just going to try it out with some wood this time around. But now we're going to come to the inside of the tunnel here, and we're going to start by lining both sides of the entrance with trapdoors. And we're also going to be adding a bunch of stairs to the top as well that correspond with the nearest block on the outside of the entrance. That way it will blend seamlessly and we'll get a pretty cool kind of curved shape to the build. But then we'll just come in and finish off with those trapdoors I was talking about, and that definitely looks a lot better. We're also going to add some regular fences as windows in the middle bridge section here. I could have done scaffolding again, but I like to break up my window structures in my builds. I don't like them all looking the same. And then we're going to take some time to fill in some of the smaller holes that I have dotted around the build. I left these empty to make room for stairs and wall variants of different blocks to make it look like the building has kind of been falling apart over the years. You know, some bricks are missing every now and again to add a little bit of extra detail and depth to the build. I also love how when you're walking through this tunnel, you get a perfect frame of the creeper farm. I think that view was so cool. I'm also going to come to the top here and add a bunch of walls to the top of these kind of like chute structures. Now, these centerpieces are actually going to be where we fire off the fireworks for our big shows and displays that we'll eventually be putting on here in the city. I think having them centered directly in the middle of the build would make the most sense. And the three other chutes in the back of the build that I was talking about earlier, those are also meant to look like firework chutes as well. So although they're not going to be functional, I figured it would be pretty cool if we included three more, just again, to add more of an interesting look to the build. But with that done, it's time to fill in the bigger holes that you guys are seeing in the build. And I'm going to prepare you now. This segment of the video is going to get very messy because I am going to be trying out some new building techniques and really playing around with a bunch of different colors, so we'll see how this goes. But we're going to start by heading home and grabbing some cocoa beans for brown dye. I'm also going to need some white dye, some roses for red dye. Of course, we're going to need lapis for blue dye, and we're going to need to combine that with red dye to get purple dye. I'm also going to have to whip up a jungle tree, that way we can grow some more of those cocoa beans to get more brown dye. And I'm also going to be requiring some bamboo blocks, weirdly enough. Also in need of yellow dye. I'm going to require some packed ice as well. I told you it was going to get weird. And to add to that weirdness, we're also going to need some cherry logs, some blocks of clay, and finally we're going to need a bunch of sand to smelt into glass. Now I'm going to spend a few minutes collecting a bunch of other blocks I need, like for example cherry planks, stripped cherry logs, and a bunch of different kinds of colored wool and colored glass. But with that done, I'm going to fire up Lightmatica and load in the preset I built to help me make this build. And I'm going to start just placing these blocks in different gradients around the build on the outside, and then covering them with different colored stained glass. And the goal is to create a situation where it looks like a bunch of colored dye and gunpowder has been flung all over the building. You know, we're going to be having a bunch of fireworks shot off from this area, so I thought it would only make sense that, you know, some of those colors spill out and don't land properly and actually end up hitting the build, staining it a bunch of different colors. I'm also going to take a quick moment to use some stained glass panes on the center of the build to again make it look like more color is streaming down the bridge area. And from afar, I think that works really well. Now, of course, when you zoom in, you're going to be able to see the individual blocks and it's going to look a lot more messy, but that's not where we're primarily going to be viewing this thing from, and that's what we have to keep in mind. That definitely added the splash of interesting colors that I was looking for, and it just helps to bring more character to the build. At least I think it does. But with the main part of this build basically complete, we're going to go ahead and move on to the terrain to make everything look smoother. And we're just going to replace as much of the sand as we possibly can with grass. And then we're actually going to start extending said grass to give us an opportunity to build more of a steeper cliffside that actually heads into the ocean. With all that grass placed, we're just going to come in here now and start layering some stone, while of course avoiding all of the hostile mobs that are spawning under the grass I placed. I don't know why I didn't put torches under there, but I'm definitely paying for that mistake now. But we're just going to keep going here with a couple layers of stone, and then we're going to come in with a bunch of stone slabs and stone stairs to help smooth out the transition. And the first portion of these rocks looks so good that I decided to extend this design all the way towards the back of the build and wrapping around the left side of it. Alright, so I have a bunch of blocks left over from the build itself, so I'm going to reuse a lot of these and actually build a little dock behind the firework farm. And I figured it would make sense to have a dock here since our creeper farm is just across the water, and one way or another, this city or civilization would need to transport gunpowder from the creeper farm to where the fireworks are made. So if we had a little receiving and loading dock here, I think that would be pretty cool. Now this one isn't going to be anywhere near as complicated as the bigger one in the fishing village, but I think it'll still add a little bit of story building to the world here. Alright, I definitely think this looks okay and will do for now. I'm not really the biggest fan of the overall shape of it. I think it's a little too simple, but as far as the decorations go, I think we knocked it out of the park. I also added one of my janky little ship builds here too. But anyways, it's time that we move on to the meat and bones of this project, which is actually building the sugarcane farms on the inside, which are going to produce paper. And we're going to do this by using a combination of pistons, observers, and redstone. This is a very simple classic sugarcane farm design. You all have probably seen this before. We're going to go ahead and fill up this first tower with a bunch of these just stacked on top of each other. And then towards the bottom, we're just going to add a bunch of hoppers to catch all of the falling sugarcane. Now's the time that we make our first ever auto crafter in the series. And I gotta be honest, I really don't know how these things work. I know I need two of them, one to create paper and then the other one to create the fireworks out of the paper and gunpowder, and we need ways to funnel each block into them and make it all work together. This is going to get really complicated, and I don't know what I'm doing, but we're going to try for it anyways. But alright, I think I got everything working, and if we look in this barrel, yes, it is creating fireworks. That's so cool. I'm so glad that works the way it does. But now, off in the side entrance here, I have this chest hooked up to a bunch of hoppers. Now, this is where we're going to be storing our gunpowder. And we're going to have the gunpowder basically funneling in from this giant storage room, going into the auto crafter itself. So we're just going to finish off this storage room real quick. I know I really don't do interiors in these videos, but I figured I'd treat you guys a little bit since it's the 100K special. Might as well show off some interior building. And then we can also make some slabs for some shelves. And we can take out the floor and replace that with some stone, cobblestone, and tough blocks. And then we'll just start throwing some barrels and chests down. And we'll go ahead and put in a roof to separate the storage room from what could be a little housing section of the build. And I also want to design a ladder over here. And so if we place these two fences against a bunch of chests and slabs, they actually won't connect to them. So it'll give the appearance of an actual floating ladder. And that way we can have a bit more of a 3D element instead of having just like a regular ladder plastered up on one of the sides of the walls. And we'll just go ahead and finish off this back wall here. And then the last thing we need to do is just transport all of our gunpowder storage from the creeper farm over to the actual gunpowder storage room. Now, once again, I'm going to build another interior. That's 2 interiors in one day, guys. You're getting the full treatment today. The real Incy experience. But yeah, I'm just going to spend some time decorating the entrance to this build here, kind of like the small workshop area. And I'm going to start by placing some bamboo blocks down with some trapdoors around it. I'm trying to make it look like these are the tubes that the gunpowder is actually shoved into that helps create the rocket. I don't know how well that's going to look. We're probably going to end up putting candles on top of these later, but we're going to rock with it and see how it turns out. I'm also going to use some item frames, and I do have the invisible item frame texture pack, so I'm going to use some of these to help create some hanging tools. You can also put like a shovel in the corner there to just, you know, some kind of tool or hand shovel to show like somebody's trying to, you know, scoop the gunpowder and put them into the barrel things. I don't know. I'm kind of winging it here. And I'd also like to create some kind of mixer off to the side. Well, this is going to take me a couple of attempts. And then we're also going to place in some barrels of dyed gunpowder too. Well, I mean, it's actually dyed concrete powder, but you know what I mean. And then finally, the last thing we need to do is create a couple of short clocks next to dispensers in the wooden bridge section of the build here. And this is what is eventually going to be our firework launching system. Now we're going to hook it up to a much more complicated system later, but for now this will do. Well, with that, I think this firework farm is done. And if you want to see the full display in full effect, you're going to have to watch towards the end of the video, because trust me, you're not going to want to miss that. But with that, it's time to get moving on to the next part of this project.
And we're actually going to be removing something instead of building something for this next part, namely this big piece of pink highlighted land here. I actually really would like for the entertainment district to be kind of separated from the main island itself, because we are going to be having other villager housing and living areas over here. So I kind of want to separate the place where people have fun and where people live. So we're going to be building this big ravine, kind of a giant cut in the ground that stretches the length of the island. And eventually we'll have a bridge connecting the 2 different places, but for now we're just going to dig it out and then build it back up a little bit to make it look pretty. Alright, so we have made quite a bit of progress. We have all the room we'll need to build back up the rock formations that I want. And I left these walls on the right and left side of the ravine here just to prevent any water from flowing in while we're actually building up the surfaces of the rocks. But I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to start with some mud and deep slate. And we're going to use this mud and deep slate to line the bottom of the river to make the river look deeper than it actually is. It's going to give it a much darker color, so it'll give the illusion of depth. And speaking of depth, if you want to dive deeper into the lore and content of youtube.com/Incy, I recommend checking out my Patreon page. For just $3 a month, you get access to things like member shoutouts, behind the scenes videos and content, exclusive Discord roles, and early access to ad-free versions of all my YouTube videos. And for $10 a month, you get access to all those previously mentioned things, as well as the downloads to all my build schematics and world files. And I'd also like to give a shout out to all my current Patreon members and channel members. Your support is essential in keeping the channel going, so I really appreciate everything you do for me. Right, so the rock work is done, and all the mud and deep slate and stone and tuff and cobblestone, all the different blocks I used are all in place. Now it's time for us to go in and fill in all the water.
Now that we have the island separated into two and we have all the water in place, I want to build a bit of a wall and a gatehouse on the entertainment district side of the island. And eventually we'll probably have another wall on the other side as well. I think it would be pretty cool if you have to cross through two different gatehouses in order to get to the entertainment district. But for now, we're just going to start with one. And I'm going to build this thing up by starting with cobblestone at the bottom, transitioning to stone and then andesite towards the top. And I'm also going to be using some basalt and deep slate as well as tough blocks to help me create some shadows. I'm also going to use stone bricks for a little bit of extra detail and texture, and then I want to have a couple of spires or towers dotted throughout the wall. And I'm going to be using an assortment of spruce blocks and mud brick blocks to help get some brown tones in there. And then to stay consistent with the theme of the rest of the builds on the island, I'm going to be using calcite and diorite to add in some white coloring too. And for the towers, I actually decided to put some roofs on them, and I made them look as sloped and as pointy as possible. The reason why I'm doing this is because this is the entertainment district. I want it to be a little bit more fun and whimsical than everywhere else on the island, and I think that gets that message across pretty well. But since the majority of the wall is now done, I just have to go in with some stairs here to help finish off kind of the border, or I guess the railing on the top of the wall. Well, obviously, so that people and villagers don't fall off. And then I'm going to come in with a bunch of different wall variants to, again, just make this a safer place to travel. And then finally, I'm just going to decorate it some more with some spruce buttons to give a little bit more of that brown color spread out throughout the wall. That way it's not just on the roofs of the buildings. And with that, I think the wall is done. And you know, I gotta say, especially from a distance, I think the shadows that I built are working really well. Yeah, this is definitely starting out a lot cooler than I thought. I'm happy with it. Let's move on. And I'm kind of just going to skip over this next part of the video because basically what I need to do is just move a bunch of the resources that we've collected from where our normal storage area is to a temporary chest monster that's going to be housing all of the things we need for the entertainment district. But while I was moving all of those items, I realized that I had forgotten a couple of materials, one of which being dark oak wood. I need a lot of dark oak wood. So we're heading over to the dark oak islands that's right off of our starter island, and I'm going to throw down a beacon to kind of hopefully help me almost insta-mine all this wood. I don't actually know if you can insta-mine wood using a beacon. I do have an efficiency 5 netherite axe, but I don't know. We'll see. I mean, if it doesn't work, at least, I don't know, we'll look cooler while we're doing it. But yeah, I'm just gonna put this beacon down just because, and then we're gonna get to chopping down some trees. Another resource that we're going to need that I actually ran out of while I was building the wall is spruce wood. And instead of using up the rest of our bone meal, I decided to fly out to an actual taiga biome and chop down some of the trees there because we're never really going to be over in this area anyway, so I don't care if it looks really ugly. But with that done, I'm now going to fly out to a desert so that way I can get some sandstone and some smooth sandstone. And if you're wondering why I'm gathering all these weird type of stone blocks, it's because I want to have a bunch of different variations of housing in the actual entertainment district. You know, I said at the beginning of this video, I want this to be a very colorful and fun to look at build, so I'm basically just going to be throwing in as many different types of blocks as I possibly can. In addition to that, we're going to take a minute to go back to the mining district, and we're going to use one of these tunnels that we got started here to help us find some granite, andesite, and diorite, because we are going to be needing all of those blocks as well. Another chore on our list is actually getting a fortune shovel. And the reason why we need to do that is because I want a bunch of bricks in this build as well. So we're going to be taking this fortune shovel and heading out to a nearby lush cave system, and we're just going to scoop up as much clay as we could possibly get our hands on. But with that, we have most of the materials that we need. Anything else is kind of just straggler items that we can collect as we go along. So I actually want to start building a few of the houses, and I'm going to build all of the ones that are going to be along the main entrance or the main road into the entertainment district. So we're going to start by just laying these out, and then we're going to test some shop ideas on them quickly too. Alright, we got the main shell for these first 5 houses in order, so I'm going to attempt to start decorating some of them. And I think this first building I want to actually be like a rose shop. So I'm going to be using some mangrove wood to give us a little bit of a red texture to this build. Could even throw in some red and white awnings using some stairs, some diorite stairs and some mangrove plank stairs. And we can just throw down some roses and maybe some poppies too. And we'll get a couple different variations of pots in here as well. And I'm also going to use our invisible item frame texture pack to create a little sign to show that this is a rose shop using, of course, that item frame, a trapdoor, and some roses. I think that looks pretty good. I think it's a message across, right? Yeah, good enough for me. And I think that shop looks pretty good. I think it looks a little empty right now still, but once we fill the street with other decorations, it's going to be pretty cluttered and chaotic, so trust me when I say this is definitely enough detail for this first shop. Now I just want to go down this line of houses and basically repeat the same process. And I think I want this first road to primarily be like a botanical section. We are going to be having a very large greenhouse, which I'm going to build later in the video. So for this first street, since it's going to be next to the greenhouse, I think it would make sense if like all of the flowers from said greenhouse are sold here. But with a lot of the shops on the first road done, we're going to come over here to the other side quickly to build up some more houses. And then we're going to come in with good old Lightmatica here, and I've already designed the greenhouse in creative, so we're going to be plopping that in right on the corner of this street here. With the greenhouse done, I actually want to come to the inside here and I want to create kind of a moss farm. Now, I may be changing this later in the video to a bone meal farm. It depends on how efficient this design turns out. I've never tried it before, but we're going to build it on the inside nonetheless to hopefully have a moss and or bone meal farm working in the background while we build the rest of the structures around here. Alright, so the moss farm appears to be working decently well. We appear to be getting an okay amount of bone meal. Again, I may make this bigger later in the video, so we'll see as time goes on. But with that, I want to head back outside to the main road here, and I want to begin putting in just as much detail as I possibly can. Okay guys, so here we go. I have spent a lot of time detailing the street. I have everything from, tables with pots on them, different kinds of flowers, a bunch of hanging banners and clothing, hanging signs as well, and just a bunch of different shops going along the road here, making this area feel very lived in. And this took a while to figure out, but I have to say I'm very happy with the vibe that this is giving off, and I cannot wait for the entire area to feel like this. It's gonna be insane. But now that I have an idea of the particular direction I want this build to go in, it's time to do what is most likely going to be the biggest, most time-consuming portion of this video, which is building up all of the framework for all the other houses in the entertainment district. And so since this is going to be a pretty big portion of the video, I wanted to do the comment of the day segment right here. And so today's comment of the day comes from Jurassic 813, and he basically says, "Good job on the video. Also, you should make an alchemy place that's abandoned in the Pale Garden. After watching Dan TDM's newest video on his Minecraft world, it looks beautiful, and maybe you could add a maze as if it were like that one forest in Breath of the Wild." So Aiden, thank you for the comment, and the reason I chose your comment is because this is a good way for me to talk about and reveal a bit of my future plans for this hardcore world. And a part of that is the fact that I do plan to have an alchemy type of building as one of my next structures. I don't know if it's going to be the next video or a couple more videos down the road, but it's towards the top of my to-do list. And what I'd actually like to do is have an alchemy or potion building inside of an abandoned observatory. You see, in my world, I know I don't talk about the lore often, but it is pretty extensive, and it's also very layered. Like earlier in this series, I mentioned how you'll be able to kind of see the class system of the villagers play out on the survival island. The richer villagers will be using the more expensive materials in their homes, like calcite and diorite, while the more working class of villagers will be using things like stone and wood. But there's actually more to that. You see, in my world, there were actually multiple civilizations that that lived here before the current villagers did. And they were much more advanced in their stonecraft. So any type of structures, including the starter base that you see that's made out of calcite and diorite and the marble looking blocks, those structures actually came from a prior civilization that somehow got wiped out. And these new villagers have moved in, and they're the ones that are kind of adding on to those already existing structures, building with wood and regular types of stone. Now, the reason why I tell you all of that is because it does directly relate to the potion and alchemy shop that I want to make. I would like to try to create a structure that looks like those more advanced previous villagers had built an observatory out of marble, calcite, and diorite, and after it was abandoned, when the new villagers moved in, they didn't really know what to make of the structure and they didn't know how it worked. So instead of refurbishing it and actually using it as an observatory, they use it as a potion shop. So I have a lot of designing on that build to do behind the scenes because it's going to be very complicated to show multiple layers of custom written history into one build. But yeah, anyways, once again, Aiden, thank you for the comment, and let's get back to the video. And this place is looking amazing. I'm very happy with how this is turning out. We've got all the buildings in place, so now it's time to start detailing the vast majority of them. And we're going to start by coming in with some different kinds of chimneys in a couple of places. And what's great about these chimneys is not only are they going to add to the build and make it look cooler, but the light from some of the campfires that we'll be using on top of the buildings is going to help keep them mob-proof, so we won't have to worry about anything spawning on top of us. But now, with all the chimneys in place, I want to kind of work on this right section down along the water here. Now, even though this area is primarily for entertainment, there needs to be a place for the villagers who work here to live. So this is kind of going to be like a residential street, but we're just going to get started on extending some of these buildings here and adding some more walkways for the villagers to get up to where they live. And we're also going to start laying out some of these pathways here using regular path blocks, coarse dirt, packed mud, and then maybe some gravel or cobblestone every now and again. Okay, so most of the pathways are done, and now I actually want to start decorating the buildings themselves a little bit. And so I'm going to start with just the regular design that we've been doing for a while to create some kind of supports on these overhanging buildings using fence gates. And we're also going to do the same design on the roofs as well, so we're pretty much just going to fill in as many empty spaces with these gates as possible. And then we're going to come in with some doors to create some entrances. And I'm going to turn this little raised patio area here into kind of like a seating area, or maybe like a little deck for whoever lives here. And then I'm going to take that same railing design I used there, utilizing an assortment of trapdoors, and I'm going to create some more railings on the walkways leading up to some of the other buildings. And another thing I like to do is create some more balconies every once in a while, just to give some of these villagers more room to breathe and to add some detail to these buildings. And I'm just going to do that using some slabs and stairs for the floor, and then again that same trapdoor railing idea. And these buildings are also going to need some windows, and I've really been liking this kind of bay window, I guess, design that I've been using in the village. So I'm going to place some more of these in. And I think while I do this, I might fire up another live stream and complete some of this with you guys. And speaking of which, now would be a good time to tell you to subscribe if you haven't already and if you're enjoying the video. And also definitely make sure you have your bell notifications on, because these previously mentioned live streams are a really good way to see everything that I do off camera. I know a lot of times in my videos, it can feel like I kind of just appear with resources, but if you come to my live streams, you get to watch me do a lot of that resource gathering live, and you get to see a bunch of behind the scenes stuff, so it's pretty cool. But here we are. I absolutely love the way this turned out. I think we did a really good job of detailing it to a point where it feels lived in, but not detailing it too much to a point where it feels chaotic and cluttered. I think I nailed the vibe that I wanted to go for. I'm really enjoying this place. We have a bunch of balconies and a bunch of clotheslines hanging using banners and fences. We've got lanterns and plants everywhere. We also have a little tree that we built to help fill in some space as well and to add some more greenery. I can't wait for the entire island to look like this. This is just a little taste of what we're going for, but I'm in love with it so far. Now I want to kind of come to this little edge area over here. There's a bit of empty space. I'd like to bone meal it a little bit, get some green moss going to add some shrubbery, and I think we're going to build a few more custom trees here just to give us a nice little lookout point for the villagers to have, you know, a nice view while they're walking through their city. Now, moving back more towards the center of the village, I want to start filling out the rest of the pathways. It feels a little weird that only one section of the pathways are done, and I think it'll help move this process along if we can visualize what this area is going to look like when the actual roads are installed. So we're going to start building those in the middle of the town square and then moving outwards from there. And I'm going to be using an assortment of different blocks. For the main road, I want it to be made of a little bit higher quality looking materials. And so for the main road and the town square, I'm going to use a combination of coarse dirt, bricks, and granite to create a bit of a reddish hue to the road. And again, to make it look like the main road is made of a bit of higher quality material. And then as we branch out from the main road, we'll go back to what we were using previously, that being the coarse dirt, path blocks, and packed mud. And there we go. This whole area is completely filled out, except for there's a little patch of grass that's underneath all the chests we're using that I haven't done yet. But we don't need to worry about that right now. I actually want to start working on this corner building here. I really like the look of it, and I think I want to turn this into some kind of reading area or library. You know, reading during medieval times was one of the only forms of entertainment, so I think having a really big reading nook that's almost a side centerpiece to this area would make sense. So we'll start by just putting in some more of those windows. I want this entire kind of like outcrop circular shape to be a giant window. I think that would be pretty cool. And then we're going to fly off to where our end portal is, and I'm going to use a pickaxe to mine down these bookshelves. This is one of the least satisfying things I have ever done, but I really do not feel like installing Silk Touch on an axe right now, so we're going to rock with what we got, and we're going to take these home and start building the library. And we'll just create kind of like a semicircle on the inside so you can see all of the books from the street. Then I'm also going to create a second layer here, and I'm going to install some dark oak wood floors. And I'm also going to create the look of some shelves using some slabs. This will also give us the opportunity to place maybe a couple of pots with plants on them every now and again. And then I'm just going to kind of create a little bit of a side entrance here, and I'm also going to install another small balcony on the top of the build here. That way there's a bit of an outdoor reading area as well. We're going to create a second balcony over to the right of the build too. That way there's more than one. And then right below it, we're going to have this kind of like outdoor smaller bookshop. So for people who maybe are in a bit of a rush and don't want to go inside, there can be an outdoor section with all of the best-selling books that people can buy just right off the street. But there we go. I think that's a really good start, and I think it looks cute. We're going to detail the rest of the interior on stream in the future, but for now, this will definitely do. So next, directly across from the library in the same kind of road section, we have another house that I'm actually going to tear down. I do want this to be kind of a small bamboo shop and bamboo farm. This isn't going to be our main source of bamboo. Rather, I'd like for this to actually be a place where we store all of our scaffolding. I think it makes sense because, you know, you craft scaffolding using bamboo. So yeah, little bamboo shop. But instead of a regular house, I want to do something a little more exotic. And I'm actually going to start by marking out the outline for another secondary kind of smaller greenhouse. Again, I really want to put an emphasis on all of the plant life and crops and shrubbery that these villagers grow. I want these villagers to really have a deep love and connection to plant life and their environment in general, so I think having a bunch of greenhouses everywhere would really get that message across. But for the main pillars and structure of this build, I'm going to use some stripped dark oak logs, and then I'm going to use a combination of regular blue and light blue stained glass to create a bit of a stained glass window. Our main greenhouse is going to have green stained glass windows in a little bit. I think I might actually take down the original design for the greenhouse. I want the new one to be a little bit bigger, but anyways, since we're going to be using green glass over there, I figured using blue over here would look pretty cool. And having the blue glass in combination with the green bamboo coming through in the background, I think that's going to look sick. I'm also going to want to install some more interesting looking architecture kind of along the edges of the build to give us a bit more of a unique shape. We can also use some mud walls and some regular fences to create some support pillars. And then we're just going to come onto the inside here and start bone mealing some moss. We're going to use some string to prevent bamboo from growing too tall. Then on the outside here, we'll create another little circular entrance. And I think we're going to have a little bit of a shelf/storage situation in the back along the back wall. So we're going to put some shelves in and use some barrels and chests for our storage. Could also throw some different pots down, and then we're going to hang some lanterns and some plants from the ceiling as well. But there we go. This bamboo greenhouse is done, and I think it looks absolutely gorgeous, especially with shaders. I threw a spore blossom down as well. That way we get that cool kind of grassy particle thing going on, and it is 100% helping us to bring this place to life. I also added a bunch of decorations on the outside to make it look like whoever owns the bamboo shop is selling everything they're growing on the inside on the outside of the place, and I think that helps out a lot as well. Now that we have this greenhouse done, I'm really in the mood to continue like the foliage trend here, so we're going to tear down the old greenhouse structure that I had. I don't like the look of it, and I know I can do much better, so we're just going to completely erase it and start brand new. And for this next one, I'm going to be using a combination of green, lime green, and yellow stained glass to make up the majority of the build, and then all of the support pillars and everything are going to be made out of tuff. And I'm also probably going to throw in some dark oak wood decorations as well. That way we stay consistent with this dark and kind of greenish tone using the dark oak wood and the tuff to match the glass. Dude, let me just tell you, this thing looks awesome. Especially on the inside with complementary shaders. Look at the way the green light from the sun is shining through. I absolutely cannot wait to fill this thing with plants. It's going to look absolutely gorgeous. Dude, there's a high likelihood that I'm like possibly the best person who has ever played this game. And that's being modest. No, obviously, I'm just kidding, but I'm absolutely in love with this thing. But before we can start building on the inside, I have to fix up some of the path work on the outside. And then I want to redo this little shop over to the left of the greenhouse here. Well, there we go. I think that looks good. Now I just also want to come in and kind of expand the kind of tent that we have here to give this outdoor shop some more coverage from the weather and elements and things. Speaking of weather, it immediately starts raining as soon as we put that up. Immersion. All right, it's time to head inside. One of the first things I want to do is actually build the bigger bone meal farm that I was talking about earlier. The small one that we had was nice, but it actually wasn't renewable. The more we let it run, we were actually losing bone meal, so it was a net negative design. But anyways, this design that we're using is actually the same bone meal farm design that I used in my regular survival series. And if you guys don't know, my regular survival series is actually my most favorite Minecraft world that I've ever had. So I would definitely recommend checking out that series. I'm going to be posting more on it in the near future, so keep that in mind. But there we go. The bone meal farm is done, and it fits perfectly snug inside the building here. I'm kind of annoyed that we're not going to be able to hide it as well as I would like to, but I think this will do for now. We can always come back and change it later. But for the moment, I just want to take a minute to sit here and let this thing go for a while so we can collect some bone meal and use that to create that lush environment throughout the rest of the build. And we're going to start by marking out some pathways within the structure here. I want these paths to be made of tuff to match the rest of the building. And then we're just going to start creating some shelving and storage units throughout the build. Because, you know, not only is this going to be our bone meal farm, but this is where I want to store all of our moss and leaf blocks. We won't ever really have a ton of them all at once, I don't think, so just having a little bit of decoration storage is an okay idea for me. Also want to design a couple of little decorative benches around the place. That way our botanical villagers have, you know, some areas to practice their botany. Is that the right word? Who do plant gardeners? Why is that something that eluded my brain? These are gardeners. But yeah, I just want to have a couple of benches for our gardener villagers to have fun preparing and selling their plants. And then after that's done, we're just going to come in and fill in all the different types of foliage to get this place looking beautiful. Now, before I show off the inside of what I just did in the build, I want to come to the back of the build and I want to have something that isn't at all functional, but I think is going to be really cool. Now, a lot of you know I am an absolutely massive fan of Game of Thrones. And like I said earlier in the video, I really want to put an emphasis on these villagers' connection to nature. So I'm actually going to build a custom forest area in the back here and my own variation of a weirwood tree. Now, these weirwood trees in Game of Thrones do have magical properties, but I don't want to include that in my lore of the actual world. Instead, I just want this to be a cool looking build as an homage to a series I love. And guys, before we go inside, I built this kind of outdoor shop area and I think it looks really cute and pretty, but before we go in, I have to say this is one of my most favorite things that I've ever made. I really was not expecting this to turn out this well, but just look at how gorgeous this greenhouse turned out. Oh my god. I feel like I managed to make this so cozy and just, this is exactly the vibe I wanted when you walk in here. And the shaders with that green and yellow light coming through is definitely helping, but just, it's so cozy and so welcoming. And I just absolutely love the way it turned out. I've got everything from different kinds of pots to moss hanging off the side of barrels to different leaf blocks to represent bushes, a bunch of different flowers. I even have some mushrooms in flower pots, and I have more spore blossoms spread throughout the area. I've got glowberries hanging from the ceiling. I've got a couple of ladders dotted around the place so that the villagers can actually access the hanging plants and things. And I did spend a lot of time trying to cover up the bone meal farm as best as possible. I can't cover it completely because the lava that's in the bone meal farm will actually catch this place on fire if there were any blocks that are too close to it. So I did the best I could, and it doesn't look perfect, but I think it's hidden well enough to get the message across. And on the outside here, I also added in some more sections of plants and a little tree that you can walk under. And I love just the view of walking past that tree and bam, getting hit with the view of the starter base. Hold on, wait, let's do that again, because like you're just walking under here, can't see anything. Dude, it's gorgeous. I'm so good at this game, man. But yeah, you just keep walking back here through these trees. You get this nice, quaint view of the inside of the greenhouse. And then as you're coming down this wooded road, you're met with the view of the red and white weirwood tree. And I absolutely love the way this looks. I honestly love this place so much. I'm thinking about maybe starting all of my streams in this area or something. It's just the perfect place to relax and wind down when we're not building anything. I might add a couple of benches every now and again. Yeah, this is my favorite part of this world so far. But now with that done, it is time to move on to working on the town square. And I'm going to begin by shearing some of the sheep that I have dyed different colors. And then we're going to be taking that wool and building a couple of shops along the road here. And I actually want these to be kind of clothing shops. We're going to have armor stands with different dyed leather everywhere, but this is actually going to be the storage area for our wool and dye blocks temporarily. But there we go. This place is done, and I think it looks pretty good. I'm going to be honest, it's not my favorite. I feel like there's something missing, and I don't really know what that is, but I think as the video goes on and we fill the area in with more details, this, again, similar to the first shops that we made, will start to make more sense. Now we're going to come over to this little building to the left here. We're going to add in some more bay windows, and we're going to add a little amethyst shop down at the bottom here. And the reason why I want this to be an amethyst shop is because I actually want there to be a giant amethyst geode in the town square. But with that pretty much done, I want to move over to this structure here. I'm going to remove the roof. I don't like the way it looks, and I have a bit of a different design idea in mind. Like I said earlier in this video, kind of talking about the lore of this world, I want to make it look like there are a bunch of these old structures that have been broken down and are being repurposed by these new villagers. So I think if this were actually some kind of torn down part of a castle that maybe used to be here, I think that would look pretty cool. So we're going to remove the roof, like I said. Then we're actually going to take out this center section of the wall here, and we're going to rebuild it up to make it look like a bit of some kind of bridge. And then we'll extend the pillars here, kind of making it look like they've been broken down as we go along. And then we can finish up detailing the bridge as well. And I'm also going to do my best here to make it look like this crumbled part of the castle has exposed a couple of different layers here on the inside. So we're just going to come in real quick and do some decorating, maybe add a light source or two to make this more visible and stand out at nighttime. And then I'm just going to put a roof on the other section of this little castle bit too. And yeah, zooming out a bit in free cam mode, that looks a lot better. I like that a lot, and it really helps to complement the firework farm. Now I also want to have kind of a little bit of I guess a restaurant or a pub off to the right of the kind of shopping area or the clothing area. So we're going to build a little outdoor seating area. Then we'll add in some more windows and a little entrance as well. And then to kind of fill in space on the other side of the street there, I'm going to add in some more clothing racks. And so that way when people are walking down this road, they can eat and then go right to shopping. And then I'm just going to decorate this other building here to, again, help us to fill in some space. And one of the last things I want to do here is actually build the town center. Now, again, this centerpiece is going to be a giant exposed amethyst crystal. And the reason why I'm doing this is, if you remember in last episode, I talked about how this entire island is basically a giant amethyst meteorite that crashed into the ocean. And perhaps that also ties into some of the lore I was talking about earlier about the earlier civilizations being wiped out. But anyways, I think having like this amethyst cluster as like a piece of history sticking out from the ground and being honored by the villagers of the town would make a lot of sense. And to be completely honest with you, I think it would just look cool. And then after we're done with that, we're just going to fill in the rest of the houses with more decorations along the streets here to start putting on the finishing touches of the build. with all these streets filled in and the town square done, there is not a lot left for us to do, guys. This project is finally coming to a close. So before we put the finishing touches on, I want to say thank you so much for the support that you've given me over the years. Hitting 100,000 subscribers really is a dream come true for me, and I'll have a much more extensive video talking about that coming out later. But I want to say thank you for everything that you've done for me, and I really hope you've enjoyed this extensive episode. But with that, let's get to the final details of decorating this build, and we can call it a day. And so with that, guys, this is the entertainment district complete. I have added a bunch of new things since you last saw me to really help bring this place together. I've added everything from different colored hanging signs and banners to lanterns and soul lanterns, and I really just crammed in as much decoration as possible. And not to mention, I linked up an entire firework network under the ground here, so that way we can have these epic firework displays all throughout the city. And I just have to say, I think this build definitely did come out a little quirky and stupid, but I think it still looks absolutely gorgeous, and it really fits the theme and the style of buildings that I'm going for in this world. But thank you all so much for joining me on this adventure. I had a ton of fun building this, and I hope you had fun watching. But once again, thank you all for everything. Slowly, day by day, you all really are changing my life, and there's nothing I could ever do to thank you for that. All I can do is hope that the content I give you is enough to satisfy in return. But just one more time, thank you for 100,000 subscribers. I hope you have enjoyed this video, but I gotta get going because I've got more work to do. This is my hardcore Minecraft starter base, and as much as I love this thing, I would actually like for it to be much bigger. You see, I've spent the last 5 months building all these different houses and towns and locations for my villagers on my starter island, but it's been a really long time since I made a structure that was specifically for me. And so I think it's time that we remind these villagers who's boss and completely transform my starter base. But in order to do that, we're going to need to start collecting some materials, and the first of which is white wool. Now fortunately, one of my subscribers pointed out to me that you can actually craft wool from string, and I've been playing Minecraft for 10 years, so I don't know how I forgot you could do that, but we have a string farm. So we're basically going to be able to just sit here, collect all the string we'll need for this build, and then make the wool. So now let's just craft up as much of this wool as we can possibly get. And we ended up with just a few shulker boxes full, which is nowhere near as much as I thought we were going to have, but I guess worst case scenario, if we run out, we can always just go back to the string duper, so I'm not too worried about it. Now, the next block that we need to collect is calcite, but we've actually been doing so many calcite mining sessions in the past couple of videos that I don't think we're going to run out, so we can skip this part for now, and we're going to head into the Nether to collect the next couple of blocks, which is a good bit of basalt and some blackstone if we can get our hands on it. And I actually want to fly around a little bit here. I tell you guys all the time, I always get nervous in the Nether still, so I think I'm going to try to head up into the ceiling to collect this basalt instead of trying to mine it down on the ground level where there are a bunch of magma cubes and things that can kill me. But yeah, this seems to be a good spot, but that drop is terrifying. You know, I've said this before, but I think it's still the PTSD from losing the last world that's kicking in, but I need to remember that I have netherite armor and elytra and a totem of undying now. It's very unlikely that I'm going to get killed, but I still get really nervous. Anyways, let's collect this basalt. Basalt acquired, now we are moving on to the next block on our list. And for this one, we're going to take a stroll down through our farming area, through the fishing village, onto the docks, and into the mining district. Man, I gotta tell you, having all of these places to walk through is really cool. The world is really coming together and I'm very happy with it. But if you haven't guessed already, we are headed underground for our next couple of blocks. And the first one we need is diorite. Alright, so we cleared out that first vein of diorite, but that is nowhere near the amount we're going to need. So I kind of need to look around in these caves here to see if I can find another patch of diorite. Now, diorite shouldn't be too hard to find. I know I'm in the right location for it. Speaking of the devil, we got another vein right here. Oh yes, and this one is turning out to be quite the chonky boy, so I'm happy about that. Oh my gosh, I think this is diorite heaven. Yep. This is the biggest vein of diorite I think I've ever seen. Okay. Well, I think we're set. And while we're down here, another block that we're going to need is andesite. So we might as well get as much of this as possible while we can. And for my next trick, I'm going to be collecting some tuff. I'm going to head all the way down to Deep Slate to do this one, and I'm going to set up a beacon in the same place I had my beacon the last time I was down here, because there are some veins of tuff that I just ignored because when I was mining here I didn't need them at the time. So we'll just load up this tasty hasty beacon and get to absolutely grubbing on some tuff. And while I was digging around for more veins of tuff, I actually came across a mob spawner and a dungeon, which is pretty cool. And it even had diamond horse armor in it, and a name tag as well, which those are sometimes hard to come by, so I'm happy about that. But after we cleared the dungeon, it was time to get back to mining some tuff. And I'm gonna be honest with you, the best part about this whole experience is that there was a ton of diamond ore everywhere. Yeah, so I don't know if you guys remember, but a couple of episodes ago, I also ended up finding a bunch of diamonds around tuff veins when I was mining it the last time. So I think from now on, the way I'm going to find diamonds is literally just by tracking down the nearest tuff blocks and then searching for it around there, because the rates we get out of these tuff veins, as far as like the ratio of diamonds they hold goes, is absolutely insane. I mean, we just got 57 diamonds out of that. Of course, we have Fortune 3 on our pickaxe, so that's something to consider, but still, we got 26 blocks of diamonds in about half an hour. That's kind of crazy. But now that we're done down here, we can just take down the beacon and grab the rest of our iron blocks and head back up to the surface. And if we want to continue here today, I'm just going to quickly head over to the creeper farm to get some experience and repair my tools. But now comes one of the more annoying parts of this project. We're building a castle, and the castle is going to be pretty detailed, so I need to make a bunch of the different variation blocks of the items we collected. So for example, we're going to start with some tough walls, some tough slabs, and some tough stairs. And we're going to do the same thing for basically every item that we got. Our inventory is going to get really chaotic, and I'm going to have to be refilling and going back to my chests pretty frequently, which is going to be incredibly annoying, but there's nothing I can really do about this at this point. I mean, there are just so many different items that we need for this build that There's no way around it, unfortunately. But taking a break from crafting items, I'm going to head back up to the mountains here, and I'm going to throw down another beacon. And we're going to be using that beacon to collect some cobblestone. And honestly, I don't know why I don't just make a cobblestone generator. I mean, people have told me that I don't really need it, considering the fact that I have access to a Netherite efficiency 5 pickaxe and a haste beacon. In fact, mining by hand is arguably faster than using a cobblestone generator, but we're at the point now where I shouldn't have to be manually putting in the work for cobblestone, you know what I mean? But regardless, let's just get this over with. All right, cobblestone collected. Let's tear down the beacon and get back to progressing through this build. Now, the next thing we need is a bunch more of the mossy cobblestone we made in the last episode. So we're just going to craft that up real quick because I have a bunch of moss left over from AFKing at the bone meal farm. And with that, I think we're pretty much good to go. So I'm going to start organizing my inventory here, just making different columns of items. I already know that by the time this video is over, the inventory is going to look nothing like what it does right now, but I'm going to try my best to stay as organized as possible. And so we're going to start with one half of like a gatehouse in the front of the castle. This is going to be a part of the outer wall. I plan to do this build in 3 different sections: an outer wall, an inner wall, and then the main castle itself. So we're starting on the outermost portion of it right now, and I'm going to be using all the blocks we collected to create a base of a calcite and diorite castle, and then using our darker blocks to come in and show some weathering and to make it look like some damage has happened to the castle over time. And there we go. I think, especially with the sunset, I think this looks pretty good. It definitely needs some work, but this is a really good start to the build. But now that we have the first side of the little gatehouse worked out, it's time to work on the right side. So we're going to begin by just building up a second tower here, and then connecting the two in the middle with a little arch. Then we're going to move back over to the left here and continue building up the wall. And every couple of blocks or so, we're going to be including these new castle battlements, just to make the castle look more intimidating and to help show off how well fortified the castle actually was during its heyday. Now, as we go along and build this castle here, I'm going to talk a little bit more about the lore. Now, you guys already know from the last couple of episodes that the established lore so far is that there was a previous villager civilization that lived on this island that was wiped out by events that are yet to be determined. However, all of the structures that you see that include calcite and diorite belong to those previous villagers, and the new villagers that have moved in don't really know what to do with these structures. Their stonework isn't as advanced and isn't as good, so they're not able to keep up with the maintenance required to keep these builds looking pristine. So as important as it is to show a bunch of weathering and damage done to this castle, I also want to make sure it's very obvious just how good and strong this previous civilization's stonework was. You know, as you look around the rest of the world, a lot of their structures are gone and destroyed, but this castle has stood the test of time, and despite all the weathering and damage that has been done to it, it's still standing. Now over on the left side of the castle here, I am going to include a segment that is much more destroyed than the rest of the castle, and I'll show you why in just a little bit here. But not only will this add lore to the build a little bit, it'll also just create a better way for us to see the castle from this angle. I'm kind of worried that the walls are going to block the main view of the mega structure while we're walking down by our farms, so I want to open up a little bit of space to give us another line of sight directly to the main castle. But with that done and out of the way, we're just going to continue the wall along the side of the cliffs here, just really making sure it looks like the castle was designed to ensure that nobody other than the king and the king's people could access the castle. And now we're going to head back over to the side that's by the entertainment district to do the exact same thing. Just extend the walls to the cliffside edge to make sure nobody can get in. But with that, the outer wall of the castle is done and we can move on to the interior wall. And this wall is going to basically have the same design. We're going to have a couple of battlements every now and again, and we'll probably end up putting a gatehouse in here as well. Now over on the left here, one of these towers, I've been calling them battlements, but I guess they're just towers. I don't know what the proper name for them is, but we're going to have one of these that's actually broken down where the top is missing. And later in this video, we're going to be building the top of that fallen part of the castle somewhere else down the hill. Now, if you haven't guessed it already, I want to make it look like whenever this catastrophic event happened, the top of this particular tower was basically just completely severed. It rolled down the hill, broke through the wall, and then landed on the ground somewhere along the beach on our island. I think it's a really cool way to just add some action and some moving elements to the world, and I can't wait for you guys to see the finished product because it ends up turning out really cool. But for now, we're just going to move back over to the right and finish getting up some more of these walls, and we're also going to build one half of the secondary gate entrance. And then of course, naturally, we're going to build the other half of this gatehouse, and then we're going to connect the two in the middle. And just like we did on the outer castle wall, we're going to come in on the inner castle wall and extend it all the way to the cliffside to make sure nobody can pass through. And I actually think I'm going to extend this portion of the wall all the way back here so that it kind of wraps around the castle as well. I think that would be pretty cool. But that is the inner castle wall complete. So with both the outer and inner castle walls done, it's now time to move on to the primary part of the starter base. And we're going to begin by a smaller section off to the right. I want this to kind of look like a cathedral looking chapel or a church of some kind. I want the king and the castle goers to have access to some place to pray. I don't know what kind of religions are going to be in this world yet. I haven't really developed that part of the story as much at this point, but I think something along the lines of, you know, these villagers worshiping the magical properties that came from the amethyst crystals would be pretty cool, and I think it would make a lot of sense. And now we're going to make it so that there is actually no outside entrance. I want to give the impression that the nobles of this world are kind of gatekeeping their religion, and you know, maybe they believe that the rest of their civilization, because they're not nobles, they just aren't as worthy of the religion as they are. So the rest of the people don't really get direct contact with the quote-unquote gods of this world. Let me tell you, the time lapses do not do this thing justice. I mean, these builds are looking pretty big from the ground level when we're looking at them, and I think they're turning out pretty sharp. Advertisements aside, there is one more block that I forgot to get, and that's actually birch wood. Now, we should have like a ton of birch wood just sitting on our chest from when we cleared out the forest for the entertainment district, so fortunately, we are not going to have to go out and chop down some trees. But I just need to craft up some birch trapdoors and fences, because we're going to be using these as accent blocks to give us some more detail in the castle. I'm going to be using the trapdoors to create some trim on the gate entrances, and I'm also going to use some dark oak fences real quick too to create the actual gates themselves. And there we go. I think that actually turned out very nicely. But now I've been building this castle for a couple of hours at this point. It's taken me a whole day to get where I'm at right now. So I want to take a quick break from working on the main structure itself, and I'm going to whip up Lightmatica and use that to help us place in the broken and fallen portion of the top of one of the towers that I was talking about earlier, down here on the beach. Now, for the moment, I am not going to texture this thing because I think in a future episode episode, I would actually like to have a whole custom forest down here. So once we start building that, I'll come back in and I'll add like a bunch of moss and dirt and grass growing all over this thing. So for right now, we're just going to use our regular calcite, white wool, and diorite to detail this thing, and then we'll go from there. But there we go. Okay, this thing is done, and I have to say, I know it looks kind of out of place right now, but trust me, when, again, we put in all the details and everything, this is going to look really cool. And I think this is adding a lot of story to the world. I'm very happy with it, especially when we fly up here to the broken segment of the castle, looking down, seeing the hole in the wall, and then just the top of the castle laying there. It makes a lot more sense. But anyways, I think now it is time to get back to building the main structure. And so to begin here, we're going to start with one of the main towers of the castle, and this one extends all the way down to the water. So we have quite a bit of building to do all the way up past the height of the rocks and then continuing even further upwards. And so with that little section now at ground level, we're going to begin building up the rest of the castle with it. And while we begin building up the bottom of the castle here, I'd like to mention that if you want to check this place out for yourself, you can do so by downloading it over on my Patreon page. For just $3 a month, you get access to things like member shoutouts, behind the scenes screenshots, Discord roles, and early access to ad-free versions of all my hardcore videos. And for $10 a month, you get all the previously mentioned things, as well as access to the build schematics for everything that I've ever made in hardcore Minecraft, and to all my world downloads. I'd also like to take this moment to thank all of my current Patreon members and channel members. I've said it before, then I've said it 100 times. You guys really do keep this channel afloat during the months when maybe my channel isn't performing as well or I haven't been uploading as much. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for everything you do for me, because you really are keeping the channel running. So the starter castle is done, and I am very excited to show you. We're inside of our little farmer house here. We built this in a live stream. Shout out to the live streams. But just imagine you're a farmer, you know, coming downstairs, walking into your kitchen, getting everything ready for the morning, putting on your clothes, getting your tools ready for a hard day work. You walk outside, you know, maybe you tend to some crops. You check on your beets. Perhaps you want to, you know, check on your donkey and your horse. You want to tend to the cows for a little bit. And then you walk down towards your farm and you are met with this view. Oh my God. I actually might cry. I think this is the best thing I have ever built in this game. This just looks so insane. Now I just want to take a moment to, you know, check out all the different places that we can view this castle from in this world. I'm really hoping it looks good from everywhere. So we're gonna head out past the fishing district here. I'm just gonna hop in our boat and go across this river here. Let's turn our render distance up as high as it can go. Can we even see it from over here? Oh my God, yes we can. Look at that. Okay. Just imagine coming home from a long journey in hardcore Minecraft. That view of seeing the castle off in the distance is insane. Let's park our little boat, you know, go walk through the the fishing district here. You know, maybe we want to do some trading with some villagers along the way. All these stalls will eventually be filled, but you know, for now they're empty. But we're just going to take a little walk up here through the trees, past all of our houses, and we're going to go through the gatehouse here. And oh, dude. Oh, I love the way that feels. It's just like you're absolutely consumed by these vast open views of the wheat fields, and then just having that ginormous castle in the background. I am so incredibly happy with how this turned out. And dude, this thing looks just as beautiful from the front as well. I can't believe it. I absolutely love the effect you get from coming those close, tight quarters in the fishing village to just being thrown into these open, sprawling landscapes and having that massive castle just towering over you. It's so cool. But anyways, enough gawking at my own achievements. We are not even anywhere near done with this thing yet. The outside shell isn't even complete. So we're going to start by coming down to the water level here and extending the bits of the castle that I didn't build down to the ground to make everything actually make sense and connect to the bottom of the world. And with that complete and the castle finally connected to the ground, we're going to continue with the build by finishing the bridge. Now, I've talked about this bridge in the past, and so I'd like to tell you a little bit more of the story of this bridge. And so basically, you guys know that the first portion of our starter base is a wizard tower, and magic and magical elements do play a heavy role in this world. So the role of the grand wizard or the master wizard, I can't believe I actually just accidentally said that. The Master Wizard, guys, you heard it here. Good God. But anyways, the role of the Grand Wizard is a very big deal. And so in that wizard tower, there are only ever 2 wizards living there at the same time. The Grand Wizard, and then the one who's training the wizard who will replace him. And so the lore goes that this bridge, after it was broken by the calamity that happened years ago, it ended up obtaining some kind of magical properties. And so a lot of people spend their entire lives training to be the next Grand Wizard. But the final test of becoming the one worthy of that title is crossing this bridge, which is why it leads directly out of what is going to be the throne room of the castle right over to our starter island. Now, like I said, these wizards in training could spend their entire lives prepping and doing everything correctly and everything they need to do in order to pass the test. But if the bridge rejects them, then they fall, never to return again. And I have some ideas for a way to actually show this happening in some future builds, but I'll save that for another time. But there we go. The bridge is basically done. Now, I actually need to head back into the entertainment district here to grab some fireworks out of our firework farm. This is so nice having this done automatically for us. This build was definitely worth the investment. Oh my God. And I just realized you can see the castle from the entertainment district too. That's so cool. But what's not really cool and is actually kind of terrifying is what I'm going to attempt to do next. And before I do it, I'm just going to put all of our shulker boxes down and try to get our inventory as clean as possible. And so now what's happening is that I have discovered I don't really like the look of the birch wood on the castle. I really want this castle to feel like it was entirely sculpted out of marble, and the only way to do that is by getting pale wood. And if you guys don't know, I play this world in the base version of 1.21. So that means it's time for a world update to 1.21.4, which means dotting our I's and crossing our T's, making a backup of the world to make sure it doesn't get corrupted like my very first hardcore world did, and attempting to update all of my mods. So I don't know how this is going to go. This may potentially ruin the entire video, but I guess if you're seeing this video, you already know it went well, but wish me luck. Okay, so here we go. We are loading up the hardcore world for the first time in 1.21.4, and I think we're good to go. A few of my mods aren't working right now, so I am going to come out with an updated mods video soon. We don't have our flaming sword right now, which is kind of disappointing. I have to reconfigure the texture pack, but at least we got the Incy wiggle. Now we're just going to head out east of our starter island and try to find a pale garden. Oh, wait, I think this is one right here. We're not even 1,000 blocks away from our base. This is pretty good. I haven't really explored very far out in this direction though, so I guess it kind of makes sense that there's one nearby. This place looks really weird with complementary shaders. What was that sound? I'm hearing things. I don't know how... I didn't do my research before coming in here. I don't know how strong the creaking is, so I gotta be careful here. I tell you what, we're just gonna collect wood as fast as we can and then head home, because I am not trying to lose this world because I'm too stupid and naive to know any better. Okay, night is starting to fall, and these flowers look so cool. I'm definitely taking some of these. Oh my god, he was right in front of me. There he is. That's him. That's the man, officer. I actually really like the glowing eyes. That looks pretty cool. But I am going to just slowly back away here. Hold on, this zombie's about to ruin my day. I know that if they're like a weeping angel type of situation. Let me just try to keep him in frame. He doesn't seem to move when I have my inventory open, so let's just put the shulker box down. Throw the elytra on. Hello, please don't eat me. Get one last good look at him. Maybe take a picture. And then get the hell out of here. Yeah. Nope. I didn't do enough research to know. I feel like maybe I might be a little overpowered. He doesn't really pose a threat to me at this point, because I know multiple of them can spawn at the same time, but I'm not risking it. Now we're just going to head home and craft up some of these new pale wood blocks. Oh yeah, those definitely, that's the color we need. They're a little bit more pink than I would have liked. They have a bit of a pink hue to them, which is kind of annoying, but I think at a distance, we're not really going to be able to notice anyway, so I don't think it matters. But now I'm just going to go along here to each portion of the build that has birch on it and replace it with the pale wood. Okay, so with that done, I think that the pale wood looks really good as a replacement for the birch, so we're going to come up to the top of the build here and continue to add some more pale wood accents and try to make the top of the build a bit spikier and a bit more gothic looking than it did before. And there we go, that looks a lot better. I also added some more trapdoors in some places to help make the curves of the build look better and to add some more details to the walls. But now we're just going to come down to this front little entrance section here and do the same thing we did on the roof, and then for the third time repeat the same process for the little church we have off to the side. But now with all that done, I want to come up to this top room here that we have. This is going to be like a council chambers or something where the king discusses like all of his plans with some of his top people or something like that. But I'm going to take all of this pale wood that we have and I'm going to try to create a little bit of a window here, or at least give the illusion of a window. We're not actually going to have any glass because I think it would look better without it, but it'll get the idea across. Now I want to come down to the entrance of the build and start opening up the doorway a little bit here. And we're also going to be putting in all the floors and then building the actual door itself. And while I build this section of the base, I thought it would be fun if now we did the comment of the day section of the video. And today's comment comes from Etheziel. Of course, I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong. But Etheziel goes on to say that he has an idea for underneath of the starter base. He thinks that we should make some kind of underground open vault that is very white and bright, just like the starter castle, and has a lot of gold and shiny stuff in it. And he continues to explain that the vault has gotten so big that it needs gigantic pillars in order to keep the ceiling from falling down. He also said that we could build a dragon that protects the treasure, and I could have a bunch of creeper heads lying around, symbolizing how the story to distance the creepers began. Like perhaps the reason why the creepers were banished was because they tried to break into the vault or something like that. Now, I absolutely think this is an insanely cool sounding idea, and I love the concept of just a giant open underground cave with a bunch of gold scattered all over the place. It would actually make for a really cool storage room. So I definitely think I'm going to take them up on their idea here and try to incorporate something similar. So Etheziel, thank you for helping me with my ideas for my next couple of videos. And if the rest of you in the comments do want to help me make some things, I would love to hear from you. I love taking inspiration from you guys and incorporating your ideas into my builds. and I'd really like to do that more. I do enjoy helping you guys get to see your ideas come to life as well. But let's get back to the video. But alright, we got all the floors in and the big door on the entrance done. Now I want to come in and create the throne. I want it to be pretty small, and I want it to kind of be framed by the back entrance, or I guess the back exit that leads to the wizard tower. So we're just going to build it right in the center here. And I do want to take a little bit of inspiration from the Game of Thrones iron chair here. I want it to make it look a bit pointy. We're going to see if we can't figure out how to do that. We are also not working with a ton of space in this room, so I need it to be as small but as detailed as possible. There we go. I think this is pretty sick. It's exactly what I was looking for. Small but detailed, and it definitely gets the point across. I think we look pretty cool sitting in this thing. Now we're just going to come over to each of the sides here, and we're going to build up some pillars to make some arches. And I'm also going to fill in a second layer above these pillars so that we have kind of a second story to walk on. And we'll just quickly make the arches. And now I gotta say, this is looking pretty sick. I love the way it looks, especially with the moon setting directly behind it. Dude, really cool. So now I'm just going to continue down to the left side of the base here, and I'm going to fill in the floor in the church area too, kind of just get the base of the entire castle done, or rather the entire castle interior done. And I'm only going to be using calcite for this because I want the floors and as much of the walls to be as shiny as possible. Now, I originally wanted the castle to look very worn down from the outside, which I think we accomplished, but on the inside, I wanted it to look pristine and pretty well taken care of. You know, the inside isn't as exposed to the elements as the outside is, so it would make sense that it's a little cleaner and still more intact, but I don't actually have room to build up 2 layers of each of the walls. It would just take up too much space, so I'm just going to be covering as much of the interior as I can in calcite to help us get that really shiny marble looking texture that I want. I'm also going to come into the throne room here and try to throw up some spiral staircases leading up to the top balconies. And then we're just going to fill in the floor on the other side as well. Now, back up here in the balconies, I actually want to create a couple of I guess what would be seating areas. I'm going to try to add a little bit more lore here and say that these balconies are for a choir that has basically been hired to sing 24/7. And you know, they have a bunch of staff, so they'll rotate on and off to give each other breaks from using their voices. And so this basically makes it so that there's always ambient music in the king's chamber so that it sounds more intimidating and dramatic whenever people walk in or come here to be judged or sentenced. Okay, I'm getting a little distracted here, but something that's really bothering me, I've been seeing while I'm building the castle, is that the castle doesn't really match the wizard tower starter base anymore. You know, it's a lot more detailed, and I think my building has definitely improved since I built this starter base. So although I can't completely retexture the starter tower today, I am going to replace all of the bamboo trapdoors and fences that we have over there with the pale wood variants. That way the color at least will match. You know, originally what I was trying to do was show that these buildings were kind of capped or trimmed in gold, but after discussing it a lot with my live stream members, we all kind of unanimously decided that it would be better if we got rid of the gold, or I guess rather yellow looking parts of the build, and just made it completely white and marble. So that's what we're going to be doing here. Oh yeah, that definitely improved the look of this thing a lot. And again, even though it's not as detailed as the actual castle, it's looking a lot better. Dude, if you're standing on the bridge when the sun sets, I love the way the shadow of the wizard tower like rises up and like perfectly lines up with the actual throne and the throne room. It just looks That's so cool looking. Wow, I didn't even mean for that to happen. But now we're going to come up to the top room again to kind of like the council chambers here. And I'm going to start by building out kind of a table in the middle for them to gather around. Going to be putting down some little chairs as well. I'm going to try to design these so that the king's chair is a little bit bigger. It's going to be completely made out of marble and he's going to have little hand rests. And then the rest of the chairs will just be made out of spruce. I'm also going to want to build up some more pillars on the side here. I will be very impressed with myself if I manage to pack any more detail. This is a very small room. It's a lot smaller than I thought it was going to be. But this is actually turning out okay. I mean, it still feels like we have space in here. But something I need now is actually a bunch of different colored buttons. Now, the reason I'm doing this is because, again, I am actually taking inspiration from House of the Dragon here. And in the show, when any of the council members show up, they have these little, like, marble spheres that they bring to the table. And to kind of symbolize that they're there to show that they're present and paying attention in the meeting, they bring that marble with them, and when they show up, they place it in this little holder on the table. And I thought it was just a really cool little detail to add. Again, to add a little bit more story to the build and just to look kind of cool. So I'm going to be using a couple of different types of buttons to hopefully get that idea across. Yeah, there we go. I think that looks okay. If you don't know what it is, it looks a little weird, but I like it, so I'm going to keep it. Now I just need to work on building up a spiral staircase that goes all the way from the bottom of the castle to the top. And that is not going to be very fun. So there we go. The staircase is built. And I gotta say, I'm pretty happy with how this room is coming along. Now I'm just going to use some polished diorite stairs here to kind of help shape the roof more into a point to make it look a little bit smoother. But now I'm just going to fire up a couple of live streams and detail a few more rooms in the castle. And with that, our starter / mega castle is complete. Now, some of the rooms aren't done yet, but I did do a lot on stream as well. Primarily, we got done with this little kitchen area over to the left here, which has a little seating table for our castle workers and some kind of large furnace with some decorations. And I even added this little breezeway here so that the smoke and everything can actually get out of the kitchen, and for the castle workers to have an outdoor seating area to eventually sit and eat at. I also went over and completed the church section of this build, and I'm very happy with how this turned out, especially with how the big organ turned out that we have sitting up in these rafters above the church. I really love the way that looks. I think it turned out pretty cool. I'm also very happy with the throne room. It's not as detailed as I would like, but it definitely gets the point across, and it'll do for now. And I, again, just cannot express how much I absolutely love the look of the exterior of this build. This is just exactly what I had envisioned in my head, and I plan to do a lot more to this base, but this is a really, really solid start. And it just adds so much atmosphere to the rest of the island. Today's video was definitely a success in my book. So thank you all so much for watching, and I really hope you have enjoyed. If you didn't already, make sure you like the video and subscribe to the channel. We've been growing at a very fast pace recently, and I'm so grateful for everything you guys have done for me. So thank you for that. But once again, I hope you guys have enjoyed. This build is available on my Patreon, again, if you're interested. But other than that, I gotta get going because I've got more work to do. Last episode, we finished building our Mega Castle starter base, but with that complete, we now have these two areas to the left and the right of the farming district that are looking a little empty. And so today, instead of building more structures, I actually want to take some time to do some terraforming and build our very own custom forest. But in order to build what is basically an entire biome in hardcore Minecraft, we have to start in creative mode. So I've loaded up one of my creative testing worlds, and as you can see, I've built a bunch of plots out down below me to help me stay organized, and we're going to begin this process by building some custom trees. And then once we're done making all of these, I'm just going to transfer them over and make them a Lightmatica file, and then we'll fire up the hardcore world, gather all the resources we need, and then use said Lightmatica file as a blueprint to place down all the trees. But now that we're actually in hardcore Minecraft, the first thing we need to do is prepare some of the landscape around the area we want the forest to sit on. So I'm just going to go through my chest monster here and collect a bunch of the stone materials I need because we are going to be starting with some rock work. And I would like to have this area raised up off the water a little bit, so we're going to head down to the ground level where the regular dirt meets the fishing district, and we're just going to take some stone and start outlining where I want a little cliffside to be. And so now that we know what Y level we're going to be building on and we have our little cliffside marked out, it's time to fill in all the holes with some grass and dirt to make sure we have a flat surface to work on. I'm also going to take some time here just to make sure we replace any sand that's exposed. That way the forest floor will be nothing but grass and we'll have an easier time decorating it. And so now that that's done, I want to just come in here and replace a bunch of this grass with some moss blocks. I just want to make it look like there are some brighter patches of grass on the forest floor to add some contrast. Next up, I want to come back down to the rocks here and create a line of cobbled deep slate right at the first water level to hopefully kind of make it look like the rocks that are submerged have a darker tint to them. I'm also going to be bringing this cobbled deep slate up in a few places and surrounding it by tuff and some cobblestone to hopefully make it look like the rocks are darker where maybe some waves have splashed up and whatnot. That complete, now I kind of just want to come in here and do a bunch more detailing on the rocks, just using a bunch of different variation blocks like slabs and stairs to help smooth out the surface and make it look more natural. And there we go. Taking a step back with FreeCam mod, you can definitely already see the difference. Still looks maybe a little bit funny, but we're going to do something in a few seconds here to help change that. And the thing I want to do to help blend it into the landscape better is actually grow some azalea trees here and then collect all of their leaves. And we're going to use said azalea leaves to help the landscape blend in with the rocks. With that out of the way, I now want to just quickly come in and mark out where we're going to have some pathways. I'd like to have a path coming from over by the fishing village and kind of circling around the fallen part of the castle. We are eventually going to be putting a beacon here, so I think it would be cool if this was kind of a center point of the forest. But yeah, I'm just going to mark this out using path blocks and coarse dirt. But speaking of the fishing village area, I want to come over to kind of this segment of the wall that I have set up for the farm, and I want to kind of remove it and redo it a little bit because we are going to have a very small doorway section here that leads into the fishing village. So I kind of need to reform the landscape here in order to make it fit. But now that we have the pathway marked out, it's time to actually start placing in some trees. But before we can do that, I actually have to go fly out to our spruce forest that we've been absolutely obliterating throughout the past couple of episodes. And unfortunately, I need to do that some more. We're going to be taking down a very large portion of this forest, but I need all those spruce leaves and spruce wood that I was talking about earlier. With all the spruce wood complete, I headed home for a couple minutes, and right off of our main island to the left on the mainland, there is a bit of a birch forest, so I'm going to take that down as well because I do need those birch leaves that I was talking about in the beginning of the episode to kind of help me hopefully create light highlights on the trees. But with the wood collected, we're just going to come in here and grab some mossy carpet. We're also going to head over to the bone meal farm to, well, grab some bone meal, and we're going to use that bone meal to help us make a bunch of this pale hanging moss. I'm hoping that by including this hanging moss, we're going to be able to make it look like the trees are a bit bushier. I originally thought it would be possible to put like actual grass in the leaves, but I think that's only something that can be done with a world edit. Obviously, I don't want to have to do that, so we're working with this instead. And although it's a different kind of gray color, it might actually end up looking like there are some dead leaves in the trees or something like that. I know these are supposed to be pine trees, and pine thistles don't really, stay dead on the trees. They normally fall off, but I guess these are more a fantasy version of what a pine tree would be. These aren't actually a real type of tree that has actual IRL tree mechanics. I'm ranting about this. It's not really that important, but I think you'll get the idea when you see it happening in real time. So with all that done and out of the way, it's time to actually start placing down all of the trees and getting this forest built. And while we begin this process, I want to read today's comment of the day, which comes from Reese Kelly, and they go on to say, "Great builds, great story, a couple lore ideas that I have while watching. Write yourself into the lore. There is a past civilization and the current villagers, but there is also you. Are you a part of the villager civilization? Are you different? How did you come to live in the castle/tower? Second, I found the shadow of the wizard tower to be a potential storytelling image. Perhaps in the same way the shadow of the tower eclipsed the throne room, the magic of the civilization grew to the point of its own demise. The balance of the king's wisdom/benevolence and the wizard's magic built the community to a great civilization. However, greed for more magical power grew to an uncontrollable state and ultimately triggered the fall of the kingdom and a cataclysmic event. Now the kingdom awaits a new ruler who can be wizard and king, and, within himself, bring balance to the new civilization, that person potentially being your character." Great stuff though, I can't wait to see these villages populated. So Reese Kelly, thank you for that amazingly detailed comment, and there is definitely a lot to unpack there. I really like a lot of the ideas that you just threw out there, and we will most likely end up incorporating at least a few of them. Going forward, I think I need to create like a Discord exclusive channel in my Discord server where we have a council of people who help me write the lore to the series, because you guys have some really great ideas. But the one I like the most here is definitely the idea of the magic of the civilization growing to the point where it ends up destroying itself. I actually think that makes a lot of sense and could be really cool. It could also help us add some lore to maybe some of the other kingdoms that we will eventually build in this world. Maybe there will be evidence of this starter kingdom attempting to go out and take over other castles and other civilizations. Perhaps there are remnants of past battles scattered throughout the world, and I think this could really be a potentially very cool idea. But once again, Reese, thank you for the comment, and let's get back to the video. taking a walk into this forest here, I am very happy with how this is turning out. It feels so cozy and just very dense and wooded, which is exactly what I wanted to do. And we have all the major trees in place, all the tallest trees. But I do plan to fill in some of these empty spaces with a bunch of smaller ones in the future. But for now, this is definitely a good starting point. But before we put the finishing touches on the trees, I actually want to come to a little bit of this open area here in the forest, and I want to start marking out where I'm going to have a running stream. But this isn't going to just be your run-of-the-mill running stream and little pond area. We're not going to be using actual water for this. Instead, we're going to be building the look of water using a bunch of different types of stained glass. But before I get ahead of myself here, I want to fill in a bunch of the ground and the undersection of where the river is going to be. I guess the riverbed is the term I'm looking for. I want to fill in the riverbed with some cobbled deep slate and some mud blocks. That way we can get the look of wet soil underneath the water. Now I just want to come to the edge of the river here and use some muddy mangrove roots, some regular mud, and some coarse dirt to kind of just help blend in the area where the water is flowing to the rest of the ground to make it look like a bit more of a seamless transition. It's not going to be perfectly seamless, but it'll help add some much needed detail. But now I'm just going to grab a few different types of dye, mainly black, white, light gray, and gray, and I'm also just going to smelt up some sand to get that glass that we need. So now we can just craft up that stained glass that I was talking about, and we're going to head over to the river area and start placing in all of the quote-unquote water. And we are going to completely fill in the little pond area with as much glass as we possibly can to hopefully get a little bit more of that foggy look to help it look more like water. I also discovered we can place grass down on mud, which works out perfectly because now we have a way to simulate a little bit of seaweed or underwater moss growing at the bottom without actually having real water there, so that works out perfect. And I'm also going to come up to where there are certain parts of this river where the water is flowing more heavily, maybe where it's going downstream or there's some mini waterfalls, and I actually learned this technique from BOO, I think around sometime last year, where he used this kind of water glass technique, and in the parts where the water was flowing much heavier, to make it look like there was foam bubbling up and stuff, he used the lighter stained glass that he had access to, like white stained glass, and I think maybe even some carpet, like some white wool carpets in some places. And I think it looked really cool, so we're going to try to do the same thing in a few spots here. Now, using stained glass to simulate different colors of water isn't a new thing. It's been around for a while. But somebody by the name of Jake Kelton Crafts recently managed to completely revolutionize the way we build with this mechanic in Minecraft. And he actually discovered a way to make a moving waterfall, which is just insanely cool. So later in the video, we are going to be building one of those, and I'm very excited for it. Now I'm just going to come in with a bunch more of those stone variants that I was using earlier on the little cliffside, and we're going to build up the sides of the river to make it look like a lot of the dirt has been washed away, and there's a bunch of exposed stone surrounding where the water is. I'm also going to come to the side of the cliffside here, and I'm going to try to build out a very crude little waterfall. This one is not going to be moving. Again, we're going to have a much bigger, more visually pleasing version of this later in the video, but I think having a little one off to the side here will just add a little bit of cool detail for us to look at when we're swimming past the island. And I'm also just going to come in with a bunch of bone meal to help add some foliage to the area. Eventually, the entire floor is going to be covered in grass and stuff, but we'll get to that in a little bit. I'm also going to bring in some buttons and pressure plates to add some little stones everywhere. Now, over here where this portion of the river crosses over the pathway, I do want to design just a very small 1x1 almost bridge, just for us to have something to walk over. There we go. I think that design works pretty well. Looks cute. And I gotta say, this whole area has turned out very good. I'm really happy with the way this looks. This is the first time I've tried to do this, in survival. Actually, this is the first time I've ever tried to build like this at all. So, and this looks especially good with shaders. I love the way that with Complementary Reimagined, the glass is actually reflective. So it does give the illusion of this being actual water because of those reflections. I didn't even mean for that to happen. I didn't know that was a thing that was going to happen, but we're lucky it turned out that way. Now I'm just going to come in and build up some more stone along the pathway here just to give us some elevation changes when we're walking. And again, man, I keep coming back to this pond. It looks so good with the farm in the background. But next up, continuing the stone trend here, I'm going to go throughout the forest and just build up a bunch of boulders all over the place. The default Minecraft like spruce and taiga biomes do have these, so I would like to incorporate some of these myself as well. And so I'm just going to be randomly building a bunch of different variations of these. Okay, this place is really starting to look amazing. I placed in all the boulders and I went ahead and bone mealed the entire forest floor, removing any flowers or other colored blocks that are there. So we basically just have all either short grass or tall grass, and I have to say the immersiveness is really starting to compound and build up. But the next thing I want to quickly do is make the forest floor look a bit more bushy. So I'm going to go around with some more azalea leaves, and I'm just going to kind of throw them down randomly throughout the place. I'm also going to use some flowering azaleas just to give us a little bit of some pops of color here and there, and I'm hoping this will help to fill up some space visually and just make the forest floor look a bit more dense. I also want to come in and mark this pathway that separates from the main walkway and kind of have a secondary area to walk up to the actual castle. Now, if you guys know from last video, I said that I want the outer circle of the castle walls to actually be filled with houses, and since we have this broken section of the wall where, you know, the broken piece of the castle rolled down, I think it would make sense if we had a pathway leading up to this area, kind of giving the villagers a secondary way to enter their housing, you know, from the forest. And then I'm also going to dig underneath the little river section here. I know I was just working on pathways, but I got to come back to the river because I want to add flowing water. That way, when we stand around the river, we can actually hear water flowing as if it were actual water and not just regular glass. And I can already hear it starting to work. That is going to be perfect. Now we're just going to come into the broken section of the castle, and I'm going to attempt to make room for a full beacon under here. I have to clear out a bunch of dirt, and I have to do all of this while not removing as much of the castle as possible because I do not want this beacon to really be exposed. I want it to be pretty hidden, basically 100% hidden underneath of the broken castle itself, so we're gonna try to make this work as best as we can. And then we'll just place the beacon down up top, wait for it to power on, and then we will activate resistance and regeneration on the beacon. That way, anytime we're in the forest, we will have resistance and regeneration, and I really like this idea. I like the idea of having a place to come where maybe we're very low on health or about to die, and just having this safe haven on the island to just be able to regenerate without having to eat anything. And for those of you who are worried about mobs, don't worry, because we're going to be mob proofing this entire area later in the video. But now I'm just going to come in and do some weathering on this part of the castle by adding in a bunch of tough and mossy cobblestone and moss blocks and just every kind of foliage thing you can think of to cover this thing to make it look like it's been here for a couple hundred years. And now a lot of you have mentioned that it would make sense to kind of have a trail through the forest where this thing might have rolled down with some broken trees. And although that does sound like a good idea, like I previously just stated, I really want it to feel like this thing has been sitting here for hundreds, if not thousands of years. I want the forest to have grown back over where the trail of the fallen castle would have been, so that's why I'm opting to do that. It would be a lot cooler to show the broken trees, I agree, but it's more important to me to show the passage of time here. Then another thing we're going to do to start to help mob proofing the area is we're going to make a bunch of glow lichen and harvest it and kind of start just dotting it throughout the forest to get some low level lighting to stop mobs from spawning at night. I'm also just going to come in here and replace a bunch of these moss blocks with torches and then place moss carpets over them. That way we have some more powerful torch light on the forest floor, lighting up the area and preventing mobs from spawning. But with that, I think this portion of the forest is complete, and I am absolutely in love with the way this turned out. It really just is. This is perfect. This is exactly what I wanted out of this, and this is a little bit out of my comfort zone, so I'm just very happy with the way this turned out. We have a bunch of cool places in the forest where you can stand. Like over here on the trail, we can see, you know, the starter base through the woods here, and then if we go over to the right, we get this awesome view of the starter castle through the trees. Just looks absolutely amazing. And just walking through the rest of the forest looks absolutely gorgeous too. You know, over the little bridge over the river, just being able to see, you know, our little stream off in the distance is just so immersive, and I love it. But we're gonna head back over to the fishing village for a couple minutes here because there is something that's bothering me. These little sections we never really finished. There's a bunch of weird grass and dirt just sitting around, so we're going to remove that to make sure the docks extend properly, and then we can call it quits for this area. But there we go. I think that looks a lot better, and we're good to move on. But with that side of the forest done, we're going to come over to the top right section of the land that we have above the farming district, and we're going to begin transforming this as well. Now, this area is actually where I want to have that big moving waterfall that we're going to build. So I'm going to begin by just marking out where that thing is going to go, and then we're going to build the rest of the forest around that. Now that we have the area for where the waterfall is going to be marked out, I'm going to come to the top of that little section, and we need to have a place where the water is actually flowing from. So I'm going to spend some time terraforming and designing another little pond using the same techniques we used earlier in the video to use mud and cobble deep slate for the bed of the pond, and I'm actually going to extend that design down towards the bottom of where the waterfall is going to go. That way we have the dark color palette in the background of everything as it flows into the actual water that's separate from the island. But now it's time to actually get that water pall in place. Who the fuck is Paul? But now we're actually going to get that waterfall in place. And so I'm just going to craft up some redstone components that we need to make it move. And I actually designed my own little version of this in our creating testing world. So I'm going to fire up Lightmatica again and use that to help me fill in all the redstone components. But all the redstone is now built, so it's time to just start filling in the background. And then it's just time to come in and start placing in the glass to make this thing actually work. And testing it out real quick, it's not done yet, but that is looking almost exactly how I want it to look. This is not going to be perfect. Again, this is my first attempt at this, okay? And I don't ever really do any kind of redstone. I mean, I know I have built my automated farms in the past before, but that's normally, you know, I was just straight up following a tutorial block for block. Me doing my own redstone basically from scratch without watching a tutorial is not something that happens very frequently here at youtube.com/Incy, so please bear with me. Now we need to just come in and finish building up the riverbed and add all of the stained glass on top. And I'm also going to come down to where our custom water meets the actual Minecraft water, and I'm going to try to blend this as seamlessly as possible. It's probably not going to look great, but I'm going to do my best here. And then I'm also going to come into the sides of the river and waterfall and add in some more cobbled deep slate and some tuff to make it look like they're just a bunch of water splotches everywhere. And yep, using free cam here to take a step back over on the other side of the river, that looks really good. I mean, I'm really happy with how this is turning out. Now, I just need to come up to this little pond we have here, place in some more of that grass, or I guess rather seaweed, fill it in with some more stained glass, and then get to detailing the rocks around the outside of it. I'm also going to come back down to the waterfall here and add in some white wool carpets and some cobwebs as well to hopefully give us that foamy, bubbly, flowing water look again. But now, with the waterfall in place, we're going to come over to another section of this area here, and I'm going to start extending the land outwards. We're going to be building some more cliffs here in a few minutes, but I just want to give us more room to walk around over here and actually have another pathway that circles around the back of the farming district. But I think this looks pretty good as far as extending the land goes. I'm now just going to come in and use the same path technique we used on the other side of the farming district to create some more walkways. But with the pathways complete, I'm now just going to come in and build up all of those cliffs I was talking about using stone, cobblestone, mossy cobblestone, and then we're actually going to add a layer of moss across all the tops of these stones as well. I think that would be a pretty cool look for the area. But with the rocks done, it's time to place in a bunch more of these trees to help build up the second part of this forest. So now with the forest basically built, we're just going to come in and do the same thing we did on the other side by bone mealing the ground to add a bunch of grass everywhere. We're also going to be adding some torch lights under some mossy carpets for lighting. We'll come in with some more glow lichen as well, just in case, also just to break up the textures on the trunks. Then we're also just going to quickly harvest another azalea tree for its leaves and use those once again to add some more foliage on the forest floor. I also need to come down to this more rocky segment of the cliffside here and just throw in some bone meal and some more bushes and stuff to add some texture to the cliffs. But that is going to do it for today's video. I hope you guys have enjoyed. I am absolutely in love with the way these two areas have turned out. The moving waterfall looks perfect. The forest looks perfect. The beacon is in the best possible location, and I'm just super happy with everything. And I really love the work that I did with the stained glass in the water. I think that is just an amazing way to add a lot of character to this build. And it looks so good from outside the island, from within the farming district. It just really helps to bring everything together and make the farming district feel like it's just surrounded by this absolutely massive forest. But once again, that is going to do it for today's video. If you are interested, the trees that I used for this build are available for download on my Patreon page, and once the starter island is complete, a full world download will be available, so be looking forward to that as well. But once again, thank you guys for everything. Thank you for 120,000 subscribers, by the way, too. That's another insane milestone. The channel really is growing fast, and I'm just so grateful for all of your support, so thank you. But that's going to do it from me. I gotta get going because I've got more work to do. Last episode, we built this custom forest in my hardcore Minecraft Forever world. And as beautiful as we have our overworld looking now, I actually want to head underground this episode to try to tackle the empty space we have below the Mega Castle starter base. You see, I've got a chest monster that's been piling up for a couple of months now, and I want to start to solve that issue by building my dream storage room. Now, in order to begin this process, I actually need tons and tons of gold, like copious amounts of gold. But looking in my valuable storage chest here, I basically only have 29 pieces, so we need to start by building a gold farm. So I'm going to fly out to a beach that's near the starter base, and I'm going to attempt to collect some turtle eggs from a bunch of the local turtles. And I'm also going to need some seaweed or seagrass to help breed them up. And I think I'm just going to try to come in here and make a little makeshift pen for them so they can't escape and wander around, because these guys tend to like to do that. So hopefully this will prevent them from wandering around too much. Just gotta push a couple of these guys around on the sand. His flippers, his fins, swimmy things? I don't know, but they're freaking out. And we've actually already got our first turtle egg, so this is going pretty well. And I really can't be bothered to try to corral all of these turtles into one place, so I'm just going to breed up most of them where they're sitting, so I don't have to move them. Hopefully this saves time. But after waiting around for about 20 minutes, we now have 6 turtle eggs, so I'm just going to fly back over to our starter island, and I'm going to work on crafting up some chests and hoppers, because we're going to be needing a lot of those for the collection system in the gold farm. I'm also going to need to smelt up some glass, so I'm going to whip out some of these coal ores that we have, and I'm going to use my fortune pick on them to get some coal so we can smelt those up. Then we'll just throw all the sand into these furnaces and sit and wait until they're done smelting. I'm also going to come in and craft up some spruce trap doors. I'll also need a couple ladders and a piece of flint and steel. And obviously we need to build this gold farm in the Nether, and I've actually run out of obsidian, so I'm going to grab a water bucket and head down to the caves here to try and collect enough obsidian to give us like maybe 1 to 3 nether portals. I feel like maybe we might have to do a couple back and forth trips, so I'll probably grab some extra just to be safe. And I'm also going to play a very dangerous game here of look a bunch of endermen in the eye and then attempt to kill them, because I need ender pearls. We're going to need to glitch through the top layer of bedrock in the Nether, so I have to get some of these guys. And I think one of them I think an angry one just went through the portal. That's really not good. Hold on, wait a minute, let me see. Is he waiting on the other side for us? Hello? Yes, he is. There we go, that's 1 down. And 2 down. Okay. We're good to go. That was a little scary. But another thing we're going to need to use is a bunch of magma blocks. I'm going to use these as the spawning platforms for the piglins, or rather the zombie piglins, I guess. So I'm going to need quite a bit of this. Alright, so now I'm just going to start towering up here to the nether roof, and I'm going to go up to the highest block of bedrock that I can find. It's supposed to be at Y level 127, I think. I'm going to place down our ladders, and I'm going to pause the game real quick to make sure I'm actually doing this right, because this could very easily spell death for the end of the world, so I'm just going to double check everything, make sure I'm remembering correctly, and we're going to go for it. And that was nowhere near as difficult as I thought it was going to be. Okay, we didn't get stuck or anything. I don't know, did we even take damage? I don't even think we took damage. But before I forget, I'm going to throw up another portal on the roof here and get that lit, so we actually have a way to get back home, because we don't want to get stuck up here. And this brought us out actually pretty close to the starter base. It's going to take a couple of fireworks to get to and from this place, which will be annoying. We need to set up a proper nether hub eventually too. I need to travel more efficiently. But now that we have safely set everything up, it's time to start building the actual gold farm. And this is a pretty easy and simple design. Again, this is kind of going to be a temporary farm, so we're just going to build a quick collection system at the bottom of the build, and then we're just going to build a few layers of magma blocks for the zombie piglins to spawn on, and in the center of each layer, we'll place a glass block with a turtle egg on top, and then trapdoors between the glass and the magma blocks to make sure the zombie piglins think they can walk and crush the egg, and they'll end up falling down to their death. Alright, so after AFKing here for about half an hour, about maybe 20 minutes, it's time to see what kind of loot we collected. And honestly, this looks like, for such a short amount of time, a pretty decent amount of golden nuggets, almost an entire inventory full. So as small as this thing is, it seems to be pretty efficient. We're probably going to expand it later in the video. I might do that over in a live stream. Speaking of which, being subscribed to the channel and having your channel notifications on so you can watch live streams is a really good way to see all my behind the scenes type of content. You know, a lot of my quote unquote off camera mining is done on my live streams, and I do a lot of interior builds over there as well, so consider subscribing and checking that out. But now that the gold farm is up and running, I'm going to let it run every once in a while overnight in between recording segments. That way it can be running when I'm sleeping and I can get things done during the day. But I'm going to return to our starter wizard tower here, and the reason I'm going over in this direction is because I want the actual entrance to this big storage room to be like a secret little corridor that's in our current valuable storage room. Like, I'm literally just gonna come off to the left here and start digging a little hole down. And actually, before I do that, I'm going to run over to the forest area we just built, and I'm going to borrow the beacon we have there because I do need haste. I want to get all of this done quickly, and I want to burrow a tunnel all the way from underneath of our starter wizard tower to where the storage room is going to be. So I need to do that as efficiently as possible. And you know, now that I'm having to move this beacon around, it's got me thinking about a wither skeleton farm. It would be pretty nice, and we are long overdue for some more beacons in this world. But anyways, I'm just going to temporarily throw this down in the water, and there we go. Now I can properly funnel out a tunnel underground here. And there we go. Now we have that tunnel connected up to where the main storage area is going to be. Now I do want the entrance to this tunnel coming from the storage room to be a little bit bigger, so I'm just going to get rid of the sand here and try to shape up the entrance a little bit better. Now I'm just going to use a stone cutter here to get us a couple of variants of slabs and stairs of a couple of different stone blocks, and we are going to come back down into our secret tunnel here and use those blocks to help smooth out the shape of the tunnel to make it look more natural. But now that we've got the tunnel smoothed out, I want to come into this kind of little flat area I have over here and use a bunch of different types of chiseled tuff to make kind of like an ancient looking stone entrance that was maybe carved directly out of the rock that was blocking the way here, or maybe to kind of make it look like this area or access to this area was intentionally sealed up by somebody. And again, just trying to give it that look that this has been here for like thousands of years. And then I also want to build a little kind of broken-ish staircase going up to the door, also carved out of stone, and we're going to use just a bunch of different types of slabs for that as well. Now I'm just going to come in with a spruce door and a spruce trapdoor to make, or I guess to finish off the entrance to the storage area. And with that done, I'm just going to come around and place down some stone pressure plates and some stone buttons as well to make the rocks on the ground look a bit more rough and kind of jumbled up. And then I'm also going to come in with some more spruce wood, primarily some spruce logs for some support pillars. Then I'm also going to add just some more spruce trapdoors, some barrels, and maybe even some chests and slabs, just to add some more detail around the area. Now I'm also going to come into the tunnel here and use some candles to give us a pretty dim light source. You know, even when you use like torches and glowstone underneath of carpets, which is normally the method I use for lighting areas up, it's still pretty strong, and I'm looking for something more subtle. So not only does this give off, again, the proper amount of light that we're looking for, but candles on top of levers also just look really, really cool. But with the tunnel complete, we're now going to come into the main storage area here, and I'm going to actually start digging. And I know we already have a massive amount of space under here, but do you know what would be even cooler? an even bigger amount of space. So I'm gonna spend the next couple of hours digging out a couple thousand more blocks. And while we're digging out this absolutely massive area, I want to go over today's comment of the day. And the comment of the day this time comes from somebody called Xavierza1. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong, of course, as always. But Xavier says, "Yo man, I'm trying to get advice for building since watching videos doesn't really teach me. Was just wondering if you got any advice for me." So first of all, Xavier, thank you for the comment of the day, and the answer to your question is actually in your question. I get asked all the time about building tips and tricks and how I do what I do, and I think the best piece of advice that I always try to give for building tips is this. Watching YouTube videos and tutorials is a great place to start, but that will only take you so far. The real magic will begin to happen when you stop watching and you start building. You need that in-game hands-on experience. And this is applicable to basically any skill. Like for example, you wouldn't watch 100 videos on YouTube on how to play the guitar and then go pick up a guitar and expect to be a master at it. You haven't played with it yet, really. Sure, you may know how it works in general, but you don't know the feel of it, you don't know the mechanics of it, and you're not going to be very good. So when it came to building, this is what I would always do, and this is what I recommend to you. Watch a video or learn a technique to get inspired, then turn the video off and build using that technique completely from memory. Try your best not to copy block for block. Obviously, in the very early stages of you playing this game, that's most likely what you'll end up doing, and that's fine. But once you get past that part, turn the video off and stop doing the block for block copies. Take the idea and attempt to make it your own. And that's how you'll actually learn to build. By putting things together with your own hands, experimenting, changing things, and figuring out what works and what doesn't. And the more you build, the better you get, and trust me, it's an absolutely amazing feeling when all of the puzzle pieces suddenly fit together. But once again, Xavier, thank you for the comment, and let's get back to the time lapse. Alright, so now this area is looking a lot better, and we definitely have just so much more room to work with. But now I actually need to collect a couple more stone type blocks, so we're going to fly over to our mining district, we're going to head down underground, and we're going to begin digging out some tuff because I am going to need a lot of that. with all the tuff collected, I'm now going to head back up to our mountain mining area, and I'm going to clear out a bunch of stone and cobblestone, because those are going to be the other 2 blocks that make up the ground and the cave system that we're going to be building. But alright, as you can see here through all of these chests, we have just a butt ton of stone and tuff and cobblestone. This really should do it. This should be all we need. I will be very surprised if we have to go out for another mining trip, so I think we're good to go. So with everything gathered, the first thing we're going to do is tear up the entire ground floor under our cave here, and we're going to replace everything with some tough stone and cobblestone. And now what I want to do is start layering up a bunch of rock along the little mini cliffside we have here, and just bring it up to a decent height that I'm happy with. Alright, so that is looking pretty good. I'm actually really happy with how this is turning out so far. Now I'm going to come back in with Lightmatica, and I saved some kind of rock presets that I made to kind of help us build up some pillars that will stretch from the ground to the ceiling. Yeah, taking a step back and looking at this kind of rock stone pillar here, I think that looks pretty good. So we're going to keep going with this design for a while and see how everything turns out. Alright, so this place is definitely coming along really well. Now, please keep in mind, all of these rocks are not shaped up properly yet. This is kind of just a bulk regular block outline. I plan to go back through with some stairs and slabs and other types of blocks to kind of help like smooth everything out again. So this is not final, but what I want to do now is fly up to the top here, and I want to get started on filling in the roof and making it look smooth. And so with the ceiling in place, I now want to come to the back area of the cave and kind of build up this wall here again to make it look more natural, and to attempt to get rid of as much of the moss and mossy cobblestone as we can. I still want some kind of moss and mossy cobblestone growing at like the tops of the cave to maybe give the illusion of like some algae and stuff, but want to get rid of as much of that as possible. I also want to come over to the entrance of the cave and kind of shape it up a bit more as well. Again, just trying to hide all the grass and that giant tree we have growing underground now. And so now what I want to do is enclose this little ledge we have at the top of the build here as well. I think it would be really cool if we had a walkway or kind of a pathway going around the top of the entirety of the build so we can look down into this pit at all of our gems and things that we're eventually going to be throwing down there. And if you were wondering why I needed a gold farm earlier, that's why. I want this to be a kind of hands-on storage room where there's literally just gold blocks scattered all over the floor like a giant treasure hoard. It's going to be really cool. And so now one of the last things I want to do to finish getting this cave ready is to just replace all of the grass and sand on the floor with, again, stone, cobblestone, and tuff. So now that we have the general shape of the entire cave laid out, I'm going to come in with a bunch of the slabs I made earlier, and I'm going to do what I said I was going to do earlier, which is basically just smooth everything out. Alright, and I have to say, that looks a lot better. I didn't smooth everything out just across the board. I did want this to look natural and not too man-made, so I did leave some jagged edges every now and again, but primarily, especially walking back through this back tunnel here, you can really tell just how much this has changed, and I'm very happy with it. And I have been AFKing at the gold farm every now and again, but as I'm laying the gold out in the center of the floor here, which, again, remember my plan is basically to cover this entire area in gold, I'm realizing that we really do not have enough. So we are going to head back into the Nether to gather up some more magma blocks, and I'm going to come in here, probably fire up another live stream, and we're going to fix up this gold farm here, add a couple of layers to make sure it runs a lot more efficiently. So now with this farm running a lot better, I want to also increase our drop rate by sealing in the killing platform. I'm just going to build up a bunch of layers of glass. That way, when the zombie piglins drop down, the items that they drop won't accidentally spill out over the edges onto the bedrock, and everything will be collected by the hoppers. And there we go. Not only does that look a lot cooler, but look at how fast this thing is running, man. I mean, good lord, they're basically dropping every second, which is kind of insane. This feels very overpowered for a very simple design. This is literally just turtle eggs, magma blocks, glass, and wood. I mean, that's literally it. So after I got the farm fixed up, I spent the night AFKing there, and we got a ton of gold. But before I show you all of that, I want to come over to the farming district here and just scoop up a bunch of these carrots. We're going to do a full harvest on our carrot farm here, because now that we're uber rich, I want to switch over to using golden carrots as our primary source of food. Now our cows can finally live in peace without the fear of being slaughtered and eaten every morning. And so now we'll just take all of those carrots that we got, we'll get ourselves some gold nuggets, and start converting them into that luscious new food source. And we're gonna head back down into the caves here, and I want to show you that I have got almost an entire shulker box full of gold. I mean, we are swimming in this stuff now, and what's crazy is that this still isn't going to be enough. We're going to have to do a few more AFK sessions, but I'm feeling it now, Mr. Krabs. Now I'm heading back into the Nether to collect a few more blocks, because before we even place some of the gold down, I want to build something else in the cave. Now, if you'll remember, a few weeks ago, we talked about potentially building a dragon to guard all of the gold, and I've decided that I actually do want to go through with that. Now, this is going to help build onto the lore of the world, and I will explain how in another video, but there is definitely something more at play here. And I also thought it would be cool if this first dragon that we built here was red. I don't know if you guys remember, but there was a time in the Minecraft community years and years and years ago where there were rumors going around that we were going to get a red dragon as or a nether dragon in a Minecraft update, and it never actually ended up happening. But I thought it would be cool to try to include something like that here, kind of as an homage to the OG Minecrafters and, to a lost point in time of the Minecraft community. So I'm going to just gather up some nether wart blocks and some crimson stems. I'm also going to collect some regular nether brick and some netherrack so that we can smelt into more nether brick and turn that into red nether brick. I'm also going to need a decent amount of blackstone, so we're going to stop in this basalt delta here to gather some of that. And now I'm just going to use up some of our leftover nether warts and soul sand to create a temporary nether wart farm down in the cave here, and we'll just AFK here and grow these out for a little bit to make sure we can get all the red nether bricks we're going to need. This is probably going to be the most difficult block to collect in this process. Now, one of the last things that we're going to need is something that could potentially get us killed, so I'm a little nervous about this, but I really want this dragon to have like a pale blue eye. I think that would be pretty cool, and originally I was going to use a diamond block to kind of get that message across, but I think I want to use a sea lantern. So we're going to fly out to the ocean here, drop right into the water, and as quickly as we possibly can, try to avoid all these guardians, and they're already attempting to shoot at me, which is not great. I'm just going to try to steal one of these sea lanterns. I got to drop something in my inventory, oh my god. There we go, we got it, and now we got to get the hell out of here. Good lord. Yes, Dolphin's Grace, please. Please save me. Oh my god, dude, we're zooming. But alright, we have returned home safely. Now it's time to start building the dragon. Now, as we're building this dragon here, I want to explain a little more about it. While I do want to include other real dragons in this world, this particular dragon is less of a biological creature and more of a curse. And the reason why I have him down here below the mega castle surrounded by all this gold, the lore goes that if the villagers don't donate a percentage of their earnings to this dragon, he will get angry, he'll burst out of the cave and destroy the world. This dragon is also directly tied to the magic that our sorcerers in this world use, but we'll talk about that some other time. I just wanted to explain quickly why he's here. And if you notice, he's lacking some pretty defining features, most notably his wings. This dragon doesn't have any wings, but again, there are reasons for that, and we'll get into it some other time. But alright, the dragon is done, and I think he is a very beautiful boy. I love the way this guy turned out. Now, please be gentle with me in the comments. This is one of the first times I've ever built an organic creature in Minecraft, so I know it's not perfect, but I'm happy with what I managed to do. But now it's time to start marking out all the areas where I actually want to have these massive piles of gold. And I do want these gold piles to be completely made out of solid blocks. Now, in order to save time for the video, I'm not going to be making sure every single pile is complete solid gold, because I would just have to AFK for far too long in order to get that to happen. But I am going to be doing my best to fill them in as much as possible. So now that all the major piles of gold are in place, I want to come along the pathways I left in the ground here, and I want to just scatter some more gold throughout the area to kind of look like, you know, those piles of coins and treasure are spilling out into the pathways and walkways as well. And this will just help to make things look more chaotic and less uniform. We'll also build up some more little piles of coins and gold around the dragon himself, kind of to make it look like he's snuggled into the warmth of the treasure. And yeah, I think this is looking a lot better. Now I also went ahead, scooped up all of our other valuable items and turned them all into their block variants. And so I've got some raw gold ore here, I have some diamond blocks, I have some emerald blocks and redstone blocks, and we're just going to go around and every now and again dot in these different colored valuable blocks to make it look like there are gems and jewels shining all over the place and making the area look real sparkly and just super colorful. Now, I also want to have some hidden lighting in the ground here, so I'm going to dye all of my sheep yellow and shear them so I can get yellow carpet, and then I'm going to head into the nether and I'm going to collect a bunch of glowstone. The reason why I'm going to use glowstone under the carpets and not just torches is because I don't want the little smoke particles from the torches to be emanating from the ground, and since glowstone doesn't do that, I'm opting to use glowstone. But now we'll just come in here along the bottom of all the builds, placing in some glowstone with carpets on top of it, and I'm hoping this will make the treasure kind of look like it's just radiating light and it's glowing. I think it's gonna look really cool. We'll see how it turns out. And taking a step back in free cam and looking at this area, this looks insanely cool. Turning out so much better. I was getting a little nervous there for a minute, but this is definitely going to be worth it. Now what I want to do is come in and make a bunch of item frames. Because for those of you who didn't already know, I have the invisible item frames resource pack installed. And so what I want to do is go place a bunch of these item frames all over the ground, and then I want to throw some diamonds and some raw gold and some redstone and emeralds in them to make it look like there are smaller pieces of this treasure thrown about the place. Now, another thing I want to introduce you guys to today is a data pack I have installed called Mini Blocks. And this does exactly what it sounds like it does. It enables you to put most of the blocks in Minecraft into a stone cutter so you can turn them into mini versions of themselves. Now, this data pack is just a decoration data pack. There's no way for me to cheese this system to get more items out of these blocks than I would normally. When you put one block into a stone cutter, you get 8 mini blocks out, but I can't then turn around and turn those mini blocks back into regular size blocks, so I have to use them sparingly, because once I convert them to mini blocks, basically the items I put in to create said mini blocks, I can never get them back out again. So for anybody who is even thinking about starting to say that this is some form of cheating, no, I am actually doing something that is very much to my detriment in order to have cool decorations. Now, I don't know how I feel about this mini block data pack yet. I'm not sure if I'm going to keep it in the final version of my mod pack, because this is leaning a bit more towards the modded side of things rather than the vanilla plus side of things, and I'm not sure how far in that direction I want to go, but for now I think they look really cool and I'm going to use them. The only thing I'm concerned about is that they might cause a little bit more lag, so if that ends up being the case, then we'll remove it. And of course, if you guys don't like it either, we'll remove it then too. But yeah, just that lag is the most concerning part. But alright, with a lot of the mini blocks in place, I want to come in now and just add a bunch of barrels and chests all over the place here. One, to break up the color palette, add some darker browns in here, and two, to make it look like there are some actual treasure chests that are also completely filled with gold scattered around the area. But now what I want to do is come into the center of the build here, kind of in where like the dragon is wrapped around, and I want to add a bunch of hoppers underneath some carpets so that way we can have the storage system actually be right underneath the dragon itself. And when we want to come and actually store items, we can act as if we're actually sacrificing those items to the dragon by throwing them at his feet. And once they hit the gold on the ground, they'll just be sucked in through the hoppers. So I'm just going to clear out an area here beneath where I want the storage area to be. We'll throw down another line of hoppers, and I'm also going to use a redstone technique here to create an automatic storage system. That way we can have multiple chests that are designated to their own individual items. So for example, we'll have a few chests that only collect diamonds, only collect emeralds, gold, redstone, iron, and so on and so forth. And the best part about this storage system is that even though it looks really small, I know what you guys are thinking right now, Incy, there's no way you just built this giant cave for this tiny little storage room. And well, yes, I did. I did do that. I'm sorry, but I did. This storage room is also basically infinitely expandable. All we need to do is take the chests and, build them downwards if we ever want more, connect some hoppers to them, and we're good to go. We basically have an endless amount of storage here. But we'll just come back up top here and cover up the surface hoppers, and there we go. If we throw items into it, we can just see them disappear, and that is pretty cool. I like it. But now what I need to do is I need to find a way for us to actually access that storage area. So we're just going to make a little tunnel leading back out of the storage room, and we're going to carve out a secondary entrance behind the primary entrance to the main room. And alright, after a little bit of redstone maintenance and some touch-ups, all of the items seem to be sorting properly into their designated chests. And if we come up top here one more time to try to test this out, yep, it appears everything is properly getting swallowed up by the hoppers and is going right where they belong. Now to go back to the little entrance areas I was just talking about and working on, I want to create a proper kind of trapdoor sitting on the floor here. I like the idea that, when we come into this room from the little tunnel passageway, whenever we open it, we have to like push a bunch of gold out of the way and off the top of it as well. I think that would be a pretty cool idea, a pretty good point to try to get across. So I'm just going to throw in some trapdoors here with one side being open and one side being closed. And then I'm going to line the entrance with like chiseled tough bricks. And then I'm also going to do some work beneath the trapdoor, adding a bit of a steeper staircase, so that way we can actually walk our way up to the entrance itself. And then I'll just come through and replace all of the sand and sandstone with a bunch of tough stone and cobblestone, and we'll smooth out the stairs with some slabs as well. And then I also want to start building another cave tunnel behind the main entrance here, and this will be the tunnel that leads us to where we actually gather all of our materials from. This way we have a proper way to access it. And so now that we got this tunnel built and properly smoothed out, I'm going to come in and do the exact same thing I did on the front in the back here. I'm just going to add a couple piles of gold dotted around the place, and I'm going to throw in some barrels and some chests and some wooden support beams as well, just so that the look of this area is consistent with the look of the front of the area. And I know I said I wasn't going to use torches for floor lighting, but I've run out of glowstone. I really don't feel like going back to get more right now. And since this is kind of a back area, the smoke particles aren't really going to bother me as much if they're visible, so we're going to leave it for now. I also need to come down to this skinnier tunnel here, and I need to make this look as natural as possible while also keeping it straight, because I do need this corridor to kind of directly lead straight into the actual collecting room, so I can't really have it zigzag as much as I have been doing with the other caves. But there we go. I think this works pretty good for now. Alright, so next on my to-do list is flying down into our little forest here, and we're going to steal a piece of glow lichen, and we're going to use some of our bone meal from our bone meal farm, and we're just going to collect as much of this glow lichen as possible. I want this entire room to be completely mob proof, and we have a little bit of an issue of some of the higher parts of the caves not being mob proof. I have had a few creepers drop in on me, and I'm not really enjoying that, so we need to light up the higher portions of the cave, and I think glow lichen is probably the best way to go about doing that. And as I was towering up looking at the higher portions of the cave, I noticed that we need to include a little bit more gold on the back of the dragon here. I want it to look like he's been laying here for maybe just a couple of years now, and some more gold is just ever so slightly starting to pile up on the back end of his tail and his hind legs. There we go. I actually think that adds a lot to this build. I mean, that looks a lot better. But now what I want to do is I want to come in, and this big pathway that wraps around the entire top part of the build, I want to do the same thing we did below. But there we go. This dragon and this storage room looks absolutely gorgeous. I am very, very happy with how this turned out. But that's going to do it for today's hardcore Minecraft video. I hope you guys have enjoyed. This storage room looks absolutely gorgeous. Our nice red dragon looks absolutely gorgeous. And I'm super happy to finally have this massive space below the mega castle filled with something. Now the build just feels so much less empty, and it really feels like a solid, complete structure. The gold looks beautiful. I love the look of all the items we have in item frames on the ground, and I really do think I'm enjoying the mini blocks, so hopefully you guys want to keep that as well. And I know what you're thinking, Incy, this doesn't really solve all of your storage problems. And while you're right, it absolutely does not, this will handle all of our valuables, which now that we have farms for a lot of those things, we will have a ton of valuable resources coming in soon, so We really did need this. And for any of you wondering, yes, I am going to take this same storage technique and auto sorting system that I used down below our dragon here, and I'm going to build a bunch of these different modules scattered all throughout the rest of the starter island during some of my live streams. So again, make sure you have your channel notifications on and are subscribed to the channel so you can catch those. Now, I've mentioned it before, I want to have to use every single part of this starter island, which is why I'm not having my bulk storage be in one particular space. We have all of our valuables in this module here. We're going to build another module underneath the entertainment district for things like flowers and bone meal and rockets and all our other sorts of dyes and things. We'll have another module underneath the farming district for all of our food, another one under our mining district for all of our stone type blocks. You get the idea. We're going to have these things all over the island. But once again, that's going to do it for today. I hope you guys have enjoyed, but I gotta get going because I've got more work to do. Last episode, we built this secret underground treasure room for all of our valuable items. But as much as I absolutely adore this place, today we're heading back above ground to complete the remainder of the city on our starter island. But to start this process, we actually have to head back over to our creative testing world. And as you can see, I've laid out 3 different lines of plots for us to build some city house prefabs on. I'm going to design a series of small, medium, and large houses, and then use those as presets in Lightmatica so we can finish the city quicker. But without further ado, we're going to get started on designing the small houses. Then we'll move to the medium ones and the large ones. We're going to go in size order. And I would also like to point out while we're doing this that all of these houses will be available for download for my diamond tier Patreon members. So for just But alright, now that we are actually in the hardcore world, we have to get started by prepping these areas for the buildings. And unfortunately, that means getting rid of this chest monster. So over the course of the next hour here, I'm going to do my very, very best to organize all of these items in different places. So I'm going to start by making a bunch of chests to open up some more storage room. And we're actually going to go over to the mining district, and we're going to begin carving out an area inside of one of these houses here. If you remember, at the end of last episode, I said that I wanted to have a bunch of those automated storage systems dotted throughout the world, and I wanted each of those storage systems to have their own dedicated set of items correlating to the structures that are above them. And while we're not building that automated storage system today, I do want to move a bunch of chests over here to the mining district, and the first items that we're going to start sorting out of our chest monster are going to be all of the stone and stone adjacent blocks, and we're going to keep them over here for now. That way, at least those items are in the proper area where they belong. Now that we have all the stone blocks out of the way, I'm going to head over to the entertainment district, and we're going to start digging a hole below our greenhouse. Now this is where the storage room for all of our foliage, or kind of like garden, or I guess natural adjacent blocks, are going to be. We're eventually going to have an auto sorting system and a big storage room down here as well, but again, for now, we're just kind of going to create another separate chest monster to throw all the rest of the blocks in. And to be honest with you, this should take care of almost the rest of the chest monster here, most of the stuff we have is foliage or wood-related blocks. And although I would like to have a lumber yard eventually in this world for said wood blocks, we're not going to be able to get to that today, so that'll be coming in another episode. But alright, all the chests are gone. The last thing we need to do is fill in this hole in the ground here and start taking down our nether portal. I'm kind of sad about this. This nether portal was one of the last remaining things that has been here since basically day one in the world, so kind of sad to see it go, but we're just going to relocate it to a couple of blocks away, somewhere else, probably within the walls of the mega castle, I think, for now. It's temporary. I need to do a whole episode about building the perfect nether portal in hardcore Minecraft, but yeah, again, not today. What I do want to do right now, though, is actually go back over to the mining district, and we are going to actually take out some of those stone blocks that we just organized earlier. Organized is a very generous term, but again, at least they're together now. Anyways, what I want to do is we are finally going to connect the entertainment district to the main portion of our starter island, and we're going to do that by building kind of like a natural rock bridge that leads over the water. And so I'm going to do this by using the same combination of blocks we used on the cliffside for the entertainment district and the mega castle. Just going to be using an assortment of stone, cobblestone, mossy cobblestone, tough, and deep slate. And then for the top of this little build, we're also going to bring in some grass and some moss blocks so we can have a natural pathway going over the top. This thing does look pretty good, but I do want to touch it up in a few places. We're going to come in with some slabs and some stairs to kind of help smooth out some of these curves that we have going on. And we're also going to just come in with a bunch more mossy cobblestone to kind of help blend the stone in with the moss and grass. And honestly, I know those are very minor changes, but I think that helped a lot. Now, before we move on from the bridge, I do want to come in up top and extend some proper pathways over it. And we're going to do that by using the very classic combination of some coarse dirt and some path blocks using our shovel. I do also want to come in and add kind of some of these like broken down railings, or I guess railings that haven't really been maintained over the years. And I just want to do that using spruce and oak fences, just to kind of make it look like there is some kind of safety precautions set up here for when you're crossing over. But there we go. That looks a lot better. So now I want to begin gathering all the resources we're going to need for the houses themselves. And I'm going to start by crafting up some stone bricks, because believe it or not, we actually don't have a lot of those right now. And I'm also going to throw in about half of these into furnaces just to get us started so that we can also get some cracked stone bricks. Now all that's left to do is get our groove on while we wait for those things to smelt up. Now we'll just collect all of these things out of the furnace, and we'll head back over to our separate chest monsters to collect a bunch of other blocks. But with that, I think we're ready to build our first house. Our first little house here is finally complete. All I gotta do is go in and add a couple more bushes for like these window flowers or plants or something. But that is it. And I actually really love the way this turned out. And hopefully you guys are kind of able to judge the kind of sense of style I'm going for with the rest of these buildings. But unfortunately, in building this, I have realized that we have nowhere near the proper amount of materials we need. We are very low, specifically on all of our wood blocks. And if we want to make a bunch of these houses, we're going to have to go out on a resource mining mission. So we're going to start by clearing out the remaining dark oak trees on our dark oak island. Then we'll move over to this other little island over here that's kind of in the middle of a lake. And we're going to use that to get all of our oak and birch wood. And then we're going to head back over to this poor taiga biome that we have been stripping of all of its spruce wood for months. And we're going to continue to do more of the same. Okay, so we got all of the oak and birch wood that we need, and now we're over at the taiga biome. But before we start collecting spruce wood, I actually want to go ahead and collect a bunch of this mossy cobblestone that we have on the ground here. Now, I know what you guys are probably thinking, Incy, you have access to a ton of cobblestone, and you have an automatic bone meal farm that can give you a bunch of moss. Why are you mining mossy cobblestone? And honestly, it's because I don't want to have to sit around for a while and wait for that farm to produce the moss I need. This is all free right here on the ground, so I can actually get this faster, and it saves me from having to manually craft the items. But with all of that mossy cobblestone collected, it's now time to start chopping down all of these spruce trees. But with all that wood collected, now it's time for us to start crafting up all the different variations of those wood blocks. So we're going to start with some spruce trapdoors, some spruce fences, spruce stairs, and spruce slabs, and of course spruce fence gates as well. Then we're just going to do that all over again with dark oak wood and regular oak wood. But with that, I think it's time to finally get building. All right, so I have been building for quite a while now. We have a good couple of houses set up. I've built one of basically almost every variation of house that we're going to have so far. I think there's one or two that maybe I haven't included yet, but this will give you a good idea of what we're going to be working with for the rest of the houses. And so now we're just going to begin by, I think, completing kind of this right bottom section of the city. So yeah, let's keep going. Another couple of hours later, and we have a ton of more houses built up, and the city is really starting to take shape, and I am getting very excited about it. I think it looks good, especially from this up top angle here, but I've just been building so many houses that I am getting a little bit of house burnout here. So I'm going to take a break for a quick minute, and I'm actually going to start building out one of the pathways that we're going to be having looping around the city, and we're going to use the same design we used over in the Entertainment District and on the Entertainment District Bridge, and basically everywhere else in the world. We're just going to be bringing in some coarse dirt and some path blocks here. But there we go. I think this is starting to look pretty good, and that definitely gave me the break I needed. I'm feeling a bit more refreshed, and I'm ready to keep going with houses, so let's get back to building the city. So now that we have a couple more regular houses built, I want to start making what is going to be one of the quote-unquote specialty buildings here in this city. And I thought it would be pretty cool if we included like this crudely designed kind of soldiers barracks at the base of the wall of the mega castle. You know, there hasn't been any fighting in this area or on this starter island for a good couple of generations, so there's no need for these villagers to really maintain a proper army. So instead, the only thing that they really keep up with is this crappy little barracks area here where basically the royal guard will be stationed and sent to for very brief training. And of course, this will play into later lore in the story. You guys know that I have and am trying to develop thousands of years of history in this world, but I'm also thinking about the lore for the future of this world, and all I can say is the idea that these soldiers are not well trained is going to be very important in the future. But lore conversations aside, I'm just going to continue to build up this barracks here and hope it looks good when it's done. I'm also going to come into the interior of this thing right here, and I'm going to start breaking down all of the grass and moss blocks that we have here, so we have a level ground for all of the soldiers to train on when this place is eventually finished. And of course, we're just going to do this by filling in the ground with a bunch of coarse dirt and path blocks. And I'm also going to replace all of the dirt that we have on the walls with, again, more stone. Now that we have most of the stonework in place, I'm going to come in and add a couple of these kind of hoarding looking buildings to the top of walls. And if you guys don't know what those are, they're basically wooden structures that were added to the top of walls and towers to provide a covered walkway and a secure place for defensive fire on top of castles. Most of the time, these things were meant to be mobile so that they could be removed during peacetime. And like I said, even though these villagers are currently in peacetimes, I figured it would be cool if we gave more merit to that laziness aspect of these villagers. Like, they really couldn't just be bothered to take them down, so they just left them up and have now become a permanent part of the barracks. And this will also be another sneaky little way for us to get some more interior space for building in the future. But now that we have basically the main outside shell of this structure complete, I want to come in and I actually want to quickly detail this place. One, to give me a break from building regular buildings and houses again, and two, just to kind of give us an idea of what the detail will look like all throughout the city when this place is done. So I'm going to start by adding just some more wood highlights around the build here with some trap doors. And I'm also going to come in and add a couple of little entrances to some of these places around the build to make it more accessible and make more sense. We'll fill in some floorboards where it's needed. And I'm going to start going around the area and just spamming barrels, trapdoors, slabs, chests, and scaffolding with lanterns on top of them to make it look like the entire build has just a bunch of supplies everywhere and maybe a couple seating areas for the soldiers to sit. I can't believe I actually nailed that sentence first try this time. Throwback to those of you who have been here since episode 3. Now I'm actually going to come in with a couple of target blocks and turn those into the mini blocks that we installed last episode. From what I've read in the comments, you guys actually do really like the mini blocks as much as I do, so long as we don't use them too frequently throughout the entire world. And we're going to use those along with some hay bales and fences to kind of set up a little archery range for our villager guys here. There we go. I think that looks pretty cool. Now we're going to move to the other side here and we're going to install a couple of horse stables because, you know, it would make sense that these guys would have access to horses so that they can run out on missions and do whatever they need to do. And I'm actually also going to fly out here and go get some pumpkins and we'll carve them up and turn them into unlit jack-o'-lanterns. And we're also going to crap up a bunch of leather. I hope not. And we're also going to craft up a bunch of leather armor and throw some armor stands down so we can have some more training dummies. And for some finishing touches, we're just going to add some more blocks to the top of all of these towers here. We're also going to throw down some fletching tables to make it look like there are bows and arrows sitting up here, ready to defend the fortress. But there we go. I'm pretty happy with the amount of detail we were able to cram into this little area, and I think we're good to move on. So with that being said, let's get back to building the remainder of the city houses. Now, one of the last buildings that I want to make is actually some kind of a bell tower, and this one's going to look more like the original Mega Castle does, to kind of again add to that lore of, you know, this being a previous civilization here. Maybe this is one of the structures that actually remained in place. But I don't have all the blocks that I need to complete this thing, so I'm going to just fill in the blocks that I do have now, and I'll come back later and I'll fill in all the missing wall gaps, and I'll add some pale oak fences and everything to give it the same kind of gothic spiky look that the Mega Castle has. But alright, coming from over by the entertainment district, all of these houses look absolutely gorgeous sitting around the place here. Now I just gotta remove all my remaining utility blocks and everything, but I think I'm ready to start installing some roads in this place. I absolutely love how all of these buildings look, but it doesn't really flow together yet because there are no roads. It doesn't really make sense with a bunch of grass everywhere, so we have to come in with some paths. And we're actually going to start by making the first path lead up to the Mega Castle. Now this one won't be as beaten down as the rest of the pathways. There will still be a lot of grass and moss over this one because this is, you know, a path that is probably traveled less frequently by only like the king and castle staff. So not as many people will be going here, thus the pathway will be lighter. But as for the rest of the pathways here, these are going to be as trampled on as we can possibly make them look. And of course, we're going to be using the same design that we've been using, some coarse dirt and some path blocks. I've also been potentially thinking about throwing some brown mushroom blocks into the mix every now and again as well, but we'll leave that for some other time. So with most of the pathways complete, we're now going to come in and build a bunch of our custom spruce trees. Now I don't want to completely hide this entire village in those spruce trees, but I do want to have a decent amount of them to make it feel like the forest was kind of maybe grown over this entire island, and the villagers placed all of these new buildings here and cleared some of it out. Basically, I want this area to flow better into the actual forest area, and I don't want to have this, really obvious and jarring split between where the forest is and where the village is. And I think this will help with that transition a lot. Plus, it'll just make the interior of the roads of the village, feel more compact, claustrophobic, and hopefully a little bit more cozy. Now that we have all of those spruce trees in place, I have to say this village is really starting to come alive. It feels a lot more cozy and just condensed in here now that we have all of these things, and I'm very happy with the progress we've made so far. But now what I want to do is run back over to our bone meal farm, grab a couple stacks of bone meal, and then we're just going to start spamming it in all of the places where we don't have pathways. I really want it to feel like this city or village was built, kind of around the forest with the forest in mind, so I think it's important that we have a lot of big patches of grass, especially around where the trees are growing, where we just have this tall grass and a lot more dense foliage. And as I'm doing this here, I'm noticing that it's actually kind of starting to get dark and nighttime is approaching, so we're actually going to take this as an opportunity to start placing some torches down under moss carpets to begin the process of mob-proofing the area, or at least make the future process of mob-proofing a little bit easier on ourselves. I know there's some kind of resource pack, data pack, or mod out there that lets you visualize the light levels for each block. Like if a block is spawnable for hostile mobs, it'll like show up red or something. I really need to install that one. I don't remember what it's called though. If any of you guys know, let me know down in the comments, because I would love to have that, because that would make my life a lot easier. But okay, looking at this place from above, it looks like the majority of the interior of the village is kind of lit up. And oh my god, dude, I think I got lucky. Look at how many times this drowned with a trident has tried to shoot me. Thank god it didn't hit. We might be dead right now. I'm not sure if this spinning llama should be considered hostile or not, but we're gonna take him out just to be safe. But with all the hostile mobs and groovy llamas aside, I now want to start building out another cliffside area, kind of similar to what we have over to the left in the other little forest area that's above the mining district. And we're just gonna start at the bottom and work our way up using a gradient that goes from stone to cobblestone to mossy cobblestone to moss. And I'm going to do my best to blend this into the terrain as seamlessly as possible. So every once in a while, I'm also going to come in with some grass blocks to hopefully make it look like over the years the grass and dirt and moss has kind of grown over the rocks and blended into each other. And naturally, the next step we have after completing those rocks is building a bunch of smaller trees kind of dotted throughout the area. But alright, the new foresty type of area is now complete and everything is definitely looking a lot better. But now I'm going to come through here and again just bone meal all the places that we have grass to add some more foliage. I'm also going to bone meal some of the existing moss to kind of let it spread more naturally onto the stone and cobblestone so we get a better blended look for the environment. I'm also just going to punch out any flowers and azalea bushes that I see, although maybe we will leave some flower patches in every every now and again where there is light shining down on the ground. Another thing I really need to do is head underneath where I built all of the cliff sides. I need to make sure that the interior of these rocks are lit up. That way we don't get mobs spawning, so that when we have villagers here, they're constantly getting scared and trying to spawn iron golems and stuff. I mean, having iron golems around this area is going to be inevitable, and it might actually be kind of cool, but we don't want to have a bunch of accidental golems running around the place taking up space. And again, as nighttime approaches, I'm just going to come in and use some torches and mossy carpets to light up the area again. Now I gotta say, it does look like most of this place is now lit up and properly mob proof. Obviously there are some places on the more jagged sides of the rocks where I'm gonna have to throw some glow lichen down eventually, but since we don't have villagers on the island right now, I'm not too worried about it, and we can kind of save that for the finale episode. But alright, now I want to take a little moment to come into one of the center kind of like town squares that we have set up here. And I'm just going to clear out some of this grass, and I'm going to start making room for a villager statue. Now, I've designed my own statues before, specifically in the Paradise Cactus farm that I built in the last hardcore world. Today, I'm going to be taking parts of my design and kind of combining it with some inspiration I got from an image I found on Google. I believe the original creator is somebody called Gold Robin, but I basically want to build this villager statue out of marble, kind of the same material that the mega castle was built in and the starter base was built in, to make it look like this statue has been preserved and was a part of the older civilization. So I'm going to start by coming in and just kind of sculpting the shape of the villager, or at least trying to get the shape of the villager. And then I'm going to come in up top and add some weathering to it, kind of similar to what we did on the mega castle and everything, just to make it look like it hasn't been properly maintained in a couple hundred years. And then I'm actually going to run over to the starter base. We're going to grab some lapis to make some blue dye, and then we are going to dye some of our sheep to get us blue wool. Now, the original creator of this design, and where I'm drawing inspiration from, they added blue wool to their villager statue and some blue banners to make it look like the villager was wearing some kind of robe. It was a very Greek inspired looking build, and I absolutely love the look of that, so we're going to be doing the same thing here. I think it fits really well into the lore. Now, this blue color doesn't necessarily mean that was like the flagship colors of these older civilizations. I'm including this robe more or less to make it look like the new villagers have dressed this statue up to kind of honor their ancestors or whatever civilization came before. And you know, these deep blue and deep purple colors are often associated with royalty, and because these new villagers don't really know how the old ones were able to make these awesome structures out of calcite and diorite and whatnot, I think it would make sense if they kind of revered them as royalty. So these new villagers have dressed them up in this, or have dressed these statues up in this nice blue robe to kind of honor what they did before they arrived. But alright, most of this guy is looking good. The last thing I want to do is add kind of like a little crown of leaves or something at the top to kind of complete the entire look. So I'm going to be using flowering azalea leaves to do that. But there we go. With that, our little villager statue is complete, and I love the look of him. He's big enough to be noticeable, but also small enough to not intrude on the skyline of the city, so I'm happy with this. And honestly, while I have these azalea leaves in my inventory, we might as well go back over to the rocks and cliffside here to just dot in a bunch of these as well. Again, just trying to complete that almost like hefty foliage look everywhere to make the landscape look more natural. But alright, we got all the leaves in place, and now I actually want to start building kind of another standalone building, one of the ones that I didn't have a preset for. And this one is going to be some kind of a tavern that is kind of like has this botanical and natural feel to it. If you've watched my live streams before, which by the way I highly recommend you do, you get to see a lot of behind the scenes stuff over there, you'll know that a few months ago I was talking about designing a tavern that kind of had, you know, grass and dirt on the roof, kind of just like a cool little visual thing to break up the city skyline and whatnot. And this building was actually supposed to be over in the mining district, but I ran out of room and never got around to building it. So I figured now would be a good time to throw it in, kind of overlooking the waterfall. That way there's some pretty cool scenery around the area for people to look at while they're eating and hanging out. So I built the main structure of the tavern, but I left out a bunch of the smaller details so I could kind of refine the build and make it match the area that it's sitting in a little bit better. So we're just going to come in with a bunch of different blocks, like grass to include on top of the moss and coarse dirt that we have on the roof. We're of course going to throw in some fence gates for some support as well. We will of course install some scaffolding windows, and we'll even come in with some signs in some places to make it look like it's been boarded up a little bit more, similar to what we did on all the other houses. And I do also want to add a little pathway that kind of goes in between the building to the left of the tavern, and eventually behind the building we're going to have a little seating area for everybody to get together and kind of have parties or stuff when events are being hosted. And speaking of hosting things, I'm hosting my own little party over at ggservers.com. And before you skip through this ad, I just want to let you know you are never going to find a better or cheaper server hosting company. I've actually been working with GG Servers for a couple of weeks now on starting up my own Minecraft survival server, and I can personally say the experience has been an absolute blast. You're going to get some of the highest quality Minecraft servers for the cheapest possible price, and their development team is incredibly fast at responding to problems. So if you're looking to start your own Minecraft server, whether that's vanilla, modded, or even for Bedrock, GG Servers has got you covered with powerful performance, global locations, and instant setups. They offer one-click installs for all your favorite mod packs, and again, I can't stress this enough, they have 24/7 customer support to help you out whenever you need it. So go ahead and use the link in the description or head on over to ggservers.com and use the code Incy25 to get 25% off your first purchase. But that is going to do it for today's video, guys. I hope you all have enjoyed. I'm very happy with the way this city turned out, and although we didn't get to decorate the entire thing today because I have run out of time, we will be doing that in my live streams, so again, make sure you have your channel notifications on so you can watch that happen live. And I'd also like to remind you that all the buildings you see here will be available for download for my Diamond Tier Patreon members. And I'm also happy to announce that today, for the first time ever, a full world download for Season 2 of Hardcore Minecraft will also be made available to all my Diamond Tier Patreon members. So for just $10, not only will you get all of those house designs, but you'll also get my entire collective survival world all in one place. Building this starter island has been an absolute blast for me, and I can't believe we've come so far in just 6 months. I want to thank you all so much for supporting me and coming along with me on this journey, and I cannot wait to see what the future holds for this world. But once again, thank you all so much for watching, but I've got to get going because I've got a villager trading hall to build. Last episode, we finished building our medieval city on our starter island, and as much as I love this thing, it feels a little empty. So today, in order to fill it with more life, we're going to be building our villager trading hall and villager breeder. Now, we don't actually have enough room on the starter island to build a villager trading hall, so I'm going to fly all the way up to this cliffside that's kind of jutting out of the regular landscape over here. And man, just look at the view of our starter island from all the way up here. I can't believe we've built all of this. It just looks so insane seeing it all put together. But yeah, I think this will probably be the best spot to build this thing. And so the first thing we need to do is make some room. So I'm going to start cutting down a bunch of these trees to make sure we have the proper amount of space we need to build. But alright, with all those trees cleared and out of the way, we're going to head back down to our bone meal farm and greenhouse, and I'm just going to craft up some white dye because we need to re-dye our sheep. There's still a bunch of blue and yellow sheep from the robes that we put on the villager statue last episode, and the yellow wool that we needed to make it look like there was gold all over our storage room floor. So we got to turn these guys back to their default color. And then of course we're going to just spend some time shearing them because one of the blocks we're going to need for this villager trading hall is white wool. Now the reason for this is because we're going to be using the exact same block palette that we used for the mega castle. I'd like for this villager trading hall to also look like it was that previous civilization that we have established in the lore, so we're going to be sticking with the same block palette. And I gotta be honest, this is going to be another one of those standout structures in this world. I am really looking forward to the way this is going to turn out. So after about an hour and a half of shearing sheep, we have about a double chest full of wool. Now, fortunately, we should have a lot of all the other kinds of blocks that we need from building the previous structures. Like, for example, I know we have all the tough we'll need in our mining district storage room, so we'll just scoop that up and bring it over real quick. We should also have all the cobbled deep slate that we'll need, so we'll grab that too. And then I'm just going to quickly drop off all of the leaves and wood that we got from tearing down the forest because I need to make some more room in my inventory here. We actually do not have all the items that I thought we had, so we have to go on a little resource mining journey here, and we're going to start by flying out to these mountains to look for some more veins of calcite. With the calcite in our possession, we now need to move on to the next couple of blocks that we need, and again, I have run out of cobblestone and stone. I really need to just make a cobblestone farm, man. We are long overdue for that, but I'm going to keep putting it off. I don't even know why. I really don't want to make one. So we're going to go mine some more by hand. And the past couple of times that we've had to go mining, I have had to remove our regeneration beacon from our custom forest in order to get haste so we can get this done in a timely manner. So this time I'm not going to do that. We're actually going to head into the Nether and go ahead and collect a bunch of wither skeleton skulls to get ourselves our second beacon in the hardcore world. 2,000 days in, over 2,000 days survived in this world, and we still only have 2 beacons. That seems kind of absurd. I'm really lacking in a few different places, honestly, now that I think about it. But anyways, I'm going to do my best to head out to a nearby nether fortress and just start killing as many wither skeletons as I can. Alright, so I'm not gonna lie, I've been here for quite a while, and not enough wither skeletons are spawning. We don't even have our first skull yet, and I feel like I've killed at least 20 of these guys, and the problem is not that the drop rates are bad, the problem is they're not spawning very frequently. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tear down a bunch of the railings and other structures that kind of jut out from the main nether fortress, and I'm going to use those nether bricks to start filling in some empty space to hopefully give us some bigger spawning platforms in this area. I don't know exactly the mechanics of how wither skeletons spawn, but I know you're supposed to slab off a really big area of any of the terrain that's surrounding the Nether Fortress and make the area that is within the Nether Fortress as flat and accessible for group mob spawning as possible. Okay, turns out maybe I do know a little bit about the spawning mechanics of wither skeletons, but anyways, hopefully this will work and we'll start to see some more guys pop up here. And oh yeah, I can already tell that the space we made is helping us make pretty significant progress. And just like that, I think we just got our first wither skeleton skull. I'm gonna check my inventory as soon as we kill this blaze here. There we go. And yep, we actually got 2. Okay, I will take that. I don't know if, can they drop more than 1 skull per skeleton? I don't think so. So we must have got one earlier and I didn't notice, but I'll take it. Now we just need 1 more, so let's keep going. But alright, we got the 3 wither skeleton skulls that we needed, so it's time to fly home and get that beacon crafted up. And the first thing I need, of course, is to make sure we actually have enough iron available right now for us to make the beacon. And looking in our chests down in our storage room, we definitely do not. And I also don't have an iron farm yet, which means we need to go on an iron mining trip. There are some pretty essential farms that I need now. It's time. I need to stop being lazy and just get on it. But for the time being, I'm going to grab some more rockets and we're going to fly out to another Stony Peaks biome to hopefully find a bunch of iron. And returning home to our starter base here, we are actually 1 block shy of 12 stacks of iron ore, so I'd say that was a pretty good mining session. I was gone for a good hour and a half, 2 hours, so I'm glad we got a lot out of it. But now I'm just going to throw all of these down, and we're then going to convert all of these to raw iron with our Fortune 3 pickaxe. And while we do this, I actually want to go over this episode's comment of the day, which comes from Casper M3B. And Casper says, you could also make a tree farm and save the poor taiga. By the way, for schematics, you can also auto-place the blocks, so it's way faster to build such large projects. Love your videos. So thank you for the compliment and the comment, Casper. And yes, I actually am aware of the auto-placement option that comes with Lightmatica, and I do use it pretty frequently. But when it comes to auto-placing blocks with that mod, I tend to try to like to place them by hand as much as I possibly can. Because as much of a time saver as that is for me as a creator, it helps me to get videos out much faster. I still enjoy the manual placing aspects of the game, and I feel like sometimes Lightmatica can kind of take away from that, so I try to find a healthy balance of both. And to answer your statement about the tree farm, that is definitely something that will be coming soon. As I mentioned earlier in this video, there are a lot of auto farms that we need to get done. And I think having a whole like forest cut down area where there's a whole logging campaign going on, I think that would be a pretty sick video. So thank you once again for the comment, and I'll start getting right on that. But there we go, we have a full shulker box and an additional 22 pieces of iron, so that should be more than we need for a full beacon. So we're good to go. Now all we need to do is come inside to our starter base here and smelt all of it down into actual iron ingots. With all of that iron smelted, we're now just going to craft it all down into blocks. And then the remaining iron that we have, we're going to take into our treasure dungeon storage room here, sacrifice a bunch of it to the dragon, and then head out. And we're actually going to make a quick trip back to the Nether to collect a few pieces of soul sand, and then we're going to fly over to our end portal. God, I always forget how gorgeous the end looks with complementary reimagined shaders. It's so pretty. But now we're just going to take our wither skeleton skulls and our soul sand, and we're going to set up a wither in this little killing chamber that we have here and collect our nether star. Now we just need to head back home, smelt up some glass, and collect some obsidian from our strip mining area, and then we just need to craft up our beacon and we are good to go. And like I was saying earlier, we are here. This whole process was just for us to collect a bunch of cobblestone, so we're going to head back up to our mountain mining area, and we're going to place our beacon down real quick, and then we can finally get to insta-mining some cobblestone. Alright, so I've collected all the cobblestone I need, but now I have to take our beacon and move it all the way downstairs back to our deep slate mining area, because although I have all the cobbled deep slate that I need, this time I actually will be requiring some regular deep slate, so I'm gonna have to take a silk touch pickaxe to this stuff for a little bit, and digging a hole to the surface here for the beacon is proving to be a little bit more difficult than I thought, but we'll get through it. I'm also just going to build up a little cobblestone pipe looking thing here in the water to make sure the beacon can actually go through, and we should be good to get started. But alright, we've collected all the deep slate we need, so now I'm going to tear down my beacon and head up to the surface. And I am once again going to just place all of these blocks down into our temporary chest monster that we're developing up here, and then we're on to the next steps. And looking at our material list here, it looks like we're basically done. We just have a few more blocks that we need to collect, and I know we have some leftover pale oak, so I don't need to worry about that, and we definitely have a couple stacks of mud down underneath the bone meal farm, so I don't need to worry about that either. But one block I do need to worry about, and one block that has plagued me throughout this series, is diorite. So I'm headed back down to the caves to mine up some diorite one final time. Now with all of that diorite collected, we're just going to go ahead and throw it in these chests here to kind of help us stay a little organized. And with that, we should have all the items we need to begin. But before we start building, there is one more thing I need to do, which is come down to the bottom of the mountain here and get rid of this little peninsula almost looking piece of land that sticks out from the mainland. But with all that dirt out of the way, it is finally time to start building the villager trading hall. Well, this thing is looking fantastic so far. And I mean, just look at how high up we are compared to the rest of the island. It's kind of insane. I mean, we can see all the way down to our firework factory there, which is just crazy. But I do quickly need to come to the interior of the build here and light up the inside with a bunch of torches because we do have a mob problem. With that minor issue fixed, we are good to continue the build. Alright man, this thing looks incredible, especially from this mountaintop here. I can't believe how nice this is actually turning out. I managed to get this done pretty quickly, so I'm happy with it. And look at this angle from Ortho's camera, dude. Oh, dude, it looks so good with like the light reflecting off of it. But anyways, there are some few more details that we need to get done in order to complete the build. So I'm just going to take our diorite and make a couple variants of it, including walls and polished stairs. And if we fly up to the build here, you can see that I left some empty spots for some different blocks. So I'm going to be filling in these empty spots with a bunch of diorite walls. And I'm also going to be adding some polished diorite stairs to the tops of some of these buttresses here to kind of make it look smoother, I guess. Yeah, smoother. And I also want to come to the front here and begin working on the entrance. So I'm going to do my best to kind of just outline it with pale trap doors and then use some polished diorite stairs to get more of an arch look. This is basically going to be the same design as the mega castle. And there we go. I think that looks pretty good. And I'm just now noticing how cool our mining district looks with all the amethyst glowing at night. That's pretty sick. But now I'm also going to come in and start building out some of these windows to make them look a bit more finished and better. So I'm going to be doing the same thing we did at the front door by using polished diorite stairs to make a bit more of an arch. We're going to be lining each window with some pale trap doors, and then in the middle, to kind of create a little bit of separation, we're going to be bringing in some diorite walls. And while I'm building all of this, I just wanted to quickly mention that this build and my full world download will be available on my Patreon page for Diamond Tier Patreon members. And if you are interested in my Patreon, then keep in mind you get access to a bunch more things like behind the scenes videos and exclusive Discord roles. And I'd like to take a moment to thank everyone who is a Patreon member and a channel member. I cannot express just how important your support is to me, and I'm very, very grateful for everything you do. But there we go, guys, and this thing looks amazing, and putting in those windows actually really helped with the exterior look of this a lot. I even added a couple of windows on the broken parts of the castle down below too, to kind of just make everything fit together, and I think it looks absolutely amazing. But now what I want to do is come into the inside of the building here, and I actually want to start placing in the floor. Now, I have something really cool planned for this build, but I don't know if we're going to get to that today. So for now, we're just going to go with what my original plan was for the floor of this place. And I basically want to do what we couldn't do in the mega castle. You see, my goal for the mega castle was to make the entirety of the interior of the build made out of calcite. That way you could have the grimy exterior of the building, but a really nice and clean polished interior to the building. Obviously, you know, because the interior hasn't been exposed to the weather and just hundreds of years of erosion. However, the mega castle actually ended up being too small on the interior. But this time, I've got a lot more room to play with. So the first thing we're going to do is make a ground floor that's completely covered in calcite. But alright, the floor is installed, and now what I actually need to do is run over to my chests, and I'm going to try to set up a very temporary honey farm just so we can get like 5 to 6 honey blocks, because I kind of want to test what it would look like if we used honey for the windows like we did on our starter base. But there we go. So the window I have on the right has honey blocks in it, and the window on the left just has a torch kind of hidden. And I'm going to be completely honest with you, I don't like the honey blocks, so we're going to remove those real quick. And as far as lighting goes for the interior here, we're just going to stick with torches. I don't know why, but the honey blocks aren't really doing it for me the way they did at our starter island, so we're going to leave them out. But now we're going to come back to the interior here, and we're actually going to start covering all of the walls in calcite as well. As I mentioned just a few moments ago, I originally wanted to do this on the Mega Castle as well, but I just ran out of time, so I'm very excited to see what this will actually end up looking like, because I've been waiting to do this for quite some time. I'm hoping that as we put different floors in, we'll get a lot of cool moments of different reflections and things just bouncing off the walls and the floor. Hopefully it turns out looking pretty cool. But there we go. The bottom layer of all of the calcite has been put in place. I still have to cover the 2 top layers, but this is taking up a lot more blocks than I initially thought it was going to. And installing this roof here is probably going to be a bit more difficult than the bottom, because I can't just tower straight up like I was on the bottom floor, so I'm gonna have to set up a bunch of scaffolding here and kind of just do my best to maneuver around the area and get everything installed. Okay, so I ran out of blocks and I needed to go back out to find some more calcite. So I'm at this Stony Peaks biome here, but tell me why there's a floating nether portal here. I have never seen one of these before. I didn't even know terrain could generate like this. There's nothing good in the chest, obviously, but still pretty cool little piece of terrain generation there. We've also got some weird calcite blocks sticking up into the air too. Something strange is going on in this mountain range. So I think it would probably be best if we hurried up, grabbed all the calcite we need, and headed home. But alright, I collected all the calcite we need, and I finally finished covering the entirety of the interior in said calcite, and I have to say, it looks pretty good. I'm happy with the way it turned out. It's definitely not looking as shiny as I would have liked it to, but that's because we don't have any lighting up there yet, so once we get some light sources in here, that will definitely change. But before we do that, something that's really bothering me is that this thing is actually still floating above the water, and I'm not having another creeper farm situation. We haven't even connected that thing to the ground yet, and I made that build almost 6 months ago, so for now, I'm going to come down to the bottom of the build here and actually attempt to connect all of the rocks to the bed of the river or the ocean here so that it all flows seamlessly and it looks like one big giant rock that's jutting out from, you know, the bottom of the ocean floor. But there we go. That definitely looks a lot better, and it makes a lot more sense. Okay, my brain is satisfied. We can move on with other things now, including connecting the main bridge to the ground properly as well. I want to get rid of a lot of this dirt to make it look like the bridge is rising up out of the ground. We're going to blend it in a little more eventually too, probably with some mossy cobblestone and some moss blocks, but I kind of want to save that for when we terraform this entire mountainside, because that is an episode we're going to be doing in the semi-near future, so keep that in mind. But yeah, I'm just going to come through and replace a bunch of these dirt blocks with tough cobblestone and cobbled deep slate. But unfortunately, guys, that is going to do it for today's episode. I'm sorry this one was a little shorter than normal, but I have run out of time for this week. But don't worry, at the time of recording this voiceover, I've already begun the steps of building the interior for this thing, so I'll have the next episode out, kind of part 2 to this villager trading hall very, very soon, and that'll be the episode where, like I said, we build the entire interior and we actually transfer the villagers over, get them to breed up, and then we actually fill our island with all the villagers. I'm really looking forward to it. But thank you guys for everything, and thank you for 130,000 subscribers. That's another insane milestone, and I'm just very grateful for all of you for that. But yeah, that'll do it for today, so I gotta get going because I've got some villagers to move. Last episode, we built the exterior to my villager trading hall. And I gotta say, I think it turned out pretty good. But my love for this build will not change the fact that the interior is nowhere near complete. So today we're going to be completing the inside of this thing, and then we're going to be moving some villagers over here to get them bred up, and then we're going to move them over to the starter island. Now, this is going to end up being a very long and difficult process, so in order to make this whole thing easier on us, I'm going to start with one of the hardest parts, which is actually transferring the villagers from our temporary little village that we already have set up over to where we actually want them to be. But in order to do that, I need to clear out a little space for them and get rid of some of these trees. You know, no matter how hard I try, almost every single episode in this hardcore series has resulted in some kind of deforestation activity. I know chopping down copious amounts of trees is a canon event amongst all Minecraft players, but sometimes you can't help but feel bad. We need a tree farm or something. At least that way I don't have to look them in the eyes as I kill them. But I think this will be a good amount of space. We don't need this to be too elaborate. We just need a temporary villager storage room. So once again, in classic Minecraft fashion, I'm going to build them a dirt hut. And then I'm going to put them in it, and everything will be fine. I do need to make sure I light up the inside though. My plan here is to run a minecart track directly down to the water's edge. That way we can put the villagers in boats, transfer them by water, stake them in a minecart, and just send them right up the hill directly into their new dirt home, and hopefully this will be an easy process. What? Dude, get in the boat. There we go, one villager down. Now I just need to do that like 6 more times. Alright, we've finally moved them all over to this little temporary area here, so now we can start taking down this minecart track. And I'm not even going to try to pretend that wasn't miserable. I really can't stand working with villagers. I love what they can do for me, trade-wise, obviously, but dealing with them is just such a pain. But now that that's cleaned up, I'm going to head over to our little sheep farm area here, and I'm going to collect as much wool as possible, and I'm going to just make a bunch of beds so we can start breeding these guys to get a bunch more villagers. I also grabbed a bunch of bread from our wheat farm to feed them, so hopefully this goes well. Oh my god, wait a minute, there's a cat. We gotta take a break here. Side quest unlocked. Hold on, we need some fish. You see, one of my channel members, Senthai, has been begging me now for a while to get a cat in the world, so I'm gonna try to get that done real quick for him. Plus, it would just be nice to have extra pets around. Yes, we got him, and he's licking his paws. I believe you all wanted me to get one of the calico cats, but this is the best I can do right now. But while we take him home, I wanted to take this opportunity to also shout out all my other channel members and Patreon members. You guys have really been coming in clutch over the past couple of months supporting the channel, and I'm very, very grateful for everything you do for me. I always say that you're the lifeblood of this channel, and that couldn't be more true, so once again, thank you for all your support. But there we go, by popular request, we will be naming the cat Meryl. And so now we have Arkeen the Dillo, Meryl the cat, Delgado the dog. Oh, and I forgot to mention I got a second dog. His name is Gustavo. Say hello, Gustavo.
Bark.
But anyways, now that we're back on track, I want to come into the trading hall here and break through the floor. And we're actually going to start lighting up the basement areas of this place. And that's because not only do I want to expand the interior upwards and have multiple levels going up, but I also want to have multiple levels going down as well. And I'm going to be using a really cool mod called Lightly to help show me where mobs are actually able to spawn, so that way I can place torches down and mob-proof the entire area. This mod was brought to my attention in one of my live streams a few weeks ago by one of my subscribers, and I have to say, ever since I installed it, I've never gone back. And I do have plans to mob-proof the entire starter island later in the video, so this will definitely be coming in handy. But now that we can actually see what we're doing and aren't going to get killed by any surprise creepers, I'm going to start installing the different floors. And I think I'm going to install 2 new ones, so that way the base is split into 3 main segments. And in order to do this, again, I want the floor to be really shiny and look like it's made out of marble like the rest of the build, so we're just going to be using straight up calcite. Now that the floors are in place, it's time to start cleaning up the interior walls. So I'm just going to start by getting rid of some of this extra cobble deep slate that we don't really need. And I'm also going to be opening up the base in a few more areas just to give it more of that destroyed look, and so we can actually be able to see into the library from outside of the structure itself. And that actually gives us a lot more natural light too, which is pretty cool. And it would probably be a good idea if in the parts of this base where the walls aren't ruined, we built them up with calcite similar to how we did in the top section of this build. That way everything is cohesive and it makes it look like it was once one big calcite structure that was just burned and tore apart in a few different places. Alright, so all the walls are finally in place, and don't worry, I'll be doing some texturing on them later in the video to make it all blend seamlessly with the different colors. But for right now, we have all these different floors, but we actually have no way to get between them. So the next thing on our to-do list is to actually build a staircase. And so I'm going to be taking some more calcite, and I'm going to be building out a pretty thick couple of levels of steps here, but we're only going to be taking the calcite about halfway down. And the reason for this is because, again, I want it to look like this is a giant broken staircase, like most of it has been just completely eviscerated. And so we're only going to have the calcite go so far, and then we're actually going to start coming in with some spruce slabs to hopefully make it look like the new villagers that discovered this place came in and did their very best to repair the staircase in the ways that they knew how. There we go, a few support pillars later, and although it looks a little wonky, it definitely gets the idea across, and I'm happy with it. Now it's time we move on to yet another staircase here, this time going all the way down to the bottommost layer. And we're going to have this one be entirely made out of wood, just to make it look like at this point, the original staircase is completely gone, and they had to build something entirely new in order to reach this area. So we're going to be using the same amalgamation of spruce slabs and spruce trapdoors that we used on the upper layer, and we're just going to bring that same design right down here, and of course we will add in some support pillars as well. Decent? With that, it is now time to come into the main room of the villager trading hall, and we're going to begin working on the staircase for in here. Only this time, this one is going to be much bigger, and I'm going to try to design it kind of around like a half moon shape, where there's a staircase leading up on the right and a staircase leading up on the left. And we're going to have this repeated pattern go all the way up to the top of the build, adding in a couple different layers of floors as well. Now, I plan to fill this place with librarian villagers, so this gives us the opportunity to kind of separate them depending on which trades they have, and we can give them their own little spaces. Now with that done and out of the way, I do want to take a quick minute to head outside and collect some wheat, because we are going to be needing to create a bunch of bread to breed up these villagers, so it's important that we stock up. Alright, coming back to the interior here, I think this place looks really cool with all these different walkways hanging about the area. And now it's time to really get into the nitty-gritty of this project, which is basically setting up all of the details on the interior of this build. And let me tell you guys, we definitely have our work cut out for us. So I'm going to start with one of the simplest parts and something that's going to help us section off this build a little bit more so we can kind of compartmentalize and get this done quicker, and that's placing in some more pillars. Now I want all of these pillars to kind of line up with each other on all the different layers, and we are going to have them on every single layer except for the very top one, because I have a little bit of a surprise for that coming up. And just like that, all of our pillars are in place, and it's already looking a lot cooler. I'm getting very excited about this. Oh, come on, you gotta be kidding. I think maybe I just need to take a moment here to stop and smell the roses. Alright, I'm bored. How now, brown cows? These are sheep, and they're red. I honestly don't care what animal they are, as long as they cure me of my boredom. Anyways, all of that to say, I want to make the entrance to this place feel a little bit more grand, so I'm going to be taking some of our newly obtained red carpet and red wool. I'm going to try to be adding some kind of carpet along the main entrance floor here. Now this is also where I'm going to want our main villager trader to be, of course that being our mending trader. So I'm going to try to figure out a way to kind of build up another semicircle kind of shape of bookshelves around the center of the place here. That way we can have him hanging out with what is also going to be an enchantment table right in the middle of the room. And I seem to have run out of bookshelves, so don't tell anybody, but we're going to steal some from the little enchantment room we have under our starter base for right now. But don't worry, at some point today, we'll come back in here and fill this in. And yes, I'm aware I'm mining bookshelves with a pickaxe, okay? I don't have soul touch on my axe. That's a problem I need to fix, but I'm not doing that right now. But anyways, it is now time to start moving these villagers over to the inside of the trading hall, or at least a few of them. I want to get 1 to 2 in there to kind of get a feel for where they're all going to be and how the place is going to look when it's done. But now here comes the fun part, attempting to actually get these guys into their proper locations. Stop moving, please. Alright, so I finally got these pieces of trash where they belong. This guy in the center here, our mending villager, has got quite the setup. What's great about this is that we have honey blocks in the ground underneath some carpets here, so he can't really escape because he won't be able to jump, and the lecterns with trapdoors over them are too high for him to reach. Ourselves, we can actually still reach the enchantment table in the center, which is a level 30 enchantment station, so this is where we can do all of that now. And so that this guy will refresh his trades quicker, he gets a couple of beds in the floor too. Now, unfortunately, I am completely out of bookshelves once again. So what I need to do is fly over to our rocket farm real quick, and I need to steal some of the backed up sugarcane that's coming from the sugarcane portion of the farm. And we're going to take that and honestly just start lining the shoreline with some sugarcane. And the reason why I'm not building an auto farm and just leaving it run overnight is because I actually have a pretty good idea for what I want to do for a sugarcane farm, so I don't want to have to build 2. So we're just going to skip it it and do this part manually. Now while we wait for all of that sugarcane to grow, since it'll still be loaded while we're working in the villager trading hall, I figured it would be a good idea to throw some railings on these staircases instead of just having them open and exposed. And so I'm going to use spruce trapdoors and oak trapdoors for the railing here, and we're going to take this design all the way up to the top of the build. Another little detail I want to add in while we're doing this is actually replace the outer rim of planks on each level with some backwards facing chiseled bookshelves. I'm hoping this will kind of get the look of some kind of trim that has been run along every level here. And yeah, I can tell that's already looking better. I think another little cool thing that we could add is also just a bunch of table and chairs lined up across the bottom of the build here to make it look like the students have kind of rearranged all the furniture on the bottom floor to match their needs wherever they tend to be sitting for that day. And so I'm just going to be using a combination of some dark oak stairs and slabs to create the tables, and then using some regular spruce slabs and spruce trapdoors to create the chairs. Now while we were hard at work on the interior of the build, we had our sugarcane growing, but one thing we didn't have growing was cows. And like I said, in this video, I'm going to end up using close to 3,000 bookshelves, so we really need a lot of leather. But of course, while I was working on getting all of this leather, I saw it start to compile in my inventory, and of course I got distracted, making a couple more bookshelves and getting our first little villager trading station set up here on the bottom of the build, off to the right hand side of our mending villager. And I have to say, this little station turned out really cute and cozy. And just like that, like a moth to a flame, I got distracted once again and caught up in the little details. And I actually ended up firing up a live stream and using the help of some of my subscribers to better design this staircase here. Now I wanted to make it look like there was some kind of worn down greenish carpet. I don't know why, but a very large percentage of libraries, at least where I live in America, have this really ugly dark green kind of carpeting or dark blue carpeting, these really weird colors. Anyways, I kind of wanted to incorporate a little bit of that here to just show some weathering and some time passage. So we all decided it would be best to use some green carpet in tandem with some moss carpet and some mossy cobblestone slabs to get this appearance across. This definitely looks a lot better. And I didn't even mean for it to turn out this way, but if you look at this thing from above, it kind of looks like a giant eye of Ender, which is kind of cool. Now with the carpet in place, I'm finally ready to start preparing for some of these other little trading stations. So we're going to go ahead and get some redstone blocks together, and I'm also going to craft up some hoppers, and we will also be needing some dispensers, because I'm actually going to build a temporary and very small honey farm in the Nether, which means it is also time to take down all of these beehives, scoop up the campfires, and remove this little calcite box that they've been chilling in for a while. Now, for those of you who have been around the channel since Minecraft Hardcore Season 1, you'll know that I actually used to have an absolutely massive honey farm, so I'm actually still very familiar with the design of these type of farms, which means I'll be able to bust this out pretty quickly. And there we go. That literally only took like 10 minutes, and now these guys should start producing honey for us. Now, the reason why we need so much honey is because I need more of those honey blocks to make sure the villagers can't get out of their trading stations. And we're going to need quite a few. But after waiting around for a couple of hours and collecting all the honey blocks we'll need, I decided it was time to finally start working on the other villager trading station that's going to be on the main floor. And I basically just copied the same design I had on the right side over here to the left side, just with some minor variations like adding in a ladder and making the carpet purple instead of red. You know, these little areas here are really helping this place come together. So with my newfound motivation to get this project done, I decided it was time to start finishing the decorations on the bottom layer. And I'm going to do that by adding in the remaining bookshelves, and I'm also going to be throwing down some chiseled bookshelves that are empty and some looms to give just more texturing and make it look like not all the books are properly in place. And I'm also going to be throwing in a bunch of light gray and dark gray carpets around the floor. You know, since the floor is made of marble and stone, I figured it gets pretty cold at night, so I think it would make sense if the villagers came in and threw carpets down to help keep their feet warm as they were walking around during the nighttime hours. But while I was working on this thing, I had another brilliant idea, and what I want to do is create a bunch of floating candles using some of the honeycomb we got. I really want to try to make the interior feel almost like something out of Harry Potter. So I think having a bunch of floating items everywhere would be really cool. I really wish there was a way for us to get some kind of floating or flying books in here. I mean, the only thing I can think of right now is putting books in invisible item frames, but I don't think that would look too good. So for now, we'll just stick to candles. Alright, I can't even lie, this looks pretty cool. I mean, this looks a lot cooler than I thought it was going to. I really cannot wait to see the rest of this place just filled up with these candles. But now it's time we start working our way up the different layers, installing all of the bookshelves, and making all the different villager trading stations. And while we do this, I figured now would be a good time to go over the comment of the day. And today's one is pretty short, but it is nonetheless important. But this one comes from Astro Ghoul, who says, "Bro, I love the building honestly, but I feel like you should create more stone type pathways with the calcite and add that for more history of the old civilization." So first of all, Astro, thank you for the comment, and second of all, yes, I absolutely do plan to add some more pathways to the world. In fact, all the different kingdoms that we end up building around here are all eventually going to be connected by some form of pathways. But you definitely bring up a really interesting point about adding calcite to those pathways, and I think that might actually be a pretty good idea. I feel like finding a gradient that would look well, you know, throwing calcite in with dirt and stuff will be pretty difficult, but if we can manage to get that done, I think it'll be something pretty unique and not something you see often in a lot of hardcore worlds. And I'm honestly looking forward to see how that might look when we're looking at it from the Zero's world map mod. Seeing all these white calcite pathways piercing through the terrain might actually be really cool. So once again, Astro, thank you for the comment, and I'll start thinking up some design ideas. But right now, guys, as cool as this library is looking, we have a bit of a problem. You see, I've only got the first 2 layers of books installed, and we have once again run out of bookshelves, which means I am going to head down below our trading hall here, and I'm just going to set up a temporary sugarcane farm by just installing rows and rows of dirt, and then we're going to do a few AFK sessions to let this thing grow out and collect all the paper we need. Never mind. I got distracted again. While I was waiting around for the sugarcane to grow, I came up with this really cool idea that I think I want to try out. I think it would be really cool if we made it look like these villagers were starting to try to map the stars and pay attention to different celestial events. So in order to get that across, I want to make it look like they have some kind of star map in the ceiling of the trading hall, and the only block I can think of that can get this done properly is Skulk, which means instead of playing it safe and doing nothing but relaxing and watching our sugarcane grow, I'm literally going to be risking my life, basically so I can put stars in the ceiling. Now, I do know there is a deep dark biome somewhere nearby, but if you couldn't already tell, I'm kind of starting to get lost in these caves here. Never mind. Not 2 seconds later and I find it, and all of a sudden, this is feeling like a really bad idea. If I end up dying to a warden today, I'm gonna be pissed. Yep, there we go. Immediately, mistake number 1. Okay. Yeah, okay. Nope. I need to just do my best to get as much skulk as quickly as I don't know why I'm whispering. It's not like it can hear me. Oh my god, maybe it can. Move, 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 rocks, move. I can hear it coming. Wait, please. Hold on. It's sniffing. It can smell me. I haven't even seen the thing. I mean, I'm really in no immediate danger, but I'm just not risking it. I know we can still get one shot by that thing, so I'm playing it safe. Hopefully we got as much skulk as we needed, but I'm not I'm not going back down there. Whew. Okay, let's get back to work. I mean, wow. This looks great. I knew it was going to look good, but just the way it pulsates with complementary shaders and it actually looks like there's like a map of the galaxy up there. This is perfect. But now with that very dangerous side quest out of the way, I'm going to be needing a bunch more bookshelves. So I'm just going to spend the next couple of hours AFKing and harvesting our sugarcane here, and then I'll probably end up having to round up some more cows to get the leather, and then hopefully we're going to be able to have enough bookshelves to complete the interior, or at least the top layer of the interior. We still have the bottom layers to do, remember that. With all the other bookshelves in place, it was time to start working on the top and final layer of the main section of the build. So I started with putting in some spruce pillars, followed by lining the ceiling with more chiseled bookshelves. I then came in and removed a bunch of the calcite and installed all the bookshelves, leaving a few new spaces in between for something we're going to be putting in just a few seconds. And then finally, the last thing I did up at the top here was add in a brand new railing. Now what I want to do in those 4 empty spaces that we left is build a couple of villager statues that kind of are based on Roman soldiers. And I'm going to be doing this by using red wool, red banners, diorite stairs and polished diorite slabs, a few trapdoors, and a black stained glass. Now, I am basing this previous civilization of villagers that built all of these calcite structures off of the Targaryens from Game of Thrones. So these guys were conquerors, and that's why we're going to be able to see their style of building all over this world. And so that's really why I'm including these statues here. These new villagers have left the statues preserved and dressed them up in garments to pay respect to their ancestors' warrior past. And there we go, the statues are done, and I've even added this little border around each of them. And I think they make the perfect little addition to this trading hall. I'm also going to just take a quick few minutes here to finish putting the rest of the floating candles around the build. That way we can mob-proof this place without needing to have lanterns or torches everywhere. And hopefully this will help to improve the atmosphere. And boy, did it ever. I mean, look at this place. It feels so cool now. But for this next part of the build, we actually have a pretty long laundry list of items that we need to get, including green glazed terracotta, yellow concrete, red glazed terracotta, and yellow glazed terracotta, blue concrete, and blue glazed terracotta. We're also going to be needing some chains as well, and we're going to have to take a few stops into the Nether to collect some more honey blocks. We're also going to need some glowstone as a light source, so I'm going to grab some blocks of that while we're here as well. Now, I've been collecting all these different blocks so that we can do what we talked about earlier, which is to build a model of the sun and of a couple different planets hanging from the ceiling. Yes. Oh my god, how cool does this look? I absolutely love it. Again, you know, it's a bit clunky and cartoonish, but I think it gets the point across and adds that little extra element to the build that I was looking for. But with that, the above section of the villager trading hall is done, and it's time to move on to the basement layers. Now the first thing I want to do is extend a couple of these spruce pillars towards the ceiling. Now we're not going to be having these anywhere because again we're going to try to make it look like the inside of this place has been ruined by a fire, so we will be leaving a few empty spots. And then the next thing to do would be to remove the interior calcite walls that I built earlier. Although it does suck to kind of go back on some of my previous work, I think one of the best parts about this build is that we actually have walls that are 2 blocks thick. That gives us the perfect opportunity to get an extra layer of space and install these bookshelves without worrying about exposing them to the outside or making the interior feel too small by bringing them inwards. Oh yeah, this place is gonna look sick when it's covered in bookshelves. Although I can't help but get the feeling we may need to pull out the sugarcane farm again. we're probably gonna run out of bookshelves. And of course, I was right. We ended up having to build the sugarcane farm again and kill a bunch more cows. But I don't want you guys to have to watch that part of the process a third time. So for you, I'm just gonna skip right to the good part, which is installing the remaining books. And by now, I'm sure you've noticed the very visible weird splotches of color in the ceiling that are left over from what we did on the top layers. So what I'm going to do is take a bunch of slabs and some logs and install a kind of wooden ceiling across the entire place so that's not visible. Again, one of the perks of having such a massive structure is that I get to do multiple layers for the same thing. For example, I get to have a ceiling layer and a floor layer here, which is not something I often get to do. Most of the time when I'm building different floors, whatever the floor is on the top layer most likely ends up being the ceiling on the bottom layer, so it's nice to have a bit of a change. But coming back down to the ground layer here, I want to have this kind of round circular desk in the center of this room for a couple more librarian villagers to rent out books and show people where to go and things. We're also going to install a red carpet floor in here as well, and then we're going to install a bunch more tables and chairs surrounding the main desk. Just once again, so all of these student villagers and other librarian villagers have a place to read and study. And again, in order to keep their tootsies warm during cold nights, we're going to be installing some more light gray and dark gray carpets between the tables. Then we are going to kind of come to the outside ring here, and we're going to put another green carpet using moss and, well, green carpet, completely encompassing the rest of the tables and chairs. And now we're just going to do some more detailing by putting some flower pots all over the place, sticking a few lanterns here and there. We're also going to be using some mini chests from our mini blocks mod that we have installed. And of course, we're going to be putting in all of our floating candles down here as well. Now, I've also noticed that we kind of have this empty space off to the left here, and I think this would make for a really good like reading nook. So I'm going to try to section it off between two different layers, starting by installing a spruce floor, and then we're just going to add in some bookshelves on the bottom layer here, and we'll need a way to get to the top, so I'm going to put in a ladder on the back of one of these pillars. And of course we wouldn't want to fall off of this thing, so we're going to install a railing at the top using the same design we used in the rest of the base, a combination of oak trapdoors and spruce trapdoors. Then we'll just add in the rest of the bookshelves on the top. And then over to the right side, we're going to have the spruce wood kind of taper off. We're going to move from full blocks of spruce to spruce slabs to spruce trapdoors. And this is one of those areas where we're really going to be making it look like the place was burnt up, and maybe making it look like the wood has collapsed. So we'll start by getting a little example in here of what that might look like, but we're going to come back to finish that later. And taking a step back, I actually think that turned out pretty well. And since we've got all of our trapdoors out, I figured we might as well put the railing in for the staircase too. And since that little reading nook turned out so well, I think I'm actually going to try to do the same thing but on a much bigger scale over on the other section where all the other bookshelves are. And yeah, after installing a little example floor there, I think separating this build is actually going to look pretty good. It would also make sense considering the fact that there are also multiple levels of bookshelves on the other floors as well, so this should help it to look seamless. So now with that done, it's time to start making this place look like it's actually been scorched and burned. And I'm going to do that by incorporating a pretty unique gradient of blocks here that I've never used before. And so we're actually going to start with those rooted mud blocks, and then we're going to work our way towards stripped dark oak, and then maybe some dark oak planks in a few spots. And I think that actually creates a pretty nice transition over to the bookshelves. Now in the much darker places where the fire would have originated from, and there we're going going to be including a bunch of regular mud and most likely some deep slate and cobble deep slate to help us get that darker look that we're looking for. And now I'm just going to go around the entire build here, and any place where I see the cobble deep slate or calcite is meeting directly up with the books, I'm going to throw in this gradient to hopefully make it all transition well. And with any luck, we'll stop having this weird visual separation between where the bookshelves are and the rest of the stone blocks are, and it'll all look like one big seamless build. And so there we go, guys. This layer is basically done, and I think it looks wonderful. I added in all those burn and scorch marks that I was talking about, and I even extended the bookshelves in some areas. And although it doesn't look perfect, I think this is a pretty good job for my first attempt at something like this. And it even looks good without shaders on, so I'm happy about that too. But now it's time to move down to the bottom and final layer of this build. And of course, we're going to begin by getting rid of the ugly ceiling and installing a fresh wood one. And for this, we'll be using the same design we used on our other ceiling. And I gotta be honest, installing these ceilings has been one of the most annoying things that I've done through this entire process. I'm surprised more people in the community don't often talk about how annoying it is to basically build above your head, pretty much building upside down. But with the roof complete, I'm going to start installing some more bookshelves in a few different places, as well as under the staircase leading down to the bottom here. Now this is obviously the most messed up part of the trading hall, or rather it's the place that received the most damage. So this area is going to be pretty messy, and there's basically going to be no consistency whatsoever to where I'm placing these different shelves. Because not only do I want it to look like that the old shelves and stuff were destroyed, but I also want it to make it look like the new villagers didn't really have anywhere to put the new shelves, so they kind of just threw them down wherever they could. And I'm also going to install a big red carpet in the middle of the floor again. And I am going to leave this place pretty empty because this is where we are actually going to do our villager breeding. I kind of just need a big open room with a lot of space and not a lot of things in it, so we have room to throw down temporary beds every time we need. And then maybe when we upgrade this world to the Happy Ghast update, we could just pull them up to one of the windows down here, load the villagers into the boats, and fly them over to the main island. There we go. After adding in some more bookshelves and some candles, I think this will be good enough. Now at this point in the video, I've been working on this project for the better part of 2 weeks now. And what we're about to do next, I have been dreading since the beginning of this process. And so what we have to do now is completely mob-proof the entire starter island, because we're going to begin the process of transporting all the villagers over here, so we need to make sure that they'll be completely safe and there's not a single block on this entire island for hostile mobs to spawn. Because if we leave one stone unturned, it will spell for absolute disaster. We will have a massive zombie outbreak and we will burn through all of our weakness potions and golden apples like there's no tomorrow, and I really don't want that to happen. And through this process, glow lichen is really going to be our best friend. It's a really subtle light source that we can blend into a lot of the blocks we have on the island, so it'll help with mob proofing everything, but it won't stand out as bad as lanterns or torches will. But without further ado, let's begin lighting up the island. Alright, so after a good 3 hours of lighting up the island, we are finally done. The only thing that's left that needs mob-proofed is the main bridge heading over to the trading hall, so I'm going to light that up real quick. But then we are on to the final and probably most tedious part of this process, more so than even lighting up the island, and that's breeding up all the villagers and transferring them to the island and then spreading them out in a natural feeling way. So I think we're going to start with the most obvious choice here, which is taking all of our librarian villagers and putting them in the actual trading hall. And I guess now that I'm thinking about it, this really isn't much of a trading hall, is it? Considering most of the different variants of villagers will be on the actual starter island, whereas we'll most likely only have librarian villagers in the hall itself, but I'm not changing the name. But after a few more hours of work transporting these villagers who apparently learned all of their escape lessons from Houdini, we have finally filled up the villager trading hall with all our librarians. Now, it is important to note that I did leave a few of these trading spaces open, and I didn't fill them with villagers because I really want to take some time to really consider which enchantments we want to actually add to this place. I've already got a mending villager, a silk touch villager, an efficiency villager, and unbreaking villager. Basically all the trades we would need to make a full new set of tools if somehow we ever lost our current set. But I'm still not sure what other trades I want to include yet, so again, we're just going to take a little bit more time to figure that out. And so now it's time to grab a bunch of bread and start breeding the rest of the villagers so we can fill the starter island. Now, getting these villagers in their respective areas is actually going to be pretty complicated because there's a lot of really diverse and complex terrain that we're going to have to walk them through. So I'm going to try to ease myself into this process by starting with one of the simpler places that I need to take them to, which is the farming district. We're going to be starting with our farming villagers. And so I'm going to do my best to just block in a pathway all the way to the farmstead using just a bunch of diorite as barrier blocks. And this will hopefully help direct the villagers to where they need to go. And then the only other thing we really should have to do is place down their job block every couple of blocks, which in this case will be a composter, and they should get attracted to it and kind of just follow the general path of the diorite and go right to where they're supposed to be. Although again, this is Minecraft villagers we're talking about, this is all theoretical, and most likely they will end up escaping more than once and we will go on a wild goose chase for a number of hours. But so far this actually seems to be working, so I'm going to try to be as optimistic as possible. But there we go, the farming villagers are in place. Now these guys really seem to have a knack for trampling over their own crops whenever they stand on top of their composters and then jump down. So that's a problem we're going to have to solve, but we'll save that for later. At least we got them where they belong. And so now we're going to head back up to our temporary trading dirt box, and we're going to take a couple of these nameless, jobless, unemployed villagers. A little bit of self-reflection there in that statement. And the next section we're going to work on is actually the mining district. We're going to be adding a bunch of weaponsmiths or toolsmiths and mason villagers, just doing our very best to make this feel like an active work area. But because this was such a complicated process, I made the decision to fire up a live stream and do this live on my channel with the help of some of my viewers, and we managed to successfully fill the island with all the villagers we could ever want. Now obviously there's not a villager for every single house in the area because I wanted to avoid lag for those of you who get the world download, which, by the way, just as I said, a new version of the world download is as of today available over on my Patreon page for Diamond tier Patreon members. But we filled up our fishing district with fletchers and fishermen, we added some villagers into the barracks and the main town, and we went as far as to even add some cleric villagers to the entertainment district. And this was definitely a difficult and tedious process. We seem to have all... Okay, so we're gonna need to put up some fences because this isn't working. Why? So thank you to everybody who showed up. And the best part about all of this is that the villagers do seem to be intermingling. I mean, they are going out of their way to leave their respective areas and interact with each other, and then when nighttime comes, they seem to go back to where their beds and workstations are. Like, I found some Fletcher and fisherman villagers as far up as the farming district, which is really cool to see. But that is going to do it for today's episode. I hope you guys have enjoyed. And not only are we done with today's episode, but we are officially done with the starter island. So not only do I hope you've enjoyed this video, but I hope you've enjoyed this entire series thus far. And if you've watched this far into the series, chances are you're enjoying what you're seeing. So if it wouldn't be too much to ask, I'd like to ask you to subscribe to the channel. I have a lot of really big plans for the future, and I'm super excited to expand this world outside of this one island. But that's going to do it for me today, and I've got to get going because I've got an iron farm to build.